and welcome to the special meeting of the Putnam County Legislature. Tonight is October 14, 2025. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I call on Legislator Goldman to lead us, please.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the legislative prayer, and I'll call on Legislator Crowley to lead us, please.
We seek blessings on the tasks before us. Bless our efforts with clear insight, our deliberations with wisdom, our work with clarity and accuracy, and our decisions with impartiality. Amen.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
District 1, Legislator Montgomery. District 2, Legislator Goulman.
Present.
District 3, Legislator Adnesio.
Present.
District 4, Legislator Russo. District 5, Legislator Elner. District 6, Legislator Yonke.
Present.
District 7, Legislator Birmingham.
Here.
District 9, Legislator Crowley.
Present.
District 8, Chairwoman Sage.
Present. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 4. This is an approval for litigation settlement that was tabled from our October 7th full meeting. I will make a motion. Oh, I don't have to make a motion. Is there discussion on this item? Any discussion on agenda item number 5? Legislator Young.
I'd just like to thank my colleagues for tabling it tonight. I was able to review the materials, which is all I wanted to do, and I appreciate it, so thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll ask for a roll call vote on.
Move in second?
You can make a motion and have a second.
Oh, do I make a motion? Since it's already, okay, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 5. Excuse me, 4, the litigation settlement that was tabled from.
I'll second it.
Second, Bill Woolman. Roll call.
Roll call vote, please.
Legislator Adnesio.
Yes.
Legislator Birmingham.
Yes.
Legislator Crowley.
Yes.
Legislator Elner. Legislator Goulman.
Yes.
Legislator Yonke.
Yes.
Legislator Montgomery. Legislator Russo. And Chairwoman Sage.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on to agenda item number 5. This is an approval for the budgetary amendment for the litigation settlement that was tabled from the October full. This is the budgetary that goes along with the settlement. Is there discussion?
I'll second that.
I haven't made a motion, but I
I
will.
thought you did, sorry.
Any discussion? I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Legislator Adnesio.
Yes.
Legislator Birmingham.
Yes.
Legislator Crowley.
Yes.
Legislator Elner. Legislator Goulman.
Yes.
Legislator Yonke.
Yes.
Legislator Montgomery. Legislator Russo. And Chairwoman Sage.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 6. This is an approval for a contract with Terry Hill Road. This was another item that was tabled from our October full meeting to get more information and to provide more information to the legislature. If anyone has any discussion on this particular item. Legislator Birmingham.
Yeah, I just want to, the project itself I'm not against. I think it's a good project. I think it's something that will help, with the safety at that intersection. I just am unfamiliar with us, and I'm not trying to lobby any of my colleagues. I'm going to be voting no only because I don't ever recall us needing to approve a contract for anything other than either an IMA, a collective bargaining contract, or land, or contracts that have to do with land transactions, whether they're easements or purchases or sales. I have been told that there might be some easement issue or right-of-way issue, but I'm just 1 out of 9, and again, I'm not trying to lobby any of my colleagues. I don't see that being evident here, so I'm going to vote no Again, I'm in favor of the project. In fact, I'll be voting in favor of the next item, which is the funding of this project. It's just unfamiliar in my past experience. I've just never seen us vote on a contract of this nature. I think that's more in the role of the executive branch. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any discussion on this item?
I'll second.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 5, 6.
Second.
Roll call vote on this item, please. Agenda item 6.
Legislator Adnesio?
Yes.
Legislator Birmingham?
No.
Legislator Crowley?
Yes.
Legislator Elner? Legislator Goulman?
Yes.
Legislator Yonke?
Yes.
Legislator Montgomery? Legislator Russo? Chairwoman Sage?
Yes.
Five, four, motion carries. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 7 is an approval for a budgetary amendment for the Empire State Development Grant for the Terry Hill Road improvements. This was tabled again from the October full. This is a funding for the item we just approved. Agenda item number 6. Discussion on this item. It's in the amount of $100,000. Roll call vote, please.
I'll move it.
No, I'll make a motion, excuse me, getting ahead of myself. I will make a motion to approve agenda item number 7. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call? Or
Pardon?
You're good?
No, we all,
Just did
yeah, we
all.
all aye.
Yep. Make a motion to adjourn?
Second. And just to
Oh, sure.
make a note here, there's a discrepancy on, well, there's 2 number 7s on the agenda.
Okay.
Adjournment should be agenda item number 8. And we have a motion to adjourn and a second by Legislator Crowley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Thank you.
Starting at 6, actually. That's what we were just
Good
talking
evening
about.
and welcome to the Audit and Administration Budget Committee meeting this evening. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask Legislator Bianchi to lead us.
One of us.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Legislator Birmingham,
Here.
Legislator Crowley,
Here.
Chairwoman Sage.
Present. I'd like to make a motion to recess the Audit Administration Committee budget meeting in order that we might hear from our Rules Committee. We have a lot of outside agencies here tonight, so I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we are in recess and audit.
So we have to do the pledge again.
Good evening and welcome to the October 14th meeting of the Rules Committee. Would you all stand for the pledge, please? Allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Legislator Elner,
Here.
Legislator Goulden, Chairman Birmingham.
Here. Welcome, folks. Welcome to the October 14th meeting of the Rules Committee. This meeting, as we all know, is with respect to the 2026 budget. We have several, not only outside agencies before us this evening, we also have several important departments. What I'd like to do is go through each department or outside agency, and what I'd like to start with is the Veterans Service Agency. I see we have Carl here, and for my colleagues, the Veterans Service Agency pages start on 189 to 190. Carl, would you mind joining us?
I have my deputy director is also here, Tanya Pinella.
Tanya, please join us. Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight, folks. Okay. Before we dive into the budget lines, is there any statement you guys would like to make about the 2026 budget? Was there anything requested that wasn't put into the tentative budget? Or anything briefly that you'd like to talk to us about, any major initiatives for 2026?
No, the only thing I will be here up here tomorrow for personnel. We are requesting an additional service officer because the volume of claims that we're having to process. But other than that, and I missed, and I apologize to Legislator Elner, I missed the, neither of us were available to come for the residents,
Okay.
and I'm assuming everything went all right with that.
It did, Carl. Your communication before was excellent. Everything was good. Thank you.
Right, so no, nothing specific.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't, looking at the line by line, I don't have many questions. I do see that we, and it might be the personnel line, I do see that overall we did go up a bit from, or actually I should say it was decreased between your requested budget of 479 was decreased down to 461. And was that due to anything in particular, or Bill Carlin, is that anything?
Yes, that was the personnel request.
Okay, and then
Part-time.
we'll deal with that tomorrow then. Okay, all right. Any of my colleagues have any questions about the Veterans Service Agency? Any committee members first? Any legislator? Any member of the public? Great. Okay. Folks, thanks so much for everything you guys do for the veterans in Putnam County. We know it's a hard job, we know your job is getting busier, and we know your workload is increasing. And thank you for your dedication to our county's veterans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's good seeing you.
Thank you.
I'll
Same
see you
here.
tomorrow.
Yep, see you tomorrow. Thanks, guys. And even though I'm not up for re-election this year, I'm going to ask our Board of Elections to come up next and do them a favor and get them on first, because last year, how long, Kathy and Kelly, did you sit here?
Hours.
And the one who was almost as long is the next one, which is Mike Budzinski.
Yes, I was going to say that.
So,
Get Mike up
commissioners,
here.
would you mind joining us?
I did it.
Again, folks, we're going over the Board of Elections budget. It's pages 40 and 41. Now, for one day a year, do you really need this much money?
It's 2 this year.
I'm kidding, of course. No, you guys as well do a great job. Similar to the previous departments, before we jump into the budget, do you guys want to brief us on anything in particular with respect to the 2026 budget year, or any other initiative or program that you want to talk about?
So we did have one change in the budget this year, but it was just switching line items for contracts and licensing. So if you see a rapid,
One goes
less,
up, one
and
goes down.
But it's the same, it just was switched to a different line item.
Okay, and that was the licensing?
Licensing and contracts.
Okay, and it, I see that, yeah, it went from 125 in 2025 down to 69, and that came back out in where? In licensing, I guess, right? Oh, yeah, I see it down here from 27 to 98. Okay, and that's a switch off. One question I did have, and it might be just a function of what's up for re-election next year, I see that printing and forms are up by a bit, and is it just a function of additional races or primaries?
So, well, we might have.
It's a
with
very
the even
good
year,
possibility, an even year, a longer ballot, possibly
2 pages.
2 pages. So I'm kind of like doubled the amount.
Okay. The next question I have, and Erin might know more about this because she was briefing me on it a couple months ago. Where are we on, and you guys might know, I apologize for putting you on the spot. Where are we on the state lawsuit with respect to even year elections for towns and villages?
It's in the Court of Appeals. They have not given a ruling yet on it.
Okay.
But as it stands right now.
They did overturn the Supreme Court.
Yes, as
Okay.
it stands right now, there are going to be local elections next year.
Okay.
Local even year. Yeah,
Even
year,
yeah.
yeah.
And then to your point when you said villages aren't affected.
Oh, they're
There's a
not.
lot of
That
positions that aren't
We're
affected.
not affected because
No,
we're 3-year terms.
3 years,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, not that I want to put more money in, but is 150 enough? I mean, are you going to need
It's 120.
120?
Yeah, but he asked for 150, so
Yeah.
could you elaborate on that?
What do you mean?
Why?
Well, you asked for 150, so obviously you had a basis, and that's not the
Well,
county
we-
executive agreed.
We figured it was 75, and we doubled it, because if it's a 2-page ballot, it's going to be double the amount, so,
Are we allowed that? Isn't that a constitutional?
what's that?
2-page ballots? I thought we had to have a single-page ballot.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, well, who's following the Constitution?
More than us.
All right. Okay. Bill, do you have a point?
Yes, we did lower it to 120, and we know that if it does go to 150, it's never been at 150, we will have to fund that out of contingency. It's mandated, and it's just, what estimate do you want to go with? And we thought 120 would be enough. And we'll see.
Okay. All right, and it's, like you said, if we have to fund it, we have to fund it.
Yes.
because you
And
need
we
ballots.
told them that.
Yeah, yeah. All right, great. Any other legislator on the committee have any comments or questions? Any legislator have any comments or questions? Any member of the public have any comments or questions for the Board of Elections? Seeing none, commissioners, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you
And again,
for your
thank you guys.
all year
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you guys
Yeah.
do. I know it's, I was joking, of course, with the one day. I know it's a year-round operation.
Yes.
Thank you for that, guys.
And it keeps getting longer and longer.
Like the ballot.
Yeah, it's like the ballot.
Exactly. Thanks, folks. Next, Mike, would you mind coming up and joining us? And again, Mike suffered here last year for 3 or 4 hours.
Right, I was the last man
Yes,
standing.
we
last
remember
year.
that. We're giving you a break this year.
Let's see.
Maybe.
On the bottom.
Yeah, at the bottom. Okay, we're on pages 192 and 194 for my colleagues. Mike, again, thanks for all the work you do just for the public's edification. Consumer Affairs not only takes care of the traditionally what you would think consumer affairs types of items, they also, this is the department that helps administer our plumbing board, our electrical board, our contractors board, boards that provide a very important service for Putnam County residents to make sure we have safe gas connections, safe electrical connections, and Mike and his department are the administration that takes care of that for us. So Mike, thank you for that. Like every other department, Mike, do you have anything to open up with you'd like to sensitize us to about your department? Any significant changes or anything?
As you all know, we're a very small department, and I looked back in our records, and the last 7 years, we've taken over $1 million, and we generally return over $500,000 to the general fund every year. So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that.
Thank you for that. And that's great. If you don't mind, I just have a couple of quick questions, nothing controversial at all. I noticed with respect to the electrical and licensing fees, the 2025 budget had, for revenues, $275,000, and we went down by $30,000 for an estimated revenue.
okay, so there's a reason for that. We license the masters every year, but helpers and journeymen are every other year, and that's why there's a difference.
That's item pricing. I see that we had, in the 2025 budget, we had a revenue of $60,000. We've already got in $68,000, but for revenue, we're only projecting $21,000.
Same thing, that's a 2-year
Got it.
permit.
Got it. Perfect. I see actually in 2024, it's $15,000, which goes to your point, I guess, that was a much lower revenue because of that same.
And then,
Okay.
you know, as new businesses come in, we take in new licenses. Harbor Freight came in, so we picked them up. So, I mean, some leave, some, or new ones come in, and we add them.
Well, certainly, if you wind up collecting more money, we're not going to turn it away.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any of my colleagues on the committee have any questions or comments? Any legislators? Nancy, and then Aaron?
Just making sure that you have enough for printing and forms. In 2025, we've actually spent close to 10,000, I mean 900, almost 9,700.
And there's a reason for that.
Okay, great.
Because there were some invoices from the previous year that never got paid. The supplier never billed us for those, so we had to pay for those the following year. That's why that's so much
Okay.
higher.
So you feel like you have enough?
Yes.
With the 6,500, okay.
Aaron and Amy? Thank you, Nancy.
Number one, I appreciate all that you guys do. I don't know if everybody realizes how much work goes in or comes out from your office, and really how detail-oriented you are and how helpful you are to the community. I unfortunately have had the experience of talking to one of your office members. She was lovely and so informative, but it's never good to have to call Consumer Affairs, right? So I guess my question to you is, when you guys go out to a home and issue a violation, is there a fee that goes with it that you guys bring back in when a violation comes, and what line would that be in? Or does it get issued to the county?
So if there's a violation, most likely it'd be against the contractor.
Yep.
So for instance,
Fines.
Fines, I didn't see it.
Fines Consumer Affairs. That's
Oh, got it.
line 102.
426,
That's the home improvement or contractor's fines. The next one, plumbing board, that's the plumbing board fines. Electrical board, that's the electrical board fines.
Perfect, thank you.
Amy?
Shoot, now I lost, oh, there it is, okay. So I see under furniture and furnishings, you had a $30,000 request. Is that somewhere else in the budget? It wasn't funded.
No, that was removed for capital fund project for relocating our space within building 3.
Okay. So this is going to be, this relocation will be
considered under the capital improvements. This will be addressed.
Yeah, they did, yeah, they took that money and put it in a capital improvement project line.
So you'll still get what you need, it's just being accounted for somewhere else?
Correct.
Bill?
Well, if a Building 3 renovation and relocation plan is ever approved, then a capital project will be formed, and a CP will be funded through you, including that furniture.
What happens if it's not approved?
You don't need the furniture.
Okay, got it.
Really?
No, I didn't know if you needed it. in
No,
case
I think it
wasn't
was for the relocation.
Okay, okay,
Correct.
great, okay. Wonderful. Any other, Nancy?
And back to fines, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I see in 2024, we had over $11,000 probably in fines for the plumbing board. And we haven't had any this year, and we're expected or requesting $1,200. So we've gone from 11,000 to over 1,200.
And there's a reason for that too,
I'm sure.
because there was one bad apple out there. guys.
Always, right? They say that in my family.
Never about you, though.
Only one, not too bad.
Actually, Joseph Madigan, he went.
Let's not, we don't want to mention any names.
All right, but, well, there was one contractor who had several fines that year, and that's why that was so high.
Thanks. And my concern is, do you have enough inspectors to go out? Do you have the staff you
I'm
need?
fully staffed. and-
Okay.
Yep.
I know we'll talk about that in personnel, but thanks.
They're very responsive.
Yeah, good. No bad apples there.
We're here to take out the bad apples.
Any other legislator have any comments? Any member of the public have any comments? Mike, thank you. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike.
I see we have our county clerk and our deputy county clerk. You guys want to come on up? Sure. Thanks for being here, Mike. We're getting him first. We don't want to pay Mike's overtime. It's always happy to be here. Thank you, Mike.
Of course. Mike's been all over the county today.
First of all, again, thank you. You guys are also a revenue producer for the county. Thank you for that.
Do our best.
Good work you do. Before we jump into the budget, line by line, I don't really have much, but do you guys have anything you want to talk to us about the 26 budget? Any programs or initiatives you have coming up in 26?
No, nothing crazy budgetarily. As you know, from year to year, as you know, we try to keep our asks as you know, as flat as possible. You know, this way, if we have something that we truly feel a need for, and we come to you folks for that ask, we feel that, you know, we justify it, because, you know, we don't just ask. We try to keep our budgets as tight as possible from year to year. Just try to be fiscally responsible as possible. Probably one of the, if just to jump to DMV,
Sure.
Probably one of our biggest things is that we did raise our MV use tax. We had a conversation with administration during the budget process, and we felt that given the 5-year averages on it, it appears that we should be able to comfortably raise that a little bit. So we felt confident putting that in. But other than that, there's a couple little expenses here and there, but tried to keep everything as flat as possible. So.
And Mike, I know you hear this a lot, and Jimmy too. I hear nothing but good things about Putnam County's DMV department. As you know, people come from Westchester, from Long Island even, from upstate to be serviced at the one we have at Roanoke 84. And that speaks to your leadership and also everyone in the department. So
Thank you.
for
Yep.
that.
We pride ourselves in just trying, nobody wants to go to DMV. And we know that. So we try to do the best we can to get everybody in and out as fast as possible and get them what they need. So just try to keep it simple.
Thank you, thank you. Any committee member on both the county clerk and the DMV? Any questions?
And records as well.
And record, yeah, sure. Well, I don't have anything on records either. Any, our partnerships with the towns and villages still working out well?
Still going strong. Our revenues are the revenue from year to year for dealing with the towns and villages usually stays flat. We charge a very nominal fee for managing those records, but still moving along, still constantly looking for digitization projects. As you know, we had gotten LGR and MIF grants over the years, shared services grants, to kind of build that infrastructure. So the nice thing about it is we're able to use some of our in-house talent to do some of that scanning as well, to help defray. But always looking to probably next year looking to go and go out and snatch some grant money as well, so we can keep that moving.
Great, thank you. That's good. Any Nancy, yeah.
question about, towns and villages, and thank you so much for, providing that service. And, the passport days have been really successful, and motor vehicles, nobody likes to go to motor vehicle. And I realize, I haven't been to motor vehicle in a really long time. I do most of my stuff online. My kids are grown. I don't have to go through the permitting thing and tests and getting them licenses. And we can no longer, I don't believe, well, the last time I checked was probably during COVID, we can no longer go to Dutchess Motor Vehicle in Beacon. Can we?
I think you can now.
Okay, we could,
Yes.
okay.
Right.
And I raise that because I'm always hopeful that we could have more mobile DMV days in my district. And if there's, something in this budget line that can bring mobile services.
So I will tell you, so we were able to, the administration and the legislature was gracious enough to find us some ARPA funds. So we're able to purchase a mobile equipment solution for DMV. And we are getting, unfortunately, we're a little sidetracked because we were so busy with Real ID. We were doing, Real ID Saturdays and, and just, we were booked solid with it. So we really didn't have much time over the summer to try and get out there. So what we're doing is we're kind of exploring some options, looking for some spots on the western side so that we can have a regular presence out there and offer DMV services on the west side.
That would be awesome.
Absolutely. I can't wait to do it.
The senior resource center, the French, it seems like the most logical place to do it, but I know there are some restrictions on what that can be used for based on the approvals that they got when that was developed.
Yep.
But maybe there's a way.
We're scouting out some locations now, and you and I might have to have some conversations in the near future just to try and come up with some locations that'll be suitable, because we do need some room. It's very self-contained. We don't need Wi-Fi or anything like that because it's all self-contained network-wise. But we're going to need, a space that's suitable and large enough to accommodate the traffic. And we'll do it the same way we do in Brewster. I envision we'll set up we'll set it up as an appointment system so that folks can sign up ahead of time and we know who we're getting, when we're getting them coming in, and but we definitely want to have that solution for the western side and for other areas as well, and maybe for some underserved, parts of the population who might not be able to get to DMV, we might be able to bring the services to them.
Great, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thanks.
Any other legislators, any comments, questions? Any member of the public? No? Gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All you guys do. Appreciate it.
Have a good night, everybody.
Take care.
Thank you for all you do.
I'm going to save the audit and legislature till the end. We're here anyway, so I'd like to do jump to, if I could, the law department. John, would you mind coming? Thanks. Law department, my colleagues, is on pages 33 and 34.
Hi, John.
Good evening, everyone.
Thanks for being here, appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thanks for all you and the county attorney's office does for the county. First of all, any initiative or any projects? I know it's pretty much a standard, activities, but anything you'd like to brief us about the budget anyway?
No, just I would mention that, as the legislature is aware, we've recently settled a case that has resulted in a large amount of outside counsel billing. We hope that that will go down in the year ahead. Of course, we never know, nature of the business, what we may face in the year ahead, so we have to keep our requests somewhat consistent so that we can provide for outside counsel as it arises. And I understand personnel will be addressed at the meeting tomorrow night. But everything else has more or less remained the same. And we're hopeful that you'll take our considerations under advisement and see fit to proceed.
Great. We may as well talk, judgments and claims would be under your, county law department as well?
Yes.
Yeah, is that, I'm sure it is that the line where, similar to a resolution we pass at our special full, is that where the money comes from for something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
One question I have, it's a simple, it's level funding, but I'm just curious what it is, and if you can't speak about it in particular.
Sure.
Special services under the law department, we have $3,000 there, and that's consistent with what's been in the past, but just curious, what kind of special services? And again, if you can't talk about it.
No, it's funny, Dan, that you asked that, because I had met with my paralegal, our paralegal, Jennifer Nygaard, earlier to just brush up on everything. And the one that I couldn't remember was special services. Because I recall making a joke about special services without actually writing down what it actually was. So I checked with Jen just before the meeting, and
We didn't plan this, by the way, guys.
no, I'm not making it up as I go along. But she confirmed it was appraisals for properties that the county might want to
Parkland.
purchase. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So that's the answer for that one.
Yeah. And that's pretty much level for the last
Yeah.
few years. Great, perfect.
Yeah.
Any, yes, Greg?
Yeah. Hey, John, this is more towards Bill. How accurate is the actual spending for outside counsel legal services, which is in this budget document?
How up to date is it?
Yeah.
That would be.
That's
either
more of
for
a Bill
Bill or
question,
Oh.
and he's smiling at me here.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how their claims are processed. I don't know what Jen has billed through. But you'll be at 350, possibly more.
Well,
But again, one is because of this case that you just settled, that now will go away. And hopefully that will tide you over into next year. That's a very expensive case, as you know.
Right, so that's what I just want to know, how
Yeah.
far above 350?
Well, I'll get in touch with Jen tomorrow and see where they are, because it's not only them processing the bills, they have to get the bills from the attorneys. So there is a lag.
Sure.
And it's months.
Any other member of the committee? Any other legislators?
But if I may, I have a question. I think we had a pretty large backlog too with needing legal services and outside counsel. When you guys came on, I think a lot of those cases are resolving cases more quickly now, and
That's 100% correct, Nancy.
so we won't need as much.
We did unfortunately assume certain cases that were ongoing. Many of those cases have been resolved, and the good news is there's not a lot of new pending cases that we're working on now that will require what we would consider a significant investment of outside counsel. There's always month-to-month labor, personnel matters that require attorneys with a certain level of expertise, and that will be ongoing, but we don't anticipate great expenditures as we sit here tonight.
And my second question, which is last year's news, but refresh my memory, why was opioid settlement monies going to the law department? $70,000 in 2025, were that legal? We didn't really get involved with legal.
No, those were monies that were dedicated to DSS.
Okay, so they went to you and then they went to DSS?
The shared attorney.
What?
Yeah, the attorney for DSS is underneath the purview of the county.
Right, that's correct.
Okay,
Two attorneys, actually.
Thank you.
Any other legislators?
I just have a comment about opioid settlement monies going to attorneys. Hopefully, more of it went to services than attorneys.
Yeah. Understood.
Thanks.
Any member of the public? Yes, please come to the podium, and if you wouldn't mind stating your name and the town you live in.
Yes.
And we do have if you just wouldn't mind writing down your name?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you.
Ellen O'Leary, I'm in Carmel, New York.
Great.
And I just didn't hear his explanation about the appraisals, special services, appraisals.
I just want to repeat.
Yeah, so we have on this year's budget, we have $3,000 earmarked for what we call special services, and I just want to check I have it right. For appraisals for properties the county might want to purchase.
Okay, that was it. Thank
Great.
you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? No. John, thank you very much for being
Okay,
here tonight.
thank you all.
Thanks to
Okay,
the law department.
have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do now is, we still do have some department heads, but I want to mix it up a little bit. I want to go to an outside agency. I'd like to ask the Putnam Arts Council to join us at the podium, or at the table, please.
I have, oops, sorry,
Yes,
Melissa
please.
Rosso with me. Sorry, I tripped over my own foot.
That's okay.
This is Melissa Rosso. She's one of our instructors
Great.
for pottery. And she's also on the gallery committee, so good
What I want to do
evening.
is welcome you here tonight, and
Thank
thank you
you.
for being here. And I want to start with the Putnam Arts Council because I want to, and this will go, at least from my view, with respect to all of our outside councils. First of all, thank you for all you guys do. The outside agencies really perform county functions for the county purposes that we are able to do and have a mandate to perform, but we wind up contracting with outside agencies to help perform those purposes and those functions because, one, they do a better job, don't ask me to judge anything art related, and second of all, most likely it's going to save the county money by contracting with an agency such as the Putnam Arts Council to do that. And so I just want to start off by saying that, not only in particular with the Putnam Arts Council, but in general, with respect to our outside agencies, the other side of here tonight, we're grateful and thank you all for helping us with our mission. And I just want to reiterate that none of these are grants. I know you have a grant program, but
Right.
that's a little different.
Yes.
None of these are county grants. We are, by the state constitution, are not allowed to give grants to private entities, and not-for-profits and other agencies are private entities. So the state constitution does not allow us, Article 8, Section 1 does not allow us to do that. So I just want us all to keep in mind that everything we talk about tonight, when we're talking about our contract agencies, it's purely for that, as if we were contracting to buy pavement or blacktop. That's what we're doing. So just wanted to, sorry to take your time on that.
That's okay.
But just wanted to just put that out there with respect to our county purposes. So first of all, thank you for being here, Putnam Arts Council. Do you want to, before we jump into your budget, do you want to talk about?
Well, what I was going to do
Please.
is actually something similar to what you just said, which is that we're contracted to do a number of things. And so the funding we asked for basically partially supports all of those things. So it's not one particular thing, it's not electric, it's not printing, it's not furniture, it's none of those kinds of things. So I thought I'd just read a little bit from our current contract, if that's okay with you. So we as the contractor agree to provide cultural and educational services which promote, foster, and perpetuate the visual, performing, and literary arts through, but not limited to, the publication of a cultural calendar, arts education, concerts, and similar activities, including advocacy, exhibitions, art in public places, workshops in the visual and performing arts, a summer arts program, theater performances, technical assistance, studio tours, and other special events. So that's just the short list, I guess you could say, or maybe the long list of the things that you partially support, and we raise funds towards all of these things too, and we do receive some funding from the state, which the county money helps us to leverage. So, for example, this year, $13,993 went to our re-granting program, and the state gave us $75,000 for that same initiative. But they always ask us what the county is giving, and they always want to know that the county's on board to be supportive of all of these things as well.
That we have skin in the game as well.
You have skin in, right, because we live here, so we should have skin in the game, right?
Exactly. I
Yeah.
agree.
So that's part of what we do, and then we also do many other things. We manage our own building, a 4,000 square foot building, and we are working with the Rev 250 committee to do a number of things, actually. I'm working with Jennifer Cassidy to spearhead getting the cultural groups all together to try and do something throughout the county, throughout the year, different things, performances, exhibitions, and the like, as a unified entity. It might not be all from the revolutionary time, because we're celebrating 250 years of our country, so it might be from all different time periods, which I think would be interesting as well. And we're also working with George Whipple and the county to create signs, which I think have been created already, to delineate Sybil's Run, which was a project we did 20 years ago through an individual artist grant.
Those are the stars?
Yes.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yes, they're the white background with the red star, and her horse's name was Star.
Oh, great.
So that's why Eric Arctander, who was the individual artist, did it that way.
Mhm.
You know, he had a site-specific installation that he did throughout the route. So we're going to recreate that. And then there are a whole host of events that we're working on. So those are in addition to, you know, the general things that I just read you as part of our contract.
Great, great. Thank
Yeah.
you for all that. And as a general rule, I did speak with the county, we're on page 230 though for my colleagues following along. I did speak with the county executive this morning, and as a general rule, he gave a 3%
He did.
increase to most of the outside agencies. There are some exceptions with reason. So I see you had requested 55,000, but in the tentative budget is 52,109. You know, can you live with that, or is that something that is critical? Obviously, we don't like it to be more.
Well, yeah, we've had level funding for a number of years in a row.
Mhm.
So, you know, if you don't ask, you don't get.
Sure.
So I try to be fair and reasonable, and I mentioned that to the county executive with his review too, in that we felt that we should ask for some more this year because we've gotten at least 2 years in a row, if not 3. The level funding, and of course expenses are not level by any stretch of the imagination. And neither is the amount of cultural entities that we're serving as a council, which is also part of this whole. What is delineated often and what people realize that are tangible things are things the Arts Center does. But the Arts Council also regrants funds, also follows up on those projects, audits them. Speaking of audit department, we are a department of many hats, and final reports, we follow what they do with the money, and so that's a whole job in itself, frankly, that we do using county funds and state funds to delineate, to give out across the county. To this year, 26 organizations received funds in total. I think only 10 or 11 were solely county funded. Many of them got both pots of funding. So there's a few shifts in the way we're going to be managing those guidelines this year, which happened over the course of this past year. But everyone will still be eligible to apply for one pocket of money or another, the state or the county.
Great. Any of my colleagues on the committee have any questions or comments? No. And any legislator? Amy?
Thank you, Joyce, for being here.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you coming back every year, and every year you ask for a little bit more, and you settle for the level funding. I've noticed throughout most of the outside agencies, and even some new agencies that we're funding, they're getting a little bump up for Rev 250.
Mhm.
I know that the Arts Council will also be working on Rev 250 on behalf of the county. So I would like to propose adding additional money into the Arts Council budget because they've received, I mean, they're actually receiving 2.95 increase, which is just less than the 3%.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, to me, it's, and we're also looking at the re-grant program, where you asked for 15,000, which is not a great increase from last
No.
year, and you got 14.
We got 14.
$413.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm guessing you're going to take $500 and what, $67 out of your pocket to make it even 15,000 for your.
Yes, more than likely that's what we would do. Yeah.
I mean, at the minimum, I'd like them to actually receive the full grant funding that they requested, which is an only additional $600, and
It's,
maybe proportionally bump up a little bit for Rev
it would
250.
be about 2,800, 2,890. If you're looking at.
Well, I was looking at the re-grant program.
She was just looking at that
Oh,
one line.
got it, okay.
I was looking at 54950.
Got it.
It's been
Okay, I see what you're
13,993 for
saying. Yeah,
many,
you're right,
many
right, right. It's
years.
been an odd number for many years.
Many years. And she asked for literally 15%. I mean,
Yes,
not
I see what
15%,
you're saying.
very,
Round
very little
number.
amount.
Yeah, round number.
And we asked for a small amount more for marketing because we also marketing all of the arts, not just our own, but all of the people who are re-granted. We market them on our website and in our cultural calendar.
Okay. You know what we can do, because this is the first in this budget season where there's been the suggestion of a change. Michelle, obviously we're meeting, all 9 of us, just for the public's benefit. We also have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting next week, I guess, or this week, next week, where all of us will take whatever's been aggregated from each of the committees as far as changes and the ability to make any changes on our own at that committee. What I might suggest is, Michelle, would you just make a notation that this may be an item of discussion for the Budget and Finance Committee, unless one of my committee members wants to raise it and there's a second. But at this point, I think that might be the best way to go, not to shoot down your idea, because I do want you to talk about it in Budget and Finance. But
I'd like to move what Amy just suggested, and if my math is correct, because I've been guilty of not following farmers' math in the past, 4,000, looks like $4,043 additional gets them to their total ask of $75,000.
Not sure where we are.
So, yeah, I guess, so how would you split that up then, Greg?
Well, I was just looking at the total.
Right, but in order to move something to the Budget and Finance Committee, we need to do it, and we can, there's nothing to say we can't.
Okay, so I move that 54950 be increased from 14,413 to 15,000.
Discussion, please.
Sure, let's get a second on that first, if there is one. Is there a second on that?
I'll second that.
All right, there's a second, Nancy?
If we're going to go to the effort to increase it to the requested, I'm sorry, let me find the
Top of the page, Nancy, 54950.
54590. If we're going to move to reach the requested $15,000 as opposed to what was actually given, which was $14,413, I would encourage this committee to move and to pass a resolution tonight to include the requested $55,000 as opposed to the $52,109. And I will just rewrite what I have been pitching for the past 7 years when I looked up my notes. Every dollar invested in arts yields a strong return. For this county, studies consistently show that arts spending stimulates local economies through tourism, hospitality, and small business activity. Here in Putnam, cultural institutions from the Garrison Art Center and the Hudson Valley Shakespeare Festival to the Mahopac Public Library and the Southeast Museum attract visitors, create jobs, and build civic pride. At a time when so many families and young people are struggling to feel connected and inspired, the arts remind us of what we share as a community. They foster inclusion, creativity, and hope. Supporting Putnam Arts Council is one of the most direct and cost-effective ways the county can strengthen its identity, engage its youth, and support local economic resilience. It's not that the arts are not just an extra in our budget. They're essential. The Putnam Arts Council and our local cultural organizations strengthen our economy. You heard a very small request for their participation in Rev 250. We see other organizations have gotten or are possibly going to get very large increases for their contributions to Rev 250. What we have here is how many years, decades of proven participation in our community, enhancing our cultural
Over
and
60.
over 60 years, and a flat budget, at least for the past, I think, 3. I'm looking at 2023 budget
Yeah.
right now, but I can't find the line item. But so I would encourage this committee to please support their requested amount of $55,000 and to pass that change right now rather than doing it in the Budget and Finance Committee, because I imagine we're going to have a lot of those changes moving forward in that meeting, and this will save a lot of time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sure, of course. Tony?
Yes, I support what Legislator Montgomery has just stated. And we're talking about a difference of $2,890. A very small amount of money to reach the $55,000 that they requested.
Right, on that it is,
Mhm.
but if we look at everything, and again, it's not that much more, it'll be
Right.
about $4,043 if we go to, so I hear what you're saying, I don't disagree with you. Ray, do you want to amend your motion then to essentially make the lines in the tentative budget match the lines in the requested budget?
That was my original intention, so yes.
Does a second agree to that?
I'll second.
Okay, he agrees. Any more discussion among legislators? Okay, this is curmudgeon time. I'm going to be a bit of a curmudgeon.
Okay.
I'm going to vote in favor of it, but I don't want to telegraph that every requested item is going to get the same treatment. We just can't do that. Next time you're not coming first. Next year. I know we have a lot of outside agencies here who are doing a great job as well in witnessing what we're asking to do, and I don't find any fault in every point that was made here, but I don't want it to be, it shouldn't be treated as precedent. So we'll leave it at that. Any other legislator have any comments? Amy?
No, I'll reiterate what Legislator Birmingham said. I wouldn't think this would be a precedent, but we've seen the Putnam Arts Council, we've supported the Putnam Arts Council for years and years. You've been the center of arts in Putnam County and helping smaller organizations receive grant funding from the county, however small it might be. Every year we try to advocate for more and more money, but I think this is the year we need to put it in there, especially for Rev 250. I know you're going to be working on that as well. And I think for the Putnam Arts Council, I think it's well-deserved. So.
Thank you.
May, one more time, just to
Sure.
save face for you and your comment, you know, there is precedent over the years for agencies coming in and getting funding with no proven track record.
I get it.
So there's no precedent for this. This is, you know, much deserved, and it's our decision, and I'm grateful that they're finally getting their due.
It's a small house.
Thank you
I don't
so much.
disagree. I don't disagree. Any member of the public have any comments or questions? Okay, we have a motion before us to change the tentative lines to the requested lines. Is it sufficient enough to say it like that? Michelle, you get what we're saying? And to pre-file this to the Budget and Finance Committee. I'd ask for a roll call vote.
Legislator Elner?
Yes.
Legislator Goldman?
Yes.
Chairman Birmingham?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
thank you,
much,
folks.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
for
so
your
much for being
support.
here.
It is essential for us, so we do appreciate it. And this is my pottery teacher, as I said, most
great.
popular
Yes.
program we have, so
Yes.
wanted to bring Miss Popularity.
My students, thank you for taking the class. I
Yes,
teach
thank you.
adults, children, and teens. The best couple of hours you spent.
Thank you for what you do. Thanks so much. Okay, I'm going to get back to the county department before it costs us any money. I'm joking. Let's go to, and that was also a contribution to the arts, so we ticked off two there. Libraries. Folks from the libraries here? Come on up, folks, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. And again, I may sound like a broken record tonight, but I truly mean it. The libraries, thank you so much for everything you guys do with respect to not only your larger organization. I know you're part of the Hudson Valley Library Consortium, which I have my library card on my key, Jane, and...
Excellent, we love to hear that.
What library, introduce yourself, please.
So I'm Denise Martens. I am the new library director at the Reed Memorial Library right here in town. And yes, I've worked in libraries for 20 years, but I have come recently to Carmel.
Thank you.
Welcome.
From where? Were you serving in another library previous?
So I was working at the Hartford Public Library in Connecticut.
Great. Very wonderful.
So yeah, so it's a big change.
Yeah, thank you. And I studied for my bar exam at the old Maypac Library. So
I remember that.
I do too, just because I come from a large, loud Irish family. So I need some quiet time to study for my bar exam. So for my colleagues, we're on page 227. We've got the libraries here. Would you like to say
Sure,
anything else more?
so I can just piggyback on what was actually just said. That studies show that for every dollar that you invest in your libraries, the community receives $10 in worth in return. So we are here in each of, there's 8 of us in the community. We're all different kinds of libraries. Some are public libraries, some are association libraries. We are a special district library. So our funding is all different, and so we really count on the different bodies within, our towns, but then you as the Putnam County, and we thank you very much in the past for all of your support. And again, this year, the county executive funded, I think there was a $2,000 difference in what we asked and what he thought was appropriate, and so we want to thank you for that. Any questions about the libraries?
I just have one quick question.
Sure,
And
yeah.
it's just a curiosity.
Yeah.
Licensing and accessories, I imagine accessories would be what? Just variant?
So licensing is, we have to pay a company to be able to show movies in the libraries. There's an annual fee that makes it so that we can show them within our building. There's all kinds of strictures around that. And then accessories would be things that we have to purchase in order to fulfill licensing agreements generally. And other accessories would be, things that we might buy for our Library of Things collections. I don't know if you know that libraries have Library of Things collections, so if you don't want to buy your own leaf blower because you only use it once a year and you want to come borrow one from the libraries, some of them have those. Over at Reed, because we are small, we mostly have games and things that you can borrow, but there are blood pressure cuffs, there's all manner of cake pans and all things that maybe you don't want to store or purchase that you can borrow from the library and share within the community.
Great.
Blood pressure cuff. That's
I think
awesome.
Mayapack has
Yeah.
blood pressure. So you go on to, so we have a Putnam County Library Association website that you can go to that we pay for every year, and you can get to all of the libraries from the one site. And then when you go into individual library websites, they should have a list of their Library of Things. And it will be all different things, and the community can request things. Then, of course, we run into legal issues. If you want to lend out a drill, what do you want to sign off on that? And part of our Library of Things, just so you know, is our hotspots that I know that we're talking, the federal government is talking about cutting funding for, unfortunately. But we do lend hotspots for everybody, whether it's because you don't have, you aren't able to provide internet service at home for you and possibly your children and families, to people who are going on vacation and are unsure whether or not there's going to be any internet service there and they need to use GPS to get around a new place. So we have those at all of the libraries available for checkout for free, unlimited data. It doesn't cost you anything. And most of us are also fine free now.
Any committee member have any questions or comments? Any legislator have any questions or comments?
I just have a comment. Some research I did while looking at the library budget, and I'm happy to see that you're pretty much getting what you requested.
Yes, thank you.
I'm really happy about that. We often like to compare ourselves to other counties, which I don't often like to do because we're very different, but I'm looking at our salaries that we have for our county employees, upper management. Sometimes we compare what other counties are doing and justify that. So by comparison, in Putnam County, our allocation for funding for libraries is roughly over $400,000. That's for a population of 98,000 people. Dutchess contribution is 1.2 million. Westchester's contribution is 4 million. Rockland is 1.1 million, and Ulster is 750,000. Just while we're comparing, just thought I'd point that out.
Good. Thank you.
Sure.
It's good to know. So it is good to know. Thank you.
We often do that. So
that's something that the Mid-Hudson Library System, as you may
Mhm.
know,
Has that
provides a comparison for us. And as libraries, when we are able, we also apply for grant funding. We have things where people can leave us money in their wills. We are always trying to be really mindful of how we spend taxpayer dollars, because we understand that they are taxpayer dollars and we all have to answer for that. So we do look for additional funding.
Any member of the public have any comments or questions about the library budget? No? Well, again, thank you so much for everything you guys do for the public.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Library cards are free.
Yeah, exactly. It's free. I don't know, Putnam Humane Society, is anyone here from the Putnam Humane Society? No? Okay, let's just take a look at that budget. It's page 240.
She was going to be here around 7.
Oh, that's right, she's going to be here around 7. Let's come back to that. Thank you for that reminder. Thank you for that. Putnam County SPCA. Hi, how are you? Welcome. Please join us at the table. You wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your organization? Sure. My colleagues that were on page 241.
My name is Ken Ross. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Very good, yourselves? This is Jennifer Pagnillo. She's one of our board members. She's also a not-for-profit attorney. We also have Nick Mastella back there. He's someone that's walked these halls before. He's a former ADA here, but he's also a board member. Now he's up in Dutchess County. And basically, we continue to grow. We're still doing a lot. From 23 to 24, our number of calls have increased 23%. We have increased our parking lot patrols in the summertime. We're up to 550 parking lot patrols. The sad part is that we've pulled 4 kids out of cars because people are leaving the dogs, and for some reason moms are leaving kids, and when you talk to them they say, what am I supposed to do? He didn't want to come in the store. So we've had, over the last year, we've had 15 CPS cases that we've started. We work very closely with social services. That door has opened up greatly. Some people feel comfortable giving us dog food. So what we've done, and this goes back to with Legislator Adnizio during COVID, she said, why don't you go around to the different places that sell dog food, and maybe they have dog food that they'll donate. So we've done that, and we will deliver to 11 food pantries in the county dog food for the people that are having a hard time. Social services also has us on speed dial, so if they go into a person that's having a hard time getting by, we add them onto our list, and we'll have the food delivered to them as well. And a lot of times when we go out, it doesn't mean that it's a crime if the person's having a hard time feeding the animal. So then the law enforcement part will put that on the list, and we have a support services group that will go out and they'll deliver the food as well.
Sheriff's office and evictions too, I think
We deal with them all the time. One of the things is that in the county, I know in the past, this goes way back when we first started, the county's not set up to handle certain things. It just doesn't exist. An example was in Putnam Valley, not last year, the year before, the owner of Almost Home Kennels passed away. Now, we had been trying to get in, but we didn't have any good information to get a warrant because we understood that the conditions weren't the greatest. The individual dies, Sheriff's Department calls us in. We have 30 dogs, and we thought that was it. And that's not something that we handle anyway, and it's not a crime. But it's a situation that there's nothing for, so we stepped in. And then came the morning, and we heard the rooster. And we had over 100 farm animals that were there behind Almost Home Kennels. And now we have all these animals, and we're not a shelter, we're law enforcement. So the other thing is the sheriff hadn't made contact with the family. So we investigated, we found out the contact, we spoke to the woman, she lived way upstate Connecticut somewhere, and she's asking, can you feed them, can you take care of them, which we did. And again, we're not really set up for that, but it's something that we stepped into. When it comes to saving the county money, in the agriculture and markets law, which I'm an instructor at the police academies, I teach that. It says any animal seized pursuant to an arrest can be turned over to the sheriff of the county, who then has to bear the cost until it can be adjudicated in court, and then that can be part of the charge. When we seize animals and we bring them to court, the law says I have to take the animals to a vet immediately. Those costs can run very high, especially if the animal's in bad shape. Now, we're not turning them over. When Sheriff McConville was here, he was a friend, and I remember sitting down with him and saying, Kevin, listen, I'm not going to show up with 500 cats, but I'm just letting you know, down the road, this is going to hit terminal velocity at some point. But it's just, I know this is not the time or place, but I just wanted to let you know we're handling this stuff.
I imagine some of this might be reflected in the budget as far as the needs you have. Is there anything on the, I see we have pretty much the 2025 budget had 102,000 and it went up to 105, which I think is 3.5% that the county exec is generally putting in his tentative budget.
That was for the rent, right,
For the
our
rent,
yes.
right.
And the other thing that we asked for was, in the past, we would take radios from any police department that took them out of service and put them in our vehicles, we use them. Putnam County now is digital, and they're under P25. I can't afford that. And we've asked the county exec if we could have 5 and 5, 5 for the vehicles and 5 for the people. We do school lockdown drills with the sheriff's department. We were in, I think it was Carmel, and emergency service was there with us, with Carmel and the sheriff's department, and they said, listen, every 45 minutes a different officer radios in, and we can't radio in because we're not on your frequency, but we can get on your frequency. So what we've asked the county is if we could get radios. It's
That's not in this budget, though.
it should be, yeah, that's what we asked for in this budget, is the radios, yeah.
Chairman?
Is that a $50,000 difference, or?
So what we asked for in this budget was a 3% increase on the rent amount only. So we asked for a 103,890, which would keep the services requested the same, 64,170, a 3% increase on the rent for 39,720 is our 103,890. And then we asked for a specific one-time payment of $100,000 to cover the radio issue. The radios are $10,000 a radio.
Well, for 10 radios, they're 4,000 and 7,000 in total Motorola. So
That's in the county
That's the
contribution.
difference in the county contribution of almost 100,000.
Yeah, it is, yeah, in the 25 budget, the county contribution part, not the rent, was the 64,170, and you requested 164,170.
Correct.
Correct. Chairman?
Yeah.
For the radios, if you may, I think we could call on Commissioner Len, or Director Len, Commissioner Len.
Tom, is that going
Tom,
to be,
yeah.
briefly, is that going to be addressed in your budget?
I've never answered anything briefly.
Okay, then we will get to that point when we get to your budget.
So, but is that
No.
included, just to go over? It
We
is-
are, the county executive already contacted us, we've been in contact, and we're working on getting the radios.
So it is something that is going to be, just to put it on the record, they are going to be getting radios, and can we dictate how many radios?
We're working on that now, I believe, he gave me a number, and that's what we're working on.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's guaranteed,
No, that's not what I heard.
we're working on that now,
Yeah.
so can we
I'll
get?
make it a guarantee.
Whoa, we have that on
What
record.
I'm in tonight. Can I go
On
next?
record, okay.
You have it on record.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
The
let's
budget
meeting-
takes out the $100,000 appropriation for radios, makes it a part of the radio project supervised by Tom Lynn, and gives them a 3% increase on their
Okay, so that's
normal.
where it is. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
Otherwise you're gonna pass.
Now,
Tonight.
Okay.
And that's why I wanted to bring that to your attention.
And there's two, apparently.
yeah, well,
Okay.
Well, I
Yeah.
did advocate very early on for you guys for radios, and we've been talking about radios for a while, so I did feel like it was fair to bring it to everyone's
Sure.
attention before we
Thank you.
jump through all those hoops.
So,
May I?
in the spirit of quitting while you're ahead.
yes, we're out of here. Thank you.
Wait,
Okay.
no, can I, just one thing I would like to ask, if it's at all possible, this may not be the right forum for it, but I asked the county legislator, and I'll ask you too. It seems to me that when the county was negotiating the contract for the new radios for all of the different emergency services groups, that if we had been included, that it might have been a little bit easier, there might have been efficiencies of scale and whatnot, and so to the extent that there's an opportunity to think about our agency when these kinds of things are happening, we would love to have the opportunity to be at the table and be part of the conversation.
So you
That's
technically
an
are law
appropriate,
enforcement.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's an appropriate
Yeah.
No,
conversation.
that's a good point.
So-
While I understand that, the size of the radio project, there is no efficiency.
There was no efficiency.
Hey, it took God knows how long, yeah.
We'd still like to be part of it.
I get that.
Thank you.
All right, any other legislators have any comments or
Great
questions
news
on this
tonight.
matter? No, any members of the public have any comments or questions on this matter? No? Folks, I said this to the other departments, but I really, or other outside agencies, I really mean it. Thank you for all you do, particularly the child portion of
Oh,
your
thank you.
parking lot, that is, in addition to the dogs and animals, that's certainly something that I shouldn't say I'm shocked to hear, but I'm saddened to hear that happens all too often. So thank you for that work in
Well,
particular.
thank you very
I
much.
appreciate all the
Tony,
work
and then
that
we'll
you
wrap
do.
it up.
Yes.
I just want to say, I want the public also to be aware that many times you go into a house to see abuse, it's not only in the cars, but abuse, that a dog is being abused or a cat, and you find a child there being abused.
We had one
So-
case where it was in Kent,
Mhm.
and the animal didn't look right, and the woman would not allow us in without a warrant. At that point, we turned around to CPS, and we spoke to Lindsay Zank, who jumped on it, and the house ended up being condemned. Black mold all over the whole
And
place.
they were living
yeah.
there in those conditions.
Yeah, and the kids were living there.
So it's important for the public to be aware of.
Oh, it does. Animal
Yeah.
cruelty runs through
Of
everything.
course,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
But listen, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Matt, Bruno, did we get to your department yet?
No, but I'm ready to go. Sorry, Tom.
Oh, you're an audit? Oh, you're an audit.
You're an
No! Did you tell me I was enrolled?
No, it's.
You're involved.
Oh, you're an audit?
You
Oh, okay.
and Trish will
I'm
be
sorry.
first in audit.
Okay.
So-
Page 21.
How can you get me all excited like that, Chairman?
You're taking a break.
Yeah.
You're entertainment.
Yeah.
Such a team. Okay, let's go to CAP, Community Action Program. Anybody here from CAP? All right, let's talk about it. Page 185 for my colleagues. I think this will be a level funding type thing. All right. It's level funding. Any comments from any of my colleagues on the committee or in the legislature? Community Action Program does a lot of good work for the county here, helping fulfill the county mission with respect to food insecurity and other social type services. Any legislators or public have any comments? Okay, thank you. PRPH, anybody here from Putnam Recreation Program? 187, that's next. They requested 19, they got 15,450.
If I may,
Yeah.
this is an agency that's near and dear to my heart. They were approved for 15,000 last year, and out of the sub-contingency fund, which we were left with last year, they were given an additional 10,000. So effectively, they got 25,000, and they're going back to 15,450. They're going last year's level plus 3%. And I'm sure.
Yes, and we just did that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion to amend line 4950 to go from 15,450 to 25,000. Is there a second?
Second.
And discussion on that, the discussion for that is keep them at level funding compared to the 2025 budget as revised. Any discussion among the committee or my colleague legislators? Any discussion among the public? Roll call vote, please.
Legislator Elner?
Yes.
Legislator Goulman?
I'm going to vote no because I want to know more information.
Chairman Birmingham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that was PRPH. I see we have Constitution Island here in the back. Come on up, folks. Thank you for being here. For my colleagues, we're on page 232. Welcome. Good to see you guys. 232. Constitution Island. And I've been to your island a few years back, and it's a great historic site. We have Rev 250 coming up. Obviously, that's going to be a lot dealing with that as well. Why don't you, first of all, introduce yourselves. We know some of you, but go ahead and introduce yourself for the record and tell us a little bit about what you do and how your service can help the county government fulfill its mission.
Sure. I'm Laura Mayer. I'm the president of the Constitution Island Association this year, and this is Alethea Shepperly. Many of you know her already from Rev 250, our kickoff that we had this year. And first, we're very grateful for your support. We are definitely in a rebuilding year. quick summary, the island was closed for a few decades, actually. And we're getting back to it. And we had a really successful summer. We had just under 300 people visit the island, and we can do more. We are a volunteer organization, 100% volunteer right now. So
No director, no employees, everything is volunteer. Gardeners, docents,
everything.
executive board.
Yeah, but we believe we provide a great value to the community. We're encouraging community engagement and school programming and outreach, ethical development of tomorrow's leaders here in the local community and in the world beyond. And with a little more support, we appreciate again what we have, but even more we feel like we can expand programming and our outreach and bring even more visitors to the island, more community engagement to the island and for the community, and rebuild our program.
Great. I see in the budget, you were given the 3%, 3.5% increase. You did ask for a bit more than that, a bit.
We did.
Well, for the public, Dan, I think you should let them know.
50,000.
About a 30,000, their ask is 30,000 greater than what they were granted.
Actually, it was 40. You gave
40,
us 10
yeah.
last time.
40,000.
So,
Farmer math. That's
Still strong in math.
You're right.
I'm looking here at the total.
Oh, at the bottom, yeah.
The bottom line.
I guess
Right.
well, you're counting the Rev 250, right? The Rev
Oh,
250.
right.
Yeah, the
The
Rev
one-time.
250, just for the public's edification, obviously, we're hitting Revolutionary War period 250 next year. The county has broken out a separate revenue line and disbursement line, appropriation line, to keep track of those programs that are specifically affected to Rev 250. My apologies to Greg, you were right, it is 30,000 more once you count that money. So you're getting 10,000 more than you got, 10,000 more and a little bit more than that with the 3%. Any comments from my colleagues? Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, the island was closed because of structural building renovations.
Mhm.
And I was told, and please confirm, that the volunteers, the gardeners, were working and keeping everything while everything was closed.
On the outside, yes.
On the outside, correct.
Yes.
Now my question is, could you explain the disparity? What if you were to receive the 30 or a portion of that additional 30, what would you use that for?
Well, one of the things that we really want to do is restore the island to the way it used to be. It had a very, very large presence in the community, actually since 1915, in terms of the association. The West Point owns the island, the association owns the contents of the house, and ran the programs. And we had a lot of donors, and we had a lot of community involvement. When the house shut down for 8 years, basically there was nothing except that the gardens did continue. So in order to do that, we would like to use the funds to pay docents, to have extra tours, to have extra school programs. I shouldn't say extra, to reinstate. We had 5 tours, 5 Saturdays last summer. We had 10 Saturdays this summer, plus the June 28th kickoff. So it's really to restore and get us back in business again, because we were out of the loop for 8 to 10 years. And then when the house was restored by West Point, in total renovation of $8 million, so they did put an investment into it. They also built an education center. And then we were all ready to open the house, which the association stored all the materials in a climate-controlled condition for 8 years. COVID hit. So then we were shut down again, so we couldn't open. So it's a matter of, engendering goodwill in the community and providing a vital service to be where we were.
and I would just, to put the nuts and bolts specifically, with a digital marketing background and working with the West Point Tourist company for the last decade or so, I feel this is a good time for us. We can use the money to promote ourselves digitally and through different virtual tours and options we can add along that line. So we do have some targeted workflows we want to implement to help to actively increase the marketing that we're doing and our outreach for both the community programs as well as for bringing in tourism from the city. If, just a reminder, we are located right at the end of Cold Spring Depot. Anyone who comes to the island now who doesn't enter through the boat comes right through town, comes right through the train. So it's a great opportunity to expand on what is offered for people, opportunities for the community, opportunities for visitors to expand upon what this great county has to offer.
If I may continue, with additional funding, would this be a one-time shot, or would this be something that you'd be looking for on a reoccurring basis?
I would say, in all honesty, ideally, this would be enough to give us enough to propel us back, and we can start making money and generating money and offering tour opportunities at a greater revenue to the organization, so that we wouldn't need to. I don't think we can say at this point, no, we will never come back and ask for more money.
No, but your intention is...
Our intention is to be completely self-sufficient and a money-making venture like it was a few decades ago. In a different way, right? It's a different time. But.
Any other legislator or on the committee or otherwise?
I have I'm trying to follow. Oh.
No, then
Okay.
I just want you to, I'll get you next. Okay. I want your hand to
What's in the tentative budget is $10,661. There's another line for Rev 250.
Right.
That, how much is it that? I don't.
10. Yeah.
That is going directly to Constitution Island? Okay. So it's.
To be used specifically for Rev 250 programs, which we would leave up to them to,
Right.
To
right.
decide what that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a great question. We are
Yeah,
working
I just need
to
to,
right
I
to
need
get
to
that.
clarify, because I don't have it in front of me, and I asked some questions earlier and just wanted to make sure that I'm following this correctly, because it's
Yes.
not all on one page.
That specific piece for Rev 250, we're working with George Whipple, and for the Rev 250 piece, that specific piece right there is so uniquely American, and where really the start of America came.
Yeah.
So we really want to do, with this year being Rev 250, really highlight that area and that particular piece of history. The Revolutionary War is not the only thing we highlight on Constitution Island, obviously. There are other things that we do as well. But that particular money will be earmarked to just really celebrate and promote Rev 250 things specifically.
Having spent a lot of time there and grown up there and seen it in its heyday when it was a really active place, that would generate its own revenue. I catered tons. I was, working in the restaurant business and catered tons of weddings there and events. And will it be open for rentals, for people to have weddings there, and private rentals for people to do their events there? And do you guys see that as that kind of place as well?
So that is a great question, and for full transparency, a lot is changing. West Point actually owns the island and the house. You're all aware there's a lot going on with budgets right now and money cut for them. So what the island will look like will be a bit different next year. The full-time caretaker who's lived there for the last 40 years, Roddy, right? He's a legend in himself. He'll retire and he'll leave the island in December. So I cannot, of course, speak for Garrison Command at West Point or anything like that, but I can say that I have had conversations with the Garrison Command and the possibility of the CIA possibly entering a contractual relationship with West Point, to similar to West Point Tours does on the west side of the river, and in which case there would be an opportunity to do that sort of thing, most definitely. Again, that all hinges on West Point, and I would never,
Can't step
speak
on
for
their
them,
toes.
but it doesn't look bad for us. It's a possibility.
It's a wonderful place.
Yeah, can you imagine, what could be,
To get there, we can't just take the train and walk there. Are you guys able to, are we helping out with the shuttle service?
We
that
do have a
goes there?
shuttle service. What we're also hoping with some of these additional monies is to enter into partnerships with third-party maritime providers or boats, because really the boat is a big part of coming.
The boat full-time.
Yeah.
But the government would pay for that, and that's will never come back.
Right.
So that's another opportunity, because it also gives a great way to touring the island is already fantastic, but when you can go to the river and you can see that bend and you can get kids or people excited about that and understanding how this really was the gateway to America and so uniquely American, it's
All of the
something we're
student tours
excited
used
about.
to, the children used to enter.
That was part of the
Taking the boat.
tour. A big
Yeah.
part of the experience
Yeah,
was
that was
having
one.
that river experience. I mean, we certainly hope that we can bring the river back as a really sustainable, usable form of transportation, not just for Constitution Island, but for Garrison and for Beacon and for Cold Spring and all along the river valley. But it starts with a little money. I get ahead of
Thanks
ourselves.
for clarifying all that. It's
Yes.
like I needed to piece it all together,
Yes.
so I have a clearer picture
Mhm.
now. Thank you.
Erin?
So I was going to ask about the federal side and if what they were going to contribute back, because I was doing some research. I saw that there was, for the was it the Warner House? There was it 3 million that they had
I
given?
think it was
towards-
5 million, actually,
Okay,
but maybe
I
it's
saw
it was a lot.
3 million they gave for that, and then about $250,000 they gave to reopen the island, right, for, but I didn't see any earmarks that were $237,000 for the reopening of Constitutional Island in 2024, right, you guys received?
No.
No, that might have been like directly to the island or simply.
That may have been part of their operational budget because the island itself is considered West Point property.
Right, so it
So
says that.
we don't maintain the grass, we don't pay the electric bill.
The bathrooms,
We
the
don't-
cleaning of the bathrooms.
Okay, so that would have gone towards the island, but not through you guys. You guys were
Correct.
specific to Rev 250.
Right.
Okay, and then did you guys put in any appropriations for Rev 250? Was there an earmark or anything through the federal government that you had asked for that you had yet to receive? Because obviously we know what's going on right now. We know what happened last year. So is there anything that you put in through?
No, there's not.
There's
no
not.
money at that time. I will say that if other things you may be aware of, the United States Army is getting out of the business of supporting museums, and they've closed quite a number. I think at least 50, might have been more. So with the budget constraints, I do not see us ever really getting support on a museum level, on a federal level, just given the climate.
But they maintain the property.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And the
I see
house.
the cost of that,
And the
as
house.
well as the liability and.
Yes,
Yeah, that
right.
stuff.
Mhm.
But in order to generate revenue and maintain, you have to generate revenue, right? So you're
Right.
gonna have to continue to have volunteers. So aside from Rev 250 this year, what are you guys gonna be able to do to get back up to, making it maintainable and
Sure.
having, I
Oh, great
guess what
questions.
I'm asking, we have Rev 250, then after that, if they're just maintaining it, what do you guys have to do to keep up the property and keep raising money and
So
keep
we have a tier
going
structure.
on?
So fortunately, we will never have to maintain the property other than CIA's personal property,
Right.
which is the stuff in the house.
And we do maintain that.
And we do maintain that, and that is an
I just want to
operational cost.
clarify, CIA is not the
Right.
CIA.
Yeah, not that CIA.
Military Institute of America.
Right, right.
No, it's the Constitution Island Association.
Okay, so
Yeah, and actually, we were the first one. I would just like to point that out. We're 127.
I think you were the second,
Yeah.
second CIA.
Yeah.
You were the first CIA was the Central Intelligence
The
Agency.
No,
Then you
no.
they
went-
came after us.
Really?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, they weren't.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Culinary came out of
You guys should have trademarked
Copyrights,
that.
I know. We could,
Trademark.
Yeah,
We
a
could save more
trademark,
money
yeah.
that way.
You would have been.
yeah.
But we take care of all of the items in the house. We've had chairs recaned, we've had mirrors refinished, curtains, faux beds in terms of, if you walked into the house, it's like walking into 1915. It's all of the original artifacts from the Warner sisters.
Mhm. But Erin, to also just finish out your question, so right now we have kind of a public tour that we've offered 2 days a month.
Right.
We hope to increase that, so that will change. We'll also want to implement a charter tour model, and this will be aimed at different, whether it's fourth grade is kind of our sweet spot given the curriculum in New York. At that particular group, but we also see opportunities for leadership development and other programs along that nature that support the original mission of our organization, which is really about ethical development. And,
Boy Scouts and Girl
historical-
Scouts,
Yeah.
several trips over to the island, historical sites, classes.
Ecology, sustainability.
Right.
These are.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not just a one-off and that you guys are able to continue to build
Sure.
and preserve the history that
Thank you.
is there, and also, continue to be able to showcase it throughout, not just, Putnam, but have it listed on the tourism sites year-round, and I think it's something that, I Love New York could probably, if they're not already doing it other than Rev 250, but,
Yeah,
push
we've
it, I
worked
know.
with tourism and the Historical Society in terms of posting all of our events for this year, and they've been very,
And the
very
schools,
helpful.
too. I know we did it as an 8th grade trip. We went down the Hudson River to West Point and visited, but it was great. But thank
So
you.
you can see that's where we are with the money. Either we kind of stay small in this little thing, and that's fine, but if we really want to implement some of these big dreams we have and some of these goals for the community, we would certainly appreciate any additional support you could give us.
Any other legislator or any member of the public have any comments or questions on the? Aye. Familiar face, Barbara Scuchamara, former legislator. Hello, Barbara.
Barbara Scuchamara. I just want to say that this island has made a huge transformation. Years ago, I would say 5 or 6 years ago, the house was condemned. No one could even walk in the house. And with the help of West Point and all the funding, it is now this beautiful home that's restored. The Warner sisters would be so proud. And they were the ones who did the song, Jesus Loves Me.
Oh, okay.
They started that. So this goes way back. And the sky's the limit now. I mean, we have an education center there.
Right.
Schools can come in and learn all the history. We have beautiful trails to walk around. The house is just beautiful. Like they were saying, all the artifacts are back in the house. So it's endless what they can do, the programs they can bring to the community and to the county.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public? No? Well, folks, thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you again.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice to see you all again.
What I'd like to do now is, why don't we go through the man in the front? Are you here for an outside agency?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Trish.
Oh, my God,
Lovely.
sorry.
That's real.
I apologize. Anybody else for an outside agency? Yes, ma'am. Why don't you come on up? Yep. Right there. Sorry about that, Trish. I apologize.
I have my hair up.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. How are you, and who are you here for? Sorry.
I'm Deborah Oswald. I'm the executive director of the Southeast Museum.
Southeast Museum, page 233, the next page. How fortuitous. Thank you for coming, and thanks for all you do for not only County Southeast, but also for the County of Putnam. I know you've got a lot of programs. I lived in town Southeast and have been to your museum several times. And I think I may have donated some plates from the 1750s.
What?
I owned the Fowler House for many years, and there was some wedding plates that were given to me by the owners and former owners. And I think I donated either to you or his county historian. Don't start a fight. I'll get him to solve it.
No, we're good
I know. I
friends.
think either you or the county
We're
historian.
like
might help you.
besties.
But welcome, please. Tell us a little bit, not only about the budget that you presented, but also anything else you might think would be helpful for us to know.
Thank you. So the staff and board of trustees of the Southeast Museum would like to express our profound gratitude to the Putnam County Legislature for the county funding that had made the following events and programs possible in 2025, as well as the upcoming events for the important Rev 250 celebration coming up in 2026. Southeast Museum programming, educational program, is now fully integrated into the Brewster Central School District. I presented to grades pre-K through 12. I work with teachers to align my presentations of local history to the social studies curriculum aligned with the New York State Social Studies curriculum goals and objectives. Our most recent school-based presentation took place last month at the Brewster Central School District Conference Room for grades 4 and 5 students from the C.B. Starr Intermediate School. To honor Constitution Week, this presentation explored the American Revolution. Southeast Museum collaborated with the Enoch Crosby chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution and the American Battlefield Association to bring a traveling exhibit of banners highlighting the contributions from lesser-known people from the colonies with an emphasis on people from the Hudson Valley. The traveling exhibit premiered at a well-attended open house held at the museum on September 6th, the day of the Brewster Rotary Fair. Faculty and staff from the Garrison School District traveled across the county to to bring their 7th and 8th grade students to see this exhibit at the museum. Southeast Museum also sponsored another very well-attended colonial copper punching workshop with the tinsmith James Colombo from the Sheet Metal Workers Union at the Putnam County Fair the weekend of July 26th and 27th under the History Pavilion. As a result of working side by side with historians from across Putnam at the fair, I now chair the Putnam County One-Room Schoolhouse Curriculum Committee, compiled of historians and educators from Kent, Patterson, Mahopac, Brewster, Putnam Valley, and Cold Spring. We're working with the Putnam County historian, Jen Cassidy, to research attendance records from the historic schoolhouses that once populated our county, with the goal of implementing this curriculum in schools across the county. In order to prepare for the upcoming 250th birthday of our nation, I now chair the Town of Southeast Rev 250 Advisory Committee, comprised of representatives from local government, the arts community, the history community, the business community, and now the Brewster Central School District, including the supervisor, Michelle Gosch. Together, we're planning events to celebrate Putnam County's contribution to this important milestone in our nation's history. As part of the Putnam County Rev 250 Committee chaired by George Whipple, Southeast Museum is organizing a December 31st, 2025 bell ringing ceremony to usher in our 250th anniversary as a nation. Houses of worship and government buildings across Putnam have been contacted, and the response has been overwhelmingly positive. Our goal is to give residents a chance to either participate in a midnight bell ringing celebration at the location of their choice, or simply enjoy the sound of Putnam County ringing in 2026. Southeast Museum will also host several traveling exhibits to celebrate Rev 250, including the General Israel Putnam exhibit currently on display at the Putnam History Museum, the Nicholas Fish exhibit currently on display in the Desmond Fish Library, a staged dramatic reading of the play Dirt, which explores the founding of Putnam County, and a book signing event by acclaimed historical fiction author Allison Pataki, daughter of Governor George Pataki, who co-chairs the Putnam County Rev 250 Committee with Mr. Whipple. Currently, students from the Green Chimneys program, as well as students from the Career Skills program at Brewster High School, are digitizing Southeast Museum's historic photo collection so that researchers worldwide may have access to our collection through a link on our website. In addition, students participating in the Brewster High School Senior Success Program are beginning the academic year choosing projects at the museum that will help them fulfill their community service hours required for graduation. Students interested in art and history are invited to research the life and work of the artist, and I'm going to butcher this name, I'm sorry, Jean-Léon Jerome Ferris.
That was good.
Thank you. Practice. Whose original paintings are currently on loan to the museum from the collection of the Ryder family of Star Ridge Road in Brewster. Ferris's work may be recognized by those of us who grew up with social studies textbooks, as his has portrayed such watershed moments in our nation's history, such as the Mayflower Compact, England's invasion of New Amsterdam, which would later become New York, Henry Hudson's journey up the river, for which it would later be named for him, the writing of the Declaration of Independence, Pocahontas, Hiawatha, William Penn, and the Gettysburg Address. This exhibit, in collaboration with the Brewster Chamber of Commerce, M&T Bank, and the Putnam County Savings Bank, will open on March 18, 2026. Brewster High School students will serve as tour guides for this exhibit, and I'm meeting with the faculty from Mahopac High School, my alma mater, this week to offer a similar senior project experience for their students. An exhibit on the history of the Girl Scouts of Brewster is currently being worked on by a troop of cadet scouts as their Silver Award project. Other scouts in this troop are planting gardens in front of the museum and at the Old Doansburg Church to honor such historic residents and visitors to Brewster as hymn writer Fanny Crosby, composer Charles Ives, and the women rights advocate Susan B. Anthony. Another Brewster School District student is ready to premiere his Eagle Scout project on the East Branch Reservoir, and this project will be viewed both at the museum and on our website. Southeast Museum has enjoyed a robust relationship with Putnam County citizens. Just this morning at the Senior Resource Fair organized by Assemblyman Matt Slater, I was approached by several programs who would like local history presentations at their facilities. In addition to a March 2025 well-received presentation to the Southeast seniors at their Lakeview Manor Clubhouse, I presented to the St. Lawrence O'Toole Senior Group last month. I have to make sure I'm very well prepared for topics such as the history and business of Brewster, because our senior citizens will call me out if I present inaccurate information on historic events when they, which they themselves were in attendance. I had presented to the late Joseph Cicolanti, I believe he was 98 at the times, and I was commenting on the equestrian at Sotheby House Circus, Lily Forepaugh, and I was talking about how she was from England and her opinions on animals, and he was like, oh, I know, I asked her. And I'm like, okay. So post-Rev 250, we've been awarded a grant by the Putnam Arts Council to record interviews with lifelong residents of Brewster, as well as the descendants of past residents for a Brewster oral history program. We will be collaborating with the South and Southeast Coalition for the Arts to record these interviews, which will be edited for a documentary to be premiered at the museum later in 2026. So we've been very busy, and I'm very grateful to the funding that you provide to the Southeast Museum. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't feel you've given us enough.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for everything you do, and thank you for being such a resource to the community. I'm a big local history buff. I think a lot of us are, but more importantly, especially with Rev 250 coming up, it's going to be even more significant. So I want to thank you for all the work you've done and continue to do. How old is the Southeast Museum? It's been around for quite a while.
1962.
1960, almost over 60 years. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleague legislators? Questions? Any comments from the public? No? Well, again, thank you very much. And thanks for coming out tonight and waiting for us. Thank you. Anyone else here from the contract agency? Please, come on up. And then I'll get to you guys over there, I promise.
Good evening. Stephanie Hubert from Cornell Cooperative Extension, and we're entering our 81st year of being a collaborator with Putnam County government. And I wanted to start by just reflecting a little bit more about what the chairman was stating earlier about contract agencies delivering services that the county government is unable to because of cost or expertise. And one of the proud statistics that I have is that over the year 2024, our trained volunteers have done in excess of 8,800 hours of community service, which means they've provided education to Putnam County, which if we look at the independent sector for 2024, it's approximately $327,854 worth of services that is not coming out of anybody's pocket because they're volunteers for cooperative extension. One of the other things that I just wanted to share is that in 2024, specifically because that's the latest year that we have all of the official data, we worked collectively with many outside organizations and the community and county departments for the Office of Senior Resources and other contractual agencies, and we delivered just about 12,000 free meals for individuals in need. And through an Ag and Market grant that we received, which was a $2 million grant that we wrote and received, we just closed out, we were able to put we were able to purchase from local farmers. So these are hyper-local farmers here in Putnam County and surrounding Dutchess. Approximately 219,000 pounds of food back into the local food system in Putnam County. And that went directly to help feed those individuals that either self-declared that they were food insecure or were actually diagnosed by medical providers food insecure.
Great. Thank you. That's very significant.
Yes.
I do note that your requested budget was $25,000 less than what the tentative budget reflects. I did speak with the county executive this morning. Apparently, if you could tell us a little bit about the Ag Navigator for the soil and water board, is it, or is it the district?
For ag and farmland protection.
Ag and farmland protection board.
Sure, absolutely. I think that we are all aware, over the past probably 18 months, there's been some controversy about agriculture in Putnam County, and as a result, the county exec earlier in the year asked for a roundtable for which he invited us, Cornell Cooperative Extension, as well as Ag and Farmland Protection board members, other county departments here, and Westchester County representatives and Dutchess County representatives. And there were numerous tasks that were developed that needed to be implemented as a result of this roundtable. And I believe 4 of them had already been implemented, but one of the takeaways from the roundtable was that there was an individual in Putnam County that could provide education to aspiring farmers and farmers that were interested in being part of the agricultural district. And so that is a service that both Dutchess and Westchester counties have full-time employees that provide technical assistance and education. And so we know that Putnam County has less than 100,000 residents, so we can't really compare apples to apples, but the county exec came to me during our budget defense, since we are the leader of research and evidence-based agricultural data, if you will, asked if we might consider funding a position or incorporating it into one of our current employees to provide those services that he had drafted up a potential position description and or tasks that he felt was appropriate based on the recommendations that were heard. That and that the county is unable to hire another employee for this particular position, half-time or full-time. And so we talked about those skills. I looked at what my current FTE was and whether or not we had an opportunity to take on those skills. And as a really a delightful collaboration, if you will, we do have a staff member that has expertise, and because of freezing USDA funds from the federal government, it does open up a portion of her 1.0 FTE, and so we will be working with the county providing agricultural services for Putnam County residents, about 30% of her time to the cost of $25,000 that the county would be putting into our agricultural appropriation.
So with this $25,000, I'd hate to see the $25,000 go to replace federal dollars for federal purposes. So will this employee be retasked to do specific Putnam County purposes as opposed to what previously was paid for by the USDA?
So that was only a grant that we received. That was not a continuing funding source. And so this particular individual is core funded, which means that my salaried individuals, if there are no grants that are out there, are funded through either what we have in the operating or the monies that we receive as appropriations from either the federal or state government.
Right. I guess if the...
So if the USDA grant was never an issue, we never got it or we finished it, that frees up this individual to go back to their plan of work, which we do every year, and look at deficits that are in the county through a needs assessment. So 30% of this individual's time now will be slated specifically for agriculture in the sense of implementing the tasks and acting as technical assistants for agricultural questions that come to our agency instead of calling soil and water or whomever else at the county that they may call.
So with the person's job description or job function
Will reflect.
would be an ag navigator type function for that 30%, or for whatever the amount the 25,000 pays for.
It's 30%, and yes,
okay.
that would be correct. That they specifically have tasks that the county exec has asked us. And so as an exchange for the 25,000 to help pay for, she'll be responsible for those.
Tasks that they're not currently doing.
Correct.
Perfect.
Correct.
Any member of the committee, Bill, then Greg?
I think it's a perfect fit, because you guys are the primary agricultural, operation in the region, and we need a position. We all know what happened the last year and a half, so I would support it. I think it's very good.
Thank you.
Greg?
Hi. Was the Agricultural Farm and Farmland Protection Board consulted regarding this position?
I can't answer that. It was the county exec who brought it to my attention. So whatever conversation that he had before he presented it to me, I can't speak to.
And you mentioned some other counties. Those other counties, the position, were they employees of the county or were they employees of the Soil and Water District in
No,
those
they were
counties?
county employees. So Dutchess County employs an ag navigator under their planning department, and Westchester County does the same. And so, full-time, but they also have a larger population. But my understanding is that the county exec and his staff called those two counties and sort of got some information about the tasks that their navigators provide, and then he put together a task list and presented it to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other legislators? Nancy?
Sure, I had a conversation with Stephanie about this position. I guess I thought that the position would be discussed in personnel, but I understand it's.
That's a good point.
Well,
You're
it is
absolutely right.
within their
That's a very good
budget, and
point.
their budget is inclusive to just them, so I understand. My concern is that members of the Ag Board, who I spoke to also, are not present to share their concerns. And I'm not gonna pretend to know or think I know what the outcome of this. I love providing resources to our farmers, and anybody that's going to help support figure this out, whether it's, advocating for farmers or proper land use, I think an ag navigator will do that. I know there were some concerns with members of the Ag Board, some members not. So the Ag Board hasn't provided us with a consensus, with a recommendation that they would like to see, because whatever, they weren't consulted with the county executive, but the Ag Board is really a component of the legislature. We appoint them. So without anybody from the Ag Board here to discuss it, I think we're going to discuss it again. It will probably come up again in personnel. Just full
Okay.
disclosure, I had
Yeah.
conversations with everybody, and
No,
I'm trying to
that's-
figure it out myself.
That's
before
totally
I,
fine. Yeah.
It's a very complex issue that we've been dealing with for
Yes.
a long time, and I want to make sure that I do the right thing. I want to give Cornell Cooperative everything they want, because it's a great program, but I also
Of
want
course.
to understand what the Ag Board, basically the Ag Board is charged with doing this work that the Ag Navigator would be doing. They're supposed to be doing that work that an Ag Navigator would be doing. And we really haven't allowed them to do that work over the years. So with this new configuration of the Ag Board, maybe, I don't know what the answer is, but I just want to keep having these conversations until I have to vote on the budget.
I think what might be good, I know personnel's coming up tomorrow night, which may be too soon, but we will, of course, next week be having a Budget and Finance Committee Diane, could I ask you to reach out to the Ag and Farmland Protection Board leadership and let them know of the dates for the Budget and Finance Committee meetings next week? I imagine the chair, which is our chair of our legislature, wouldn't mind them speaking to this.
That'd be great.
I'm not prepared to move any money right now, but I think a possibility might be, because this is such an important thought, and we have, before I got on in January and even into this year, this has been a front burner item with respect to our farms. The budget time, not that this is a huge policy shift, it's not, but oftentimes, as Nancy was saying, when there is something that is new and something that's important, we sometimes allow for that to be more fleshed out in the committee, the non-budget committee proceedings. So there might be an opportunity to maybe put this money in sub-contingency for the 2026 budget so that we can have a meeting in January. I'm not saying we're going to do that, but I'd like to get everybody to know about it. So
Yeah, I did not have any, I don't mean to interrupt, but
that's fine.
that's outside my
I get
purview,
it.
not knowing that who discussed what with
You
who.
wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. I agree.
And I hope we can all discuss it,
Yeah,
is
in
my goal.
the public, exactly. I think that's good. Diane, would that be okay? We'll reach out to them. Thank you.
Sure, yes.
Aaron, you had your hand up early, and then I think Amy did.
Thank you. No, I know the person that we're referring to, and that person is wonderful in both positions. The one that was unfortunately was no longer federally funded, provided a great service, but they're also very rich in knowledge and very passionate about this. And also, the person sits on the Ag Board as well, currently, and has since I've been on the Ag Board. So I think. And also, I believe, was at the round table that day too. And there was an ag navigator at that round table that day from Dutchess, who I've also spoken to since, and did give us a lot of information in fields that I feel we were lacking. I know Dutchess is very different, so is Westchester. And Putnam is very specific to what kind of county we are. And just, even if it's not a permanent position, I think it is something that it over the past couple of years, just seeing the turmoil would be nothing but beneficial to Putnam to have someone researching the information and guiding the Ag Board in 30% of their time. Because if they're not, they're just a bunch of volunteers that are doing it, and a lot of them are farmers that work really hard. Our meetings are 10:15 to 11:15 on the dot because they have things to do. So I do think that this is something that we need to consider. And I do agree with Nancy that, we do need to consult with the Ag Board, but it's not something that hasn't been discussed either. And there's been times where, the Ag Navigator has been called to, I know I have, for information, because that's all they do, especially in the other two counties. It's full-time. So even if it doesn't stick and it just guides us and gets us for a resolution and certain things that we need, I think that all in all is worth it. Just my 2 cents, but I appreciate it, and I'm sorry about the federal grant. That was a wonderful thing, and the seniors are really upset about it. So, I'm not going to go any further on that.
Maybe we'll be unpaused, so who knows?
But that was also a fantastic program that you guys did as well.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Amy, did I see your hand up or no?
No.
Okay.
But I mean, I think we do need to look into this further, and I do agree with Nancy that is something that I think our Ag Board should be addressing, and we should allow them to address that. I think they should. Isn't the Ag Board supposed to be our Ag Navigator for Putnam County? Are they not supposed to go to the Ag Board for their ag issues and direction? So I tend to.
Yeah, I hear you.
Feel that.
Any member of the public have any comments or questions? Yeah, please. Trish, I got it right this time.
Trish McLaughlin, and I am an Ag Board member who is present. And to Erin's point, we have discussed this at Ag Board meetings, and we know this is an area where we fall short. I'm pretty new to the board, and with everything that happened this past year, we really realized that we need some kind of, we've actually been discussing trying to make the application more clear. We literally went over it last session, and it's just things, you're looking at one thing one way, and does it mean this, does it mean that, and it's just can be very confusing. So we did feel that there needs to be something done to make it more clear, and I think this position might satisfy that. So we definitely would be open to it, to hear about that.
Thank you. Nancy, and then maybe we'll wrap it up with the.
I'm just going to put it all out there because that's what I do. I think some of the concern was this. Again, the Ag Board is under the purview pretty much of the legislature. This was a county executive initiative, but given to the Cornell Cooperative Extension. This employee will be under the, employment of Cornell Cooperative, under the, Stephanie will be their boss.
Correct.
They're obviously really wonderful, we all know that, but I think the concern is the Ag Board being independent of the executive branch, and now the executive branch is hiring an ag navigator to guide the Ag Board, which is under the power of the, not power, but appointed by the legislature. It's, so the fear, I think, with some people is that it will be controlled by the executive branch. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm just telling you, these are the conversations that I'm having, and this is what I've heard. And I've had that conversation with Stephanie, and this is a Cornell Cooperative employee, and what a great organization to help guide our farmers. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys all the information. I don't have an opinion about it. I'm not equipped to, make this decision right now.
Yeah, and I think, I'll get to you in a second. I think what we might wind up doing is let's hear from those folks at our, if they're available at the Budget Finance Committee meeting. And if need be, I think we should not have this money somewhere, but if we put it in sub-contingency while we're still thinking about it, because maybe a decision won't be made before November, whatever, when we adopt the budget. So, point taken.
Thanks.
Erin, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah,
if we could.
quick. I just wanted to say, it's almost like soil and water, right? In a sense, soil and water they can vote and make their own decisions, just like Cornell Cooperative does. When you're, I think, are the representative, right, for Cornell Cooperative, you make your own decisions. The Ag Board is just a liaison to the legislature. They help us. You guys vote, you make your own decisions, and then you come here once a year. So I can understand where you're coming from.
We can take the funding for that position away, or we can give it. The county executive can take that funding away for that position, or can give it. So I can understand the concern.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't want to think that it was strong arm, because I think this person is just wonderful.
All working, and everybody appreciates the expertise, which I don't have, so I'm not making that decision.
I guess stay tuned, I
guess. I didn't realize there was going to be such a discussion. Like I said, it was, I appreciate it.
Either. I think it's just a healthy discussion.
No, I guess I didn't anticipate having this discussion walking in. I made the uneducated assumption that all of this was discussed prior to me coming.
And I didn't think we were discussing it tonight. I thought it would be in personnel, but I see why it would be.
Yeah.
Just because it's a contract.
In the budget.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And it's not a controversial issue.
No.
You didn't raise any controversy. I don't want you to think you did.
No.
It's a good discussion. So thank you for that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, through the chair. Could we discuss it tomorrow in personnel?
It's up to the chairman of personnel, but keep in mind though,
because the money will be...
Keep in mind, though, we're not in charge of Cornell Cooperative Extension's personnel line.
Point.
This
They're not
person,
on, yeah,
That's my
they're
point.
not
this
a county
person
department.
could be,
We can
If
create
they-
a position.
could be a creative position in the county.
That's right, then
But
it
how
would
much are
be.
we gonna get for 25,000 as a county position and throw?
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
Paul, you're the chair of personnel, if you want to entertain it tomorrow as an item, certainly, I
don't see that
Can't.
it's under our
All right,
purview,
okay.
because it's not a
Okay, right.
county.
Okay.
Through the chair, that was
Personnel.
my point though
Right.
before, is that it wasn't, personnel wasn't under the county, it was under Cornell Cooperative, who comes in as an outside agency, so technically we can't really strong arm them. That was just my point.
No, I hear you, but, I hear you, but I want to hear from the ag folks too, just to see what they say. That's really
It is
good.
good strong.
So,
I do.
TBD. And thank you so much for everything Cornell does. You guys have been in this county for 60, how many years?
No, 81
81
years.
years. 81 years, okay.
That was the
Wow.
museum.
Yeah.
1944. Wow.
Yes.
Thank you for your hard work, Steph.
And we work, I just want to say that not only do we work with the majority of the outside agencies, we have excellent relationships with DPW, parks, tourism, OSR, DSS. I mean, we are integrated into many of those programs, as well as provide services in each of the 6 school districts in Putnam County. We're a staff of 8.
Mr. President, we understand. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steph.
Folks in the back, you had your hand up, sir?
Of course.
Outside agency?
Yes.
Come on up. Thank you. If you wouldn't mind introducing, and welcome first of all, if you wouldn't mind introducing
Thank
yourself
you.
and telling us what agency you're with.
Kevin Price with Putnam History Museum, Executive Director.
New executive director.
6 months.
New.
6 months.
Welcome.
Yeah.
First of all, for my colleagues, it's on page 231. And before we dive into the budget, would you like to tell us a little bit about what your organization is doing? I've been to your,
Absolutely.
To your facility in Cold Spring, and I've been to some exhibits you have, so it's nice to finally meet you in person.
Thank you.
Go right
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Glad to be here as well. Let me just start off by saying that the Putnam History Museum has been in existence since 1908. Started off as, its charter was from Department of Education as the Putnam History Society. And then, of course, it transformed its name into the Putnam History Museum. I want to also just kind of reiterate some of the comments that were made earlier about the importance of whether it's history, heritage, or arts within Putnam County. The work that we do, we contribute significantly to the quality of life for people who live here, as well as to tourism. And I think the quality of life aspect is really important. You can have the most beautiful place to live, and if there isn't the quality of life, people don't want to stay. And that has a huge impact when you're talking about trying to attract people to a county. So, as well as the tourism part, people who live here, yes, they pay for services at many of our programs, but the tourists who come in also pay money for the services that we provide and really contribute to the sales tax dollars. So I think it's a big factor that needs to be considered. The Putnam History Museum, for the last few years has been flat funded, and of course I do know from the county exec that he has basically thought about a 3% increase after a few years of flat funding. We did ask for a significantly larger increase. But I think one of the things that might be overlooked about the work that we do, we are a museum, we provide exhibits, but we also provide history tours throughout the county. We work with school districts providing tours and educational programs for the schools. And in the work that we do, we collaborate with a multitude of organizations, and I think that's maybe part of the history that has not been told about what we do. And we work with libraries throughout the county. We have worked with Cooperative Extension. They partner with us on some of our history hikes that we do. We talk about the history. They talk about the plants and the trees, and provide a little bit more color to the conversation in a different way. Southeast Museum that was here, we partner with them. Many times, some of our exhibits that we actually have been funded to create, we then just pass those exhibits on to Southeast, as well as to some of the libraries to exhibit in their locations throughout the county. We don't ask for any sort of return. It's been funded for, been created, so we pass it forward. We've worked closely with the Arts Council. They've funded some of our projects. We've worked with Bosco Bell. In the past, we also worked with CIA, as well as the Theater Alliance.
Not the FBI, though, right?
Not the FBI. The Theater Alliance, talking about Rev 250, we jumped out very early. My predecessor was working on Rev 250 back in 2003. And we started with basically a project of women in the Revolutionary War. And we basically received funding from two different sources. We then basically put out a call to local artists and sculptors, and we funded basically artwork to kind of represent women in the Revolutionary War. When that project was finished being shown at the Putnam History Museum, it went to Southeast Museum and then was shown there, and then they returned some of those works to us. So that's just one example. The Theater Alliance, we worked with them very closely on their production of Dirt, which was basically a Rev 250 focused.
Could I stop you there, only because somebody else had mentioned Dirt. That's a play about the founding of Putnam County? Did I hear that correctly?
It is.
Wow, I didn't
It was
know
really
that.
great. They performed it at the Depot Theater.
And it goes into the reasons why this county was created? Is that, is this sort
Not
of like a
necessarily
Hamilton for
the
Putnam
reasons,
County?
but all the different people behind, that were involved in the early part of Putnam County. So it talks about all those different individuals, and actually there's going to be brought back again next year,
Let me know, but I mean,
only as a
put it on
reading.
tape, I'd love to see it.
Dirt.
Yeah.
Can I just
What's the acronym for
add
that?
to that?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just, there's another, it's not a program, it was what they did at the Chapel Restoration. They did an improv night where these actors came into the History Museum, researched, just pulled like old newspaper articles from the 1800s or something. And right then and there, they pulled the newspaper article and did an improv thing about just that article, right on the spot. Like they read the headline and they performed a whole play about that on the spot. So that, they had to spend hours at the museum researching what they were going to choose. So
Exactly.
it's just really cool.
No, I'd like to know when that's, not to put it on you, but I'm going to keep my,
I'll
I'm
have
going
to
to keep
tell
my,
you.
yeah, I'd like to see that, because that sounds like it's
The actual play won't be brought back, just the reading of the play because of the expense. And so Southeast will be doing it next year, and we're in Bosco Bell. We're talking with Bosco Bell, partnering with them, because they actually have a better location if we're doing the reading than we do. So, but, so it should be coming up next year at some point. I'm not exactly sure the dates.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
That sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
So you've kept at level funding in the tentative budget. You did come in a little bit higher,
We did.
95,000, and I guess that just goes to a lot of the things you don't ask, you don't get.
Right.
Get that. Okay. Any comments from my colleagues on the committee or the legislature as large? Yeah. Right?
So there's, the difference between your ask and the tentative is about $27,000.
It's about 30.
If you were to get some of that, what additional programming or features would that allow you to provide?
Well, the additional funding, was primarily to basically safeguard our education position that we have, which was brought on in 2003, and we have funded that through various grant sources and so forth. But some of the museum-related grant funding that is a federal pass through to the state has been impacted with some of the changes at the federal level, and so this year particularly that was a concern. As in the budget package I put forward to the county exec, basically said, we'd like to have this increase, to safeguard that, as well as, other operational needs, as well as program needs. But it was particularly the education piece that we were looking at the most. And we would continue to basically source other grant funding as well as donor funding, and then basically continue to work with our members to keep that revenue source coming in. But that the education component has really helped us vault forward as an organization. For years we've done really good work, and it's myself and the education position that are the two full-time staff. We have 5 other part-time people, but that ranges from 10 hours to 25 hours in those part-time people. So on a yearly basis, we put out 45 programs throughout the year, which is exhibits, lectures, history hikes, throughout the year with basically 2 people. And it's a lift we do, and we do well with, but I think going forward we can do so much more if we keep that education position in place. and to continue building those collaborations and being a resource.
Any other legislative comment? Nancy?
I just, again, reworking notes from the past, and as you know, I advocate strongly for these organizations in general, the cultural organizations, and I believe that historically, these organizations have received very modest allocations, if not flat allocations, through our outside agency line, and in the past when we didn't have that line, when it was generated just in the fund. But I think they need this funding, and we need to show good cause, because their leveraging of state grants and, well, we can say goodbye to federal grants, and that's a big concern, but they need to show that we're contributing in order to leverage those state grants through Council on the Arts, Hudson River National Heritage area, and New York State Office of Parks and Recreation. I think they, not just the Putnam History Museum, but in general, because I don't think any other organizations are going to come before us. The museums like Constitution Island and Southeast Museum are the stewards of our shared story, from the Continental Army's defenses at West Point, Constitution Island, to the Hudson Highlands' role in the early American industry and art, which is what the Hudson River Valley is all about. So we know from my past pitches how they are such a tourism driver, and contributing to educational outreach and preservation of our shared story and community assets. So I'm glad to see that you're hopefully getting an increase. I'd like to always see more, because I don't think we understand how much of an economic driver these organizations are. And that's not the bottom line for me, but it does go a long way. I know for as much as we spend on arts, education, and culture, we get so much more back economically.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I said it before. I think not only for cultural and educational expenses, but also tourism, for sure. Every nickel we spend comes back dressed up as a quarter. So,
and not to compare these organizations, but I know firsthand that this organization, the Putnam History Museum, does do a lot of, I'm going to say, aggressive work in getting private funding. They do a lot of fundraising, and I like to see that when I'm using public funds for an organization, that they work really hard. For every dollar we give them, their volunteers and their staff doesn't have to spend all that time and effort getting that private funding, which is often really hard to get to.
Thank you for that. Because the one other comment I was going to make is that my time here in Putnam County has been short. I spent 25 years in working in Shenango, Delaware, and Otsego counties.
Cool.
Those counties do not have the opportunity that Putnam County has. They're beautiful counties. They have some tourism, but since I've been on board here, Putnam County is the crossroad. There's so much cross traffic going through from Westchester to Dutchess from the city. The opportunity to capture that traffic, not just for Putnam History Museum, for all of the organizations in this area, and it's such a boon for this county. It's an opportunity that it gets overlooked. It could be a missed opportunity.
From the leather stocking region, it's a beautiful region.
It is.
Really is.
Fishing region.
Fishing too.
It is.
Paul?
Yep. Just a question, because you brought it up earlier. You mentioned that you generate sales tax dollars. How much in sales tax revenue do you generate every year?
Not us directly, it's indirect, but basically by the individuals. Through the tourism. So it's not us
The
directly.
tertiary effects, through people coming to see
you have no way to estimate it?
No, we don't. We do have a sense of, people who come to the museum and people who sign up for our programs who are not residents. And we do actually, on our mailing list, we have a fairly large number of people who are in New York City. We actually have, people who are, outside, down Long Island on our mailing list. And we actually have a few people from Connecticut on our mailing list that come to our programs,
And when they do, they buy gas, they purchase food.
I almost said that's where I live.
Almost you just
Walk out my door, yeah, I'm on the border.
Well, some people kid about the fact that they can so easily drive across the border and shop in Connecticut because it is so close when you're on the eastern side of the county.
Not to pick at a scab, but their sales tax is lower than Narragansett.
But if I may, there are a lot of resources and studies that show, I think Pattern for Progress has some, that show for every dollar spent on tourism and cultural organizations, the sales tax revenue that's generated from that. So I can...
As a multiplier.
Yeah, and then there are, I don't know how recent the studies are, but I've definitely addressed them in my previous advocacy for these organizations. I can pull it up if you want me to look.
We have
Not tonight. Any other time.
Anybody in the public have any comments or questions? Well, welcome to Putnam County. You say 6 months you've been here?
6 months.
Well, welcome, and thank you for doing the job you do, and thank you for coming here tonight and waiting for us for 2 hours. We appreciate it. Thank you. Any other outside agents? Yes, please, join us. If you wouldn't mind stating who you are and where you're from. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Martha Elder. I'm the Executive Director and Co-Founder of Second Chance Foods. So you have all the numbers in your budget, but last year...
243, just for my copies, page 243.
Last year, the county executive put us in the budget for $10,000. That was the amount that was approved by the legislature. But then last month, we were awarded another $10,000 off the contingency line for outside agencies. For 2026, county executive told us he put us in the budget for a 3% increase. So this amounts to $10,300. As I look at the 2026 budget, I don't see any money in the contingency line for outside agencies. Is that correct?
Yeah, last year was done a little differently. This year, all of the tentative budget numbers are in the tentative budget. I wasn't here last year. I don't think we want to get too deeply into it, but last year there was, if I'm correct, in the tentative budget, there was some monies for increases to outside agencies. And that was dealt with during this budget year in this committee, and with that roughly $70,000, we increased certain existing outside agencies and then started to fund new outside entities. So the short answer to your question is there is no contingency money. Everything is that the county executive is in his tentative budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that effectively means that our funding from the county is being cut by almost 50% for 2026.
Was $10,000 of that a one-time grant for a fridge from ARPA funds? No, it wasn't.
No,
Okay.
we also got some ARPA funds, and we purchased 4 freezers, which are all full.
Okay. Okay, one thing I think we should remember is that you can view it as a cut, or you can view what we did this year as an extra increase, one-time increase. To say we're getting cut perhaps might not express the right level of appreciation of the support that the taxpayers have for this. There are many other food pantries in Putnam County that do not get any money. One of my parishes that I represent does not get any money. So
which parish do you represent?
Well, I represent the towns of Brewster, well, the village of Brewster, the town of Southeast, and also the town of Carmel. And you're going to say St. John's has a food pantry that you probably get. I know you work with them.
We support every food pantry in Putnam County.
But there are other people who are food insecure who we're not reaching out to outside of those food pantries. So I just wanted us to temper that we shouldn't view it as a cut and necessarily something bad, but another positive way to view it is that this year there was an extra grant, not grant, but an extra contract from the taxpayers that shouldn't be taken as okay, now we're going to do zero-based budget after that, okay? This year was a little unique because there was that contingency money, and part of the fear, quite frankly, that some of my colleagues had in spending that extra sub-contingency money is that we would get reactions exactly like the one you just gave me, and I sympathize with that. But You know, on the one hand, when somebody comes to us 2 months ago and says, please, we want this extra money for a very worthy cause, to come back, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but to come back 2 months later and say, well, now we're getting a cut. It'll kick me in the pants then for doing what I did 2 months ago. You know what I'm saying? So let's just keep that in mind.
Yeah, so.
But you're still talking. I didn't want to interrupt, but I just want to put a little perspective on that.
Yeah,
And I do recognize the very important task that you do, and I'm sensitive to it.
Yeah, so I appreciate that perspective, thank you. I will point out that $10,300 is about 1% of our budget in Putnam County for our programs.
Yeah.
Just started to look a little bit at other 990s, and other organizations are getting 20-30% of their budgets from the county. So I would just invite a little bit of equity, perhaps, as we look at funding levels. Second Chance Foods, we have 16 access points across Putnam County. Through August, we've already distributed 170,000 pounds of groceries to all of your constituents and over 100,000 meals through September. We're in the senior centers, we're in libraries, we're at Cove Care, we're in every food pantry, the soup kitchen, Brewster Care's homeless program. We support the homeless families placed in motels by Department of Social Services. Adult Protective Services is at our facility every week picking up meals and groceries for their clients. We are everywhere in Putnam County, and $10,000 is a drop in the bucket. We were impacted by that USDA funding. I think I told you we lost about $70,000 of promised money to us from that USDA grant being suspended. They suspended it instead of holding it, because then you can't fight it if it's just suspended. We work, thank you for saying that about the fundraising, we work incredibly hard to fundraise from individuals, from foundations. We're just working to diversify our funding so that we can continue to support the constituents, the citizens of Putnam County. This is the great majority of our services. We're in 5 counties. Putnam County is my home. I want to serve my home. And we can only do that if we have funding, and we need to diversify our funding just to make sure that we can continue to do what we do. So far, I've only really even talked about like the hungry people. I haven't even touched on the environmental impact of food waste. It's enormous. So the healthcare we're providing, we talk about like money that comes back from supporting cultural organizations. Well, I'll give you the MasterCard commercial instead. The funding that we get means nourished seniors, it means nourished children, it means nourished disabled people, and that is priceless.
I agree, and thank you for all you do. I've been to one of your fundraisers last year, and was very impressed with the food. You served the food that you actually served your clients.
Yes.
And I was very impressed with its quality and its bountifulness. It was a great program, and I look forward to going to your next fundraiser as well. And thank you for everything you do for the county. And any member of the committee have any comments or questions? Any member of the legislature? Paul?
Thank you. This is going to be really popular because I'm going to disagree with everybody. And you were not here last year. Last year's budget process was a complete disaster when it came to outside agencies. County executive left all the outside agencies at level funding and then handed us a bucket of money that we were to disperse, and there was no way to disperse that money equitably. So I disagree with you when you say that this is not a cut. I think it is a cut. If we started out at 10,000 and gave this organization 20,000, and now we're going back to 10,300, it's a cut, okay? I disagree with you respectfully when you talked about agencies getting county funding as a percentage of their overall budgets. We're not here to fund a certain amount of the budget of outside agencies. We're here to support you. I certainly appreciate all the work that you do for the people who live in Putnam County. And I know they're probably outside. It's never easy to raise money. There's so many agencies, having been involved with not-for-profits, there are only so many wallets to grab from, and those wallets only have so much within them. So I certainly appreciate that, but I don't think that it's up to us to find out what your budget is and then fund a percentage of it. I certainly think that we should at the very least give what we gave last year. Sorry for disagreeing with everybody.
No, that's fine. It's a healthy discussion.
You never say sorry to me. I disagree with you.
Tony?
Thank you. I will attest to the fact of the hard work that your organization does. During COVID, we worked together, and still to this day, every Wednesday, you bring, was it 90 boxes we have now?
Yeah, it
About
serves
90.
serves 370 people.
Serves 370 people every Wednesday out of the Mount Carmel Baptist Church, still volunteers are doing it. This is 5 years now that we're doing this, yeah. So it's a great organization, you do wonderful things, not only here in Carmel, but like you said, all throughout Putnam County. I want to thank you for all that. And I do agree that we should possibly give a little more money here. So I don't know how everyone else feels.
Nancy?
I feel like we just did this about an hour ago with Putnam recreation programs with no questions asked, because their original budget was 15,000, and we took 10,000 out of the sub-contingency budget at Legislator Yonke's request, and we just had this discussion less than an hour ago with no questions asked, and we restored their funding to what they got in 2025. So I'm hoping that we can at least restore funding for Second Chance Food to what they received in 2025. Constituent said to me the other day, we were talking about food programs. This is a constituent who grows food on town-owned property. They pay for it themselves, they do everything themselves, they don't ask for any funding. And she said, Nancy, we have a health department, we have a social service department, we have a police department, we have no food department. You know, we have no food security in this county. And these outside organizations like Cornell Cooperative and like Second Chance Foods and all the food pantries that Cornell Cooperative and Second Chance Food support, you know, are doing the good work that if we didn't have, we would otherwise be facing major consequences in our health department, in our social service department without this food security that they provide. So my request for this committee is to pass a resolution tonight to restore that funding to what it, I don't even know what page we're on, what it
We're on page 243.
To what it originally was in
243.
2025, and, you know, give them that extra 10,000, I'm not saying extra, give them that $10,000 that they received in 2025.
Let me recognize.
Thank you.
Amy?
So, when I look at the budget, I look at it as, this is taxpayer money, this is what I'm taking out of everybody's pocket in the county, including, you know, I would say that little old lady, which is, you know, far behind, collecting Social Security and standing in line to buy eggs, has to pay the increase on eggs. And I always go back to food, like that's the most important thing for people to survive. I think this is a worthy cause as far as, you know, I think it's a basic in life. I mean, and you're gonna all be upset with me about this too, I think we're funding Putnam Arts Center, but a lot of other cultural organizations are not as important as food. And I think for the rest of us to chip in and help pay for somebody's food when they have total food insecurity is certainly worthy of the legislature. And I would put that as a priority. I think we have to prioritize. You know, we can't just pass out money to everybody because it affects everybody, but I think our priority should be health and food. And that's where I am.
Laura?
I obviously support your program. I've been there to volunteer. I've gone to Trader Joe's, picked up food that was going to go in the garbage because it's not sellable to the average shopper. Even though it still has a good shelf life on it, it's not sellable. And then gone to the place to drop it off and watched stock being made for soups and stuff like that. So I know you guys do a lot with a little. It's a program that I'm proud. And I know a lot of people, from seniors to just the average family that can't afford food, get meals. So I thank you for that.
I'll also just point out that because we're renters with a triple net lease, we pay about $15,000 a year to the county and the school and the village in taxes. So even if you give us $20,000, $15,000 of that is going back to the school and the county and the village.
All good and valid points, very much so. With that in mind, I'll make a motion to increase the tentative budget by $9,700, which would bring it up to the $20,000 that's in the revised budget. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion by any member of the legislature or any member of the public? Roll call vote.
Legislator Elner?
Yes.
Legislator Goulman?
Not at this time, I'm going to do more research.
Chairman Birmingham?
Yes. Thank you for coming here tonight. Appreciate it.
Open invitation,
you.
please come
Yes.
start work. Thank you.
Thanks, Monica.
Yeah.
Any other outside agencies here? Any contract agencies? All righty. Since, let's see, what are we going to go to next? Well, first of all, okay, there's no other outside agencies. That doesn't mean, I know, oh, there is. Well, Nathan, she already spoke. What do you mean?
No, she's here for the Board of Ethics, and she's got a long way to go.
Oh, that's, well, that agrees. Well, they're at the county department, but,
Yeah.
okay.
Furthest away.
But let me just.
I am the furthest away.
You are the furthest away. Let's just wrap up the outside agencies first. Any legislator, caught you an opportune time, Nancy, I'm sorry. We have CPAD, we haven't talked about Garrison Arts Center, Boston, Phillipstown Behavioral Health Club, the German American Club. We have varying degrees of funding or non-funding for those. Career with people with disabilities, that was a big topic earlier this month. The Association of Counties, it is what it is, let's just skip that one. Anybody want to talk about any one of those outside agencies?
Well,
Bill.
The German American Social Club in Putnam Valley.
247 folks. Page. Yep.
They're requesting a one-time $10,000 amount of money. Currently, they are a cooling center in Putnam Valley, and they're a warming center in Putnam Valley also. They bought a generator to be able to do these things, and many times in the last few years, when the power's gone out, they have been a big asset for individuals in Putnam Valley and the surrounding community. And what they want to do with this money is fix up their kitchen so they could also supply food for people that go to these, go here during a warm time and cold time. So I think it'd be a great thing to give them a $10,000. I would be supporting this.
Yeah, the county executive and I spoke about this morning. They requested zero. They in tentative budget, it's at $10,000. I agree with what Bill's saying. Little bit of history here. I think that generator was purchased a few years back in anticipation of this. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, it's nothing nefarious, I'm sure. The county just never came through with funding. And although we do have a cooling and warming center already in Putnam Valley with respect to the senior center there, a county senior center, this would actually save the county some money in the sense that we wouldn't have to open that up with county staff or with as many county staff as we might need to if this is there. So I don't disagree with Bill.
You're absolutely right, but the cooling and warming center really closed at a certain time.
Yep.
Where
Okay.
this place stays open as long as there's people in there.
Yeah, that would be even better. Any other comments on this from anyone?
I could support Bill's statement that if someone sneezes, the power goes out in Putnam Valley, so this is mandatory.
There's a lot of trees in Putnam Valley, so the limbs come down.
Yeah.
Good. Erin?
No, I agree with it too. I think that the prior administration had funded this generator, and with the idea that this was going to be a warming center, And I think it, like, I know where I live in Mayapack, same thing. If you sneeze, everything goes out and you can't make a phone call. So without having to have county employees there and have volunteers there, it is important. And I think it's a one-time, deal. It's not something we're going to be doing every year, and I think that it's important.
So,
Amy?
yeah, I'm just wondering, how many warming centers are in Putt Valley? How many warming centers do you have there?
The senior
library?
center,
One.
which closed at a specific time, and that's really about it. Sometimes the fire department opens, but, the German American Club is the main one.
I'm just curious. I mean, I'd asked for ARPA funding for the Mayapack Library for a generator, which was denied. And because they're a warming center, they're a place of gathering, and
Our library
the county
is really too small to.
wouldn't fund that. So, I don't have any because we have warming centers in Mayapack. So, and it's not an official warming center, so they were not going to fund it. So I'm just wondering why this one is special. And I know they do catering there. I don't want to go against, because I've been there many times. I really enjoy it. They're fixing their kitchen more for catering or for warming center. So, I mean, I have the Italian American Club in my district. I'm sure they could benefit a lot from funding like that. They do a lot of catering there. They'd be great for them to have a generator as well. I mean, we're talking about equity, and
If I-
and I do.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I do support the German American Club, but I don't know that this is a county funding.
Yeah, I want to bring us back to the original, and again, this on just 1 out of 9, but my original thoughts on contract agencies is that, we want every not-for-profit corporation and entity in Putnam County to do well and to have as much money as they want, but what we really want to keep our eyes on is what is the county purpose here. And I know we've got the Kohler Center in Mahopac. I know we've got the fire department, I think, functions in that. Perhaps I could be wrong on that. I wasn't here when there was a request for the library to get that generator, so I can't really speak to that. But from my perspective, and again, I'm just 1 out of 9, let's keep our eye on, I'm going to keep my eye on the ball with respect to what's the county purpose here. And again, just 1 out of 9, I can see the county purpose here. Nancy?
I understand what everybody's saying, and while I don't love, funding a private organization, what is the county purpose here? It's partnering with a resource, and the county purpose is, there are no resources over there. There are no county resources in Putnam Valley. There's very few in Phillipstown. A generator to appease like some kind of health safety issue is fine by me.
I don't disagree. Any other comments?
If I could,
Yeah,
just to clarify, there already is a generator there. This money is for administrative purposes
No.
or
No.
kitchen improvement purposes, so they can fund. I'm a little,
Yeah, you're right, the generator's already there. This is not a reimbursement for that at all. What it is for, if we take a look at the budget books for the outside agencies and speaking with the county exec, it's for with respect to their kitchen area when they are operating as a warming or cooling center, so that they can have enhanced facilities to do that. Right now, I'm not sure they have that to operate fully as a county warming or cooling center. We had a member of the public in the back, and then we'll come to Tony.
Oh, no, I'm fine. No,
Okay.
I'm good.
Sir, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the podium.
Well, good evening all. Tommy Regan, Town of Southeast. Like anything in life, sometimes we forget the lessons that we've learned in life, but my observation here tonight is that I just heard in the previous item discussed a one-time charge that has now become a charge that will, in all likelihood, be there. So the discussion that this is a one-time charge for the particular kitchen/generator that we're talking about here, we just had an example right there of something that was supposed to be a one-time charge and now probably historically will grow from that. So I want to point back to that one as an example, that maybe this is not the best way to fund the kitchen renovation for the German American Club. Thank you.
There's nothing as permanent as a temporary government program.
There's Dan's dad joke
No, it's not. That's unfortunately a sad fact of life.
Yeah.
But anyway, any other comments on this or any other outside agency?
Well, there are some concerns about outside agencies that,
Okay.
you know, again, we're funded and are not funded now. We're funded in 2025 and are not funded in 2026. Drawing on Boscobel on page 245, who again, you know, will also be a big part of Rev 250. I know there's probably funding in the Rev 250 line
There is.
for Boscobel.
Yeah, if you take a look at 245,
10,000.
Yeah.
it's, if you take a look at 245,
There's one.
there's the county contribution at line 54,950. And then if you go down below, there's also, do you see it in the same page here?
Yeah.
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 And that, they requested 20, you're right, but they're getting the same amount that they got in the revised budget.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem, no problem.
Garrison Art Center.
Page 244, right above it. Yeah, they did get, you're right, they did get $10,000 in the revised budget. They requested 50 in 26.
Nobody's telling them what they, you know, nobody's giving them a cap on what they can request, so
Oh, I know,
people are gonna ask.
I'm not, you don't, like I said, you don't ask, you don't get, I get it.
Oh, they've got zero.
Aaron, did you have a question?
I have two things. I feel like these people should be here to represent themselves if they want to ask. And I'm not knocking anybody, but I do feel like that's been a bone of contention in the past. If, you know, they should be here to represent themselves. The Arts Council were put off for months because they weren't here at one point, or longer than months. So, you know, why are we doing this? And also, I feel bad for Barbara sitting back there because she is here and we're going through people that didn't have the decency to show up tonight.
Well, we passed through Putnam
Yeah,
Recreation, nobody showed up. There are several agencies that have
No, I
nobody
agree
here.
with you. I just feel like it's getting late and
Well, government is hard work. I'm not
agree.
I'm not gonna blow past agencies.
I'm not
funding that
suggesting.
They took a lot of time to fill out. I have all of the paperwork that every single outside agency submitted, and every comment is how time consuming it is to request $10,000 and the amount of paperwork that they have to do, and the staff that requires to submit this information. So,
And I'm sure they.
are we going to have do you want to bring them up now and then finish outside agencies?
Yeah, I think we could do that.
Okay.
You know, we've got a lot of department heads here. We can see Matt. Matt, you're still on the next meeting, so don't you know.
Gosh,
it's,
I'm so sorry.
We're going out for drinks later.
We
That's
are,
all I
we
gotta
are.
say.
Why don't we do this, just
I
to
know.
wrap up the Garrison Arts Center, and then we'll come back to the others and revisit this even if you want to.
Yeah, I'm
But-
sorry. I mean,
But
it's like
with
this is the
respect
way these
to,
go, guys.
Nancy, with respect to Garrison Arts Center, and again, I'm not the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, but to the extent you want to make a motion at that committee, maybe ask them to come to that. And I know they probably went to the county execs meeting and they filled out paper, but, you know, in the spirit of keeping them even funded, and again, Tommy, to your temporary government program, I get it, but if they want to make a case, I'm willing to listen to them.
Okay.
Let's pause on that on outside agencies for a moment. Barbara, Board of Ethics, come on down. And for my colleagues, that is on page 35 and 36.
I don't remember this. This is too late.
Yeah. We have an 11 o'clock rule. We still have to look at that.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, actually, you are on page 36, yes.
Paul is out of town, so we must wait.
So welcome. First of all, thank you for the work you guys do. We know you guys are volunteers as well. So thank you for that. And would you like to, before we jump into line by line, not that we'll go line by line, would you like to
Well,
talk
I'm just
about-
here for the ethics.
Right, that's what I'm talking about, yep.
25,000.
Oh, okay. Let's jump right into that then.
That's for outside counsel.
Right. I see that we funded 2025, $10,000. 7,600 of that was spent. You requested zero, but the county exec gave 25,000. And I'm not asking you to read his mind, but any idea why he?
Well, because we're anticipating that this is going to take longer than we thought, so.
Why didn't you request it in the
I don't know why Paul.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there, but it was mentioned at the State of the County in March about putting some funding in the legal line for the Board of Ethics because, they review confidential cases regarding all of us. The administration, the legislature, other elected officials.
You mean
Yeah, whatever.
information.
Right, confidential
We all
information.
have to submit our disclosure form.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But that's, we don't need lawyer to review those.
No, but if there's any complaints or something, then you do.
Okay. Great.
Through the chair, Heather, directed to you. If the Board of Ethics wants to hire an attorney, does that outside counsel have to be approved by the law department?
No.
No, the law department doesn't approve it. The law department does the contract for it. So it has to be signed off on.
No, I just want to make sure that the Board of Ethics is complete
Yeah, they're independent.
control and that they are
That's why-
independent on choosing their
That's why
outside
it's
counsel.
independent, because it's something separate. So the law department just has to, sign the contract and you have to appropriate the funds.
Which in essence, we're doing in advance here, putting in budget money.
That way we don't have to come back and ask for funds if that 10,000 runs out, which it will by the end of the year.
At this point, you don't even have 10,000.
Right,
You didn't have a question.
7 left.
This year's 10,000, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
yes. Erin, you had your hand up?
Do we have bills that are left unpaid still?
No.
We do, everything is paid and caught up to date?
Mhm.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Bill?
I believe they should be independent. If they have to go to the legislature to ask for more money, they're not independent. They're dealing with the people who have the purse strings. And we saw this when we went through this last year. Some of us wanted to unfund them totally, and I suggested 25,000, and we agreed to 10,000. So I believe 25,000 is a good number, and hopefully they can fit within that 25,000.
Through the chair, may I?
Yes.
The county code specifically specifies that the ethics board comes to the legislature for appropriations, and those appropriations shall not be unreasonably withheld, is the language. So they are independent insofar as that it's just sort of an oversight, but it's supposed to be.
But here, they didn't come to us for anything, it's the county executive who did.
I'm not commenting on
Okay.
anything beyond that. I'm just letting you know what the law says.
Okay, thank you.
Just clarify the line.
Aaron,
So we're on the
I'm
same
sorry,
page.
Amy, then Aaron.
Just clarify the line, though. that
Oh,
we're
I'm sorry,
looking at.
we're on
Page
page
37.
37, no, I'm sorry, we're on page 36, line 4125, second one down in the, it's right above it says personnel, maybe that's why it's misleading.
No, it's just.
But at the bottom it says ethics, in the middle of the page, page 36.
And the amount of.
Over to the right, it's 25,000.
That's fine. I see it.
Right here, Amy. 4250.
Oh, down there,
Yep.
yep. Oh, I see.
Greg, then Aaron?
Barbara, being that there was no request by the ethics board, this was put forth by the county executive, do you feel 25,000 is sufficient?
I can't say for sure. I'm hopeful that it will be, but this is specifically for an outside counsel, so it's going to go through it pretty fast, I would imagine, but hopefully not. Hopefully
Because
not.
for the record, I remember very distinctly, originally when counsel was needed, we talked about 25,000 and the legislature's response, because we didn't believe legislature's response was we thought it could be handled with 10. However, it was pretty commonly discussed that if more is needed, we would appropriate as needed.
It's,
So I just,
the only problem with that is if this.
I'm agreeing with the 25. I'm
Yeah,
just
I
saying
appreciate
for the
that,
record,
but-
for the past.
We'd have to stop what we were doing and come back to you for more funds, and time is of the essence. These people
Agreed.
don't want to wait forever for a decision.
I agree, and if they don't use it, I mean, it just goes back into, contingency. I think that it should be completely up to them to figure out what they need to do without us telling them or directing them which way to go. I feel that way. And if it was me under an ethics review, you know, or any of us, in order for them to do their job the way they need to, I don't feel like they should come running to us and have us holding the purse strings for, you know, every $2,000 to $3,000 they need for outside counsel.
Any other legislator? Any other member of the public? Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for the wait.
I can go home now.
Thank you, Barbara.
2 hours and
Barbara,
42
Barbara, don't you
minutes.
miss this?
Oh, no.
You've got the early shift, Nancy's got the late shift.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, good seeing you, Barbara. Let's go to, is John Tully back there? Come on down, John. You've got 2 departments here. We still call it purchasing, and then we have EGS, right?
Paying someone off? Buying candy?
Oh, that's all? Okay. Is he here at all?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
John, I'm sorry.
No, you're going back,
Go sit with him.
Now we're all going out.
you were going back to outside agencies to wrap it up.
Well, Tom, you're not my agent. Oh, so.
I'd like to be if you want to bring me up.
Oh, okay, great. All right, wonderful. Let's go back to outside agencies. We're almost done here with rules.
Yeah, but we have another whole
Another
meeting.
meeting, Nancy.
We have another long meeting.
Yes, but I plan on staying.
Don't go pat yourself on the back yet.
We have this.
All right, we are back into outside agencies. We did talk about just now the Boscoville, I think it was, Nancy, wasn't it?
There was Boscoville, there was Phillipstown Hub, there was Garrison
Okay.
Arts Center.
Which one, take your point, which one was it?
I can't even find a page number.
246 is the hub.
Yeah, can someone remind me what we did with that? With
Yes,
246?
last year, the original budget had 15, the revised budget keeps them at 15. They spent 10 so far, they requested 25,000, and the county executive tentative budget has them up by 3%. So it's level funding plus the 3%. They requested 25, and they're in tentative. They've been slotted for 15,450.
I know it's late, and I'm sorry, but I have to ask, didn't they come back and did we take more money out of sub-contingency?
I don't think the hub. I don't recall the hub.
No, I'm right here.
I'm really done.
No, I don't think we did that.
Not if it
No, I
wasn't
think we
posted.
did Garrison Arts Council
I know I did something.
and Boscoville. We didn't do
We
them.
did Boscoville and Garrison Arts Center.
Okay, so move on.
And Shakespeare.
And Shakespeare.
So,
To be or not to be. Let's go to Boscoville. Did we do that yet? 245.
245, and we already discussed that was put in at 20.
Rev 250, yes, Rev 250.
We did increase that, so we're back to,
Garrison Arts Center, 244.
you know,
The revised budget was 10,000, which is new money. That is one thing we did take out of the sub-contingency.
They reach for the sky at 50.
At 50, and the
Zero.
tentative has them at 0.
So, you've heard my advocacy for the arts and organizations, and I'll do the same for Garrison Arts Center and request that their funding remain the same for 2026 as it was in 2025.
Could you ask them to come to the...
Sure.
To the budget finance?
Sure.
We have 2 nights on the calendar, make sure that they come to the
20th.
the first night, because we might not have a second night.
Sure.
Okay.
I thought, no, yeah, okay.
Great. Garrison Arts Center, Boscoville Hub,
And
German American Club.
Shakespeare,
Shakespeare, where is that?
again, same pitch, and I'll ask that they come. Oh, did they submit for 2026?
No.
Okay, so,
And hopefully their $3.5 million grant goes well.
I hope so. I hope so, after a year of bureaucratic red tape.
Okay, Greg just asked about CPAD. We did not cover that yet. Let's take a look at it.
That would be tragic.
CPAD, 2025, they were a new agency at 10,000. They stated 10,000. They requested 35,000, and the county executive budget has them at 3% increase of 10,300. Any discussion? They requested 35,000. Didn't they? Any discussion? Seeing none. Let's move to, Bill, are you here for the county exec's budget?
Sure.
Okay. 13 and 14.
Yep, can I just make one comment on outside agencies if we're done? First, I want to thank you, Legislator Birmingham, for talking to the county executive. You took care of my job tonight. You explained the rationale and the 3% far more eloquently than I could have done. You did a great job. And I know as you go into budget and finance, you know, the best budgets in the years I've been here are forged through compromise. So as you go, in no other area other than these outside agencies, which are all great agencies that do great service for the people of Putnam County. I know the legislature agrees with that. I know County Executive Byrne agrees with that. And it's just a matter of coming up to what you think the citizens can afford. And so as you use that time at budget and finance among yourselves, you'll have time between that and when you adopt the budget to, I would recommend, you know, communicate with the county executive in a way that does not violate the open meetings law. I can see Heather behind me cringing. To come up with the best kind of budget that will serve the people of Putnam County. And I don't think that that's a sub-contingency. I think that's make your decisions, put it in the lines, and let's move on. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Bill.
Yep.
That was on outside agencies. County exec's budget is 13 and 14.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions, except for just a quick question. It says chargeback vehicle leasing.
Yes.
Is that, yes, Heather?
I'm sorry, did you circle back to the Humane Society? Because I know we had tabled that.
7 o'clock they were.
Yeah, they were going to be here at 7 and I don't see them, but.
That's a good point. Thank you for that.
Their funding was
It's level
flat. They
funded,
didn't
yeah.
ask for any increase at all.
Right.
Just want to make sure we
No,
circle
thank you for
back.
that. Thank you for that. That's an hour and 48 minutes. Yeah. To the extent that they call Diane, invite them to the budget and finance the first night?
Yes.
Okay. Bill, just a quick question on the
Sure.
chargeback leasing.
Yep, it's basically moving from the 4,000 to 4,210 to the 50.
How many vehicles is there?
There are no new vehicles. When we go to the next meeting, John has got the entire vehicle list under his chair. He's ready to go.
This 11,000 represents how many vehicles?
Oh, how many vehicles there, John?
That's one SUV.
Is that, I know we have a vehicle policy, is that parked in the lot at night, or is it a take-home, or
It
what?
stays in the lot at night.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Yeah, great.
We're spending almost $1,000 a month for a Ford Explorer.
Guys, if this is in the next meeting, I'd rather do it
We
there.
get it today, yeah.
Yeah, if we could, just let's do it.
Okay.
Audit.
Yeah, in audit. I don't want to step on the audit. Because I'm sure that there might be other vehicle discussions too at this time. John looks way too comfortable, get up twice. That's all I have. Any questions or comments on the county exec's budget from either legislators or public? No? All right, take care of our own house, budget and finance, excuse me, legislature, pages 1 and 2. I guess our chair and our minority member will lead us on this. You guys submitted the budget on our behalf. Anything you'd like to tell us?
Hope you all had an
Yeah,
opportunity
yeah.
to review it and go through it. The only change from what we submitted into what was in the budget is our fringes and healthcare, retirement. That was all.
And that was the question you
Calculated by
asked me
finance.
earlier tonight,
That's-
right?
yeah.
Okay, good, that was the difference. between
That was
what
it,
submitted
just
and what
the
was,
fringes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Calculated. So that's the difference between what was submitted.
You submitted or did you change it?
Well, this is not going, unless somebody has a change, we are allowed to change it in this meeting.
Said you had changes.
But, the only change, to fully explain, our budget cannot change from what we send, from what the chair and the minority leader sends down to the county executive. There's you might note there's about a $100,000 difference between what we submitted and what the county executives put in his budget. That is only by dint of the insurance rates, the retirement amounts, those things that we have to pay, which of course, we're not going to quibble about that, we have to pay it.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's the only change, and that was Amy's question earlier tonight.
Yeah.
So that's good. Any member of the legislature or public have a question about the legislative budget? No? Let's move on to audit. That's pages 21 and 22. And I have a question for Bill, it's kind of related, but not. Where's our 24 audit, Bill? I mean, I've never started the budget process. Let me just give some history here. Since I started on the legislature in 2003, and when I was deputy county exec in 1995, we've never started the budget process, much less almost finished one, without having the previous year's audit at least in a draft form, if not already finished. And I know we're going to talk about this in audit, so I'll leave it go with that. But if you have any, I'm not putting an onus on you, and I'm not pointing.
No,
that's
that's
I just want to know
fine.
where it is, because it's a good tool
Always
for
a
us,
fact.
particularly when it comes to fund balance.
We have a, because of Friday, we have a draft. I will send you that draft.
Okay.
And we're waiting for the legal conference to make it final. But it was overwhelming coming back August 1st.
Okay.
What has happened, you know, I could do the budget or I could do the audit, but to do both at the same time was
I
not
get it,
fun.
no, I get it, and I'm not yelling or anything. You said you'd send it to us, and thank you for that.
Yes.
Just to be clear, though, are we allowed to talk? Is it a confidential item at this point? I don't want to violate it.
I don't know
Okay,
if it's confidential in the way you're thinking, but I don't know if it
Well,
can
as
be
far as-
released until it's done.
Well, yeah,
if it's
that's
whether
my
a
point.
work
I don't
product
want
or
to-
not. I'd have to ask Alan.
All right,
that.
just let us know beforehand, and I'd love to see it, but just tell me if.
Yeah, and I don't anticipate any changes to it.
All right.
But I don't know whether it can be released in draft form. I don't know what
Ask
the rules
Alan
of this.
Casey if there's
Yes.
anything in it that we can't discuss.
Yeah, there might be some
Okay, let it-
CPA rules or something
Yeah,
that
I
might
don't wanna-
prevent that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, just let us know, but thank you for that.
Yeah.
Any questions on the audit budget?
Did you already ask why the independent audit has gone up $13,000? Was I distracted when you
No,
asked?
I didn't.
Okay.
That's a good question.
So why did the audit go
Well,
up $13,000?
because it's not only an independent audit anymore, there's a series of single audits, and there's a lot more accountability that's being required on the federal and state level for these projects. For instance, we have to now have 3 of the main highway project closeouts where we have to pay for mini audits for those too. It's not just the county-wide audit, there's more audits included now.
So we didn't change our auditor, we're just...
No,
Okay.
not at all. And there'll be a bill this year, we're still hashing that out for additional work they had to do because of some of the problems that were had, but we'll get through that and we'll be,
Bill, when you started in 1991, we were on GASB Rule 31, maybe?
right, I retired at GASB 100.
And
And now, I said, once we get to GASB 100, I'm out of here, and then I don't know what they
I
are
think
now,
we're
105,
Yeah,
106.
Yeah, 107, yeah, we're up there. In other words, the Government Accounting Standards
Right.
Board has put a lot more onus, not only on
Yes.
county governments, but all levels of government. And O'Connor Davies, which is our auditor,
Yes.
which is excellent. They audit a lot of governments, they know what they're doing.
Right.
Their job has increased as well.
Oh, absolutely. The
Because of-
the
because
days
of
of them coming for a week
Yeah,
and
well,
that's it
I
are
don't-
over.
I don't blame it,
So-
yeah, I mean, they have to. They're not
Yeah, the
salvation
days of
army.
them coming in for a week and leaving are over.
Yeah.
It's a lot more extensive field work testing.
It's a hidden unfunded mandate.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is, but it's depending on who you ask, it's a necessary one. It
Transparency is good.
Transparency, not only that, it ensures the public that things are being handled in an appropriate manner.
Any other comments from anybody on the audit budget? No? No? We're good? Okay.
I was just going to ask, did you do association of counties?
We did not, we kind of brushed over it, but it is
Brushed
what
over
it
it.
is. NISAC is.
They sent us the
yeah.
notice, it is what it is.
Yeah, that is, thank you, Diane,
And
for that.
career people with disability?
Yeah, careers, we didn't cover that, let's talk about that. Just for, yeah, that's on page 188. Let's see. That is, the 05, excuse me, the 25 original budget was 15,000, they went up to 30. Interesting, they requested 30 again, and they're at 15,340. If we're gonna be consistent,
Well,
we're gonna
that's
be
the same
consistent.
thing that happened to them. Mhm.
I'll make a motion to bring the PRPA, I'm sorry, Career Support Solutions from the tentative of 15,340 to 30,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Can we have a discussion?
Of course.
So I
Nancy,
I understand,
Yes.
I have the floor.
Yeah, you do.
I understand and appreciate that you're the chair of the committee, and this is the committee, and you can do that. But we set a precedent that they're not here for other agencies, and we couldn't talk, well, we could talk about it, but you were requesting that they come to the budget finance meeting, and I would
agree.
request that the same, even though I would support their funding.
That's a very good point. I will put
There is a difference. These are long-standing agencies that we've worked with. The agency that you're proposing for had not been given any money before this year.
That's your opinion, that
No, that's a fact.
Well-
That's a fact. It's in the book.
they got funding this year. That's
did.
the precedent.
They did.
Why, whether they got funding this year or 10 years prior, they got funding.
I'm going to, I'll get.
Have them come to
pitching
budget and
this.
finance then.
I'm going to withdraw my, that's a very good point. I missed it, so thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to withdraw my motion, which makes this second. But I would like to consider this at budget and finance. And if Diane, if we could reach out to Tina and see if she could come at the first meeting. That's a good point. Thank you for that. We did get one by earlier this night, but that's fine. Okay. Anything else that we didn't cover for rules?
I just want to
Sure, Aaron.
make a comment. Even when our department heads need money, they have to come here and show up. I do think that these outside agencies, at the very least, I know they filled out all the paperwork, but they should be here. They should be giving us some sort of, even if it's 2 seconds, they should be here. You know? I feel like it has to be straight across the board for everybody. If we're going to play with one, we have to treat them all exactly the same.
I look forward to any motions you might make in budget and finance.
It's a dangerous game, Dan.
I know. Hearing no other business, is there any other business? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. I'll make that motion. Since some people seem reluctant to stop this. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Move along.
Take a 2-minute break.
discuss? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so the next on our agenda is our review of our budget. I would like to call up real property tax services first, pages 25 and 26. Thank you so much for waiting.
Yes, everybody, thank you.
Yeah, everybody.
I'm to blame.
You get pumped on
Okay.
I think so, in a sort of way.
Hazard pay.
I'll ask you just to give us an overview of your department, and then we'll talk about it.
Well, as you can see, I'm a we department,
Yeah.
and so really not a whole lot going on. You know, most of my budget is my data processing, which is for my bill processing. And not a whole lot has changed, so you can ask me some questions. Do you have any?
We have to ask you something. since
I
you-
know, just anything, throw something out.
Any questions or comments from the community?
So we department, not a PS5 or an Xbox.
No.
I have the-
From 25 to 26. Yeah. Anyone from the legislature? Anyone from the public? Thank you, Tricia.
Hazard pay.
We're gonna take it out on colleague, don't worry.
You talk too much.
Have a 20-minute recess.
Oh my gosh. So I will, I'd like to call up our insurance.
Oh, that's
expert.
good.
It's
It's like the price is right. Come on down. Ready.
It always comes
Come
so
on down.
cheery, too.
Excited. Well, good evening, everybody. Good evening. So I actually have a breakdown. I mean, as you can see, I have very minimal stuff. I mean, there's one big figure that we can talk about, but I figured I'd get through all the small ones. My overall budget is 1.9, and 90% of that is the GL carrier and GL insurance. So I'll go over the small ones and then go over that one, and then if you have any questions, I'll kind of let you shoot them at me. So the first is $1,000, and that's defensive driving. That's associated with instructor fees, classroom expenses that might be incurred when we hold in-person classes, postage for certifications, mail-out applications, and to our vendors. And so that's basically just nothing different than what we've done in the past. That's pretty a basic line. Safety material and supplies. As you know, we're doing our defensive driving online now. We do it in person for those that can't do it online, i.e. DPW, OSR, individuals that are out and about and really aren't behind a computer screen. So we can do some in-person classes that we hold at BES. So this budget line is for codes that we order when we can get them behind the screen, booklets for when we go in person, and each booklet is around $14, $15. We order a bunch at a time. And so this is just for the cost of all that stuff. Miscellaneous is $750. As you know, we've been hiring a lot of individuals for driving, and some of them are out of state. So we have to do an out-of-state driver's license DMV search, and that's anywhere from $100 to $150, and that's for the surrounding tri-state area, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. We use an outside investigator that I also use for workers' comp, and they're allowed to do that. So we just get a request from personnel, I get a copy of the license, we send it off. And we get a full report and abstract. And what are we looking for? We're looking for points on a license. We're looking for a possible suspension of a license. And then we make a determination of whether or not we actually want to hire an individual with that kind of record on their DMV to drive for us. A lot of times it's no. But when it comes back clean, everything is good to go. And that cost is associated with just doing exactly that. So it's really nothing out of the ordinary. And we increased it a little bit because it was $100, and now it's like $120. So just the cost of doing that has increased, so that my request is a little bit higher this year than it was last year. And then, of course, you see the 1.9 up from 1.6, and in all reality, that is because of a very large settlement that we had in October. I'll keep it at that. Most of you know what it is. And so the reason why the increase is because our law enforcement liability went up 59% because of that settlement, and our excess liability went up 59% because of that settlement. Those are the two lines that money came from NYMER. It didn't hit last year because it happened in October. We knew it was going to hit upcoming. And so what happens is it didn't hit in '25, but it's going to hit in '26. Thus why the increase. Now, to be honest with you, cyber liability and everything else from commercial, from crime, didn't go up at all. One went up less than 1%. So the main reason for the increase is just to cover that basic one settlement and law enforcement liability and excess liability. I have an additional $300,000 to round it out to 1.9 for contingency, and that is for small claims that come in, potholes, individuals that are claiming property damage or vehicular damage due to a county road or a county tree that fell on their house or their fence, property or vehicle repair throughout the year, coming from anyone slipping on ice and crashing their vehicle into a tree to anything from a tree falling on that vehicle. So that happened in BES last year where one of our own trees fell on an employee's vehicle, so we had to repair that. So not knowing how much each claim is going to be, I don't want to step reserve and come and ask for money and then pay and come and ask for money. You have the money there, you can handle it, you can process it, you can move on and take care of everybody and everyone's happy. So when you add them all up, you get 1.906750, and that's basically it.
Okay, questions? Legislator Birmingham.
Yeah, quick question. This might be hard to quantify, maybe that's why it's not in here. You've been very good about getting insurance recoveries for us as far as, people who ding our cars, people
Yes, sir.
who hurt county
Yeah.
property. I don't see a revenue line in your...
For recoveries?
For recoveries.
Yeah, so what we do is right now I have a grand total of $165,336.67 that I brought in, free money to the county based on the guardrail initiative where people crash into our guardrails or damage our property. I go after them. And I've recovered that. I also am able to recover some money on third-party recovery liens, workers' compensation liens, stuff like that. That all goes into the pot. I send it over to finance, and finance kind of redistributes it to wherever it might be better suited. So, for example,
You need a chargeback line.
I take 1% of that and be happy.
No, we should.
So-
I'd like, obviously, I don't want to screw up Bill's accounting, but it should be reflected in your budget.
That's what well, it kind of is the money I bring in. But I give, I distribute, I give, I'm a giver. I'm a giver. So I get the money, the check will come to me, I'll then do a memo to finance, and I'll reach out to the department where it should go to. And give them the money. Like, here you go, take it and figure out what you got to do with it. Some of it go to Tully, some of it go to police, wherever. A lot of it goes to DPW. Whereas they'll fix
To fix the asset that was damaged.
Yeah, to fix it so that it's no.
Not exactly free.
Right.
We talked to Tommy.
I call Bill a happy undertaker.
It really is. So in essence, if you're looking at my budget line, I mean, you could reduce it by the amount of recovery I bring in. But like I said, I give
want
it.
to recognize that because it's a very.
I
and I'm not
appreciate
trying
it.
to
Thank you.
flatter you.
I get memos and emails all the time. I'm like, oh, they saw I brought it in.
Well, we see it. We see it. In our,
I was just talking to John. I have a check for $21,000 coming from Allstate that they're just sitting on, which is making me aggravated. And I have another one there was an accident and then we had a trailer. I'm getting about $3,000. So you'll see that flowing in like around November. I'm hoping.
Thank you for those efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Number one, why aren't you on here for outside agencies in Putnam Valley for some sort of arts and theater program? Number two, as far as the general and excess liability, did you shop around already for?
We did. We the
police?
excess liability we shopped around, and believe it or not, we're a high risk because of those settlements. If you recall, there was 2 associated with that one incident that we had settled within 5 years. We're a high risk, and so what happens is when you shop around, the amount of money. So for example, excess liability, it went from 184 to 294 in premium alone. That's a 59% jump. If we shop around with the Chubbs and the Travelers, the Midlands, we have excess with workers' comp through Midlands, you're looking at $400 or $500 if they want to take us. And so I do have our broker shop around. The good and the bad. The good is that NYMER takes us, doesn't drop us, says we're going to jack up your premiums because, you deserve it. But we're not going to drop you, and if you're good, we'll start reducing and giving you a little bit more of a discount. What can you do? And so hopefully that 1.5 that it eventually, so essentially it's 1.1 to 1.5. So the overall premium, and you're looking at commercial package, auto package, healthcare, professional liability, the whole kit and caboodle. So it goes up, and they say, well, listen, if you're good, a lot of that won't go up again, and you'll stay at like the 1.5, 1.6 range, and the only thing that you have to worry about is, the overall increase because of inflation. So New York State went up a 12.4% annually in premiums, and so essentially what happens is we went up 29%. So if you remove that settlement and those excess and law enforcement go up normally, we're 8% with NYMER, 9%. So we're well under. So that's what NYMER is going to say is, hey, we'll continue to promise you that minimal hike as long as you kind of get your act together. And so we are getting our act together. I know there's not a lot of claims that are coming in, not a lot of big settlements anymore. There's always going to be lawsuits, but we're being removed from those lawsuits. And so with that being said, next year we'll probably see a minimal growth, and that's the silver lining. Keeping us protected is my main goal. Bringing in money is my main goal. And so I think we're in pretty decent shape. We haven't been dropped, and I don't see any really large settlements in the future. Right? So there you go. And so that's basically it. That's kind of my detail of it. For me, it seems like a lot, but in all reality, I don't think it's unmanageable, to be honest with you.
Legislator Elner.
Matt, thank you for all your work. Question here. Have you played with the deductible on that big increase?
Yeah, so our deductible now is $250. We could go with a lower deductible. Yeah, so a higher deductible. Premium would be affected. It's not something I wanted. I spoke with the broker. We kind of briefly went over it. You'll see the $250 that's in. John spoke about it. The judgment and claims. So that $250 is the deductible. That can be managed, and we can manipulate that as well. What we also do is we'll also go out for law enforcement and excess again. If we're free of any kind of claims, any kind of major settlements, we might get a better reduction in premium, which means that instead of going with NYMER with excess, we're with Chubb or Travelers. We have crime. Our crime policy is with Travelers, and that didn't increase at all. It was $9,218. It stayed at $9,218. So why not give them more money to benefit us, right? Give them additional policies. Maybe they reduce this policy, give us a discount for multi-policy municipality. So an increase in deductible, going out, all things I've considered and will continue to consider. Yes, sir.
And the second question, who is our primary broker?
Brown and Brown.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other legislators' questions?
It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Yeah.
Thank you for your work.
Thanks, Matt.
Everything's good.
Have a good night.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Matt.
thanks for waiting so long.
Okay, now we
Us
got
having
a call
fun.
of information technology.
Oh,
Go practice the split finger, right?
You guys will stick around. Mr. Lannon?
Tom, you're expected to match that level of energy.
I got it.
Oh, yeah.
I stayed for you.
Oh, I do love you. I'm at 9:30 in the morning and 9:30.
All right.
Thank you. So, Penny, you want to give us an overview of your department and then continue. I mean, you guys do so much up there.
How you doing?
That's
How you doing?
Can you even think now?
I need a minute to wake up.
I know.
So, all is good in the world of IT. We're holding our own. We're seeing a tremendous increase in the number of cybersecurity attacks, but we're in a good position to stay ahead of that because we have the proper equipment in. Our budget has gone up, but there's some explanations for that because there's just a couple of key lines that we focused on. One of the, I gotta put on glasses. I was trying not to do it, but I do have to put on glasses. So right now, this is just a blur. The first one is the telephone line that we want to increase, and that's simply because our telephone system is antiquated. It's just an old system, and we want to upgrade it to Teams so that you can use the app that's on your cell phone to make calls. You can use your computer to make calls. Not everybody needs to have that handset anymore. So we were looking to replace that. As part of that, we had forwarded a budget, and you'll see that in the tentative budget it was reduced, but that's because in speaking with Bill, we believe we have some monies this year to pay for the one-time fees that are associated with that, which would be new headsets and other equipment that's necessary to bring that on live and go live with that. So using that, what you would see here is an increase in the recurring annual cost, and we were hoping to offset that money this year. We'll be back in May.
Wow.
That's how tired I am. We'll be back in November to discuss the telephone line and how we'd like to pursue that and how it will look, and we'll do a presentation, so you'll get a glimpse of that as we go forward. The licensing line is what it is. That licensing line goes up. It is going up because all of our licensing costs have gone up over the years. And you're just seeing increases every year. We had talked about this in previous meetings. When we used to need software, it was called software. It's not called software anymore, it's called licensing. Because you purchased software and you could use it for the next 10 years. You can't do that anymore. You have to buy a license, and that means you have to pay annual recurring if you want to keep up with it. That's how they get you, and they've got us. And we continue to pay that every single year. Just looking to see. Yeah, that's exactly what all that it's the Microsoft increases in the Adobe Acrobat and all of our other lines that are in there. The other one I do want to talk about, because it's a large increase, but it's actually a small amount of money, is the supplies and materials line. We typically only need $2,000. We're asking for $10,500. So it's a large percentage increase, but oddly enough, that's to issue new ID cards to all the employees. The ID cards we have are antiquated ID cards with old pictures on them. But more importantly, the technology of the card is very old too. The technology has advanced, so we're looking to get new cards. And the cost of cards went up. They used to be $5 a card, went up to over $20 a card. Wow. Yeah. And they went up because they're antiquated cards. So they said it's older technology in the card, they have to increase. So that's what we were faced with. So we're looking to shift some things and do some cards. Also with the sheriff coming in, a new sheriff, we always issue new cards to the sheriff's office every 4 years because the cards expire. Our cards don't, because we just try to get the card back from the employee. But the sheriff's cards always expire because they're an elected official.
Question on the cards, if I could?
Yes. Oh, right.
Tom, I know, I commute into the city at most days. They're getting rid of the, I'm going somewhere with this. They're getting rid of the Metro card, and you have to buy a like a plastic card to pay your subway fare.
Yes.
That plastic card, from what I understand, I've heard will have some sort of, it's an advanced card that'll have some sort of ability to know where you've been, whether they take the card and do it. Do these security cards have any of that?
No, there's no GPS tracking in the card at all.
Okay.
Good thing.
Who knows?
And I'm not saying that the Metro ones are GPS tracking. I just think it records every transaction on your card.
So.
That's what I meant by that.
So to clarify that question, absolutely, we do that now. I get a report that says wherever you've used your card on county property. I don't know if you've gone anywhere else. I don't have the ability to track that. But within the county, I know if you've swiped at a door.
Does that explain the bigger expenses? Is that information now going to be in the card?
No, that's not really in the card, that's in the equipment that you're accessing. So as you swipe at the door is recording that information into the computer. The card has a coil in it. It's hard to explain. It has a coil, and that coil reads as it goes through the door. There are other cards that are like a longer range card, so you don't have to get up close and swipe, and they look differently. But ours just uses a really old technology in the card, the way it's coiled, that's changed over the years.
What about using like an app or a download, something like that to get into county property?
So you can do that, but our equipment doesn't allow that. And it's riskier. It is riskier. It's definitely more hackable than the card. Not to say that somebody can't take the card and figure out and go in, but
People are just dying to get in.
Yeah, right.
Your car.
They're following you.
I haven't used mine since the day I was elected.
Okay, anybody have any legislator Elder?
Yeah, Tom, I noticed here that in computer equipment, your ask versus the county executive's tentative budget, there's about a 44,000 differential. This is page 48, line 52130.
Yes.
That's a big difference. I just want to make sure that you're getting everything you need.
I'm fine with that. So that is also based on the department's request for equipment, which goes through me, and then I put that in. Initially, we had put in, and I had made a statement on there that the radios that the DSS wants, the new radios, which work great off the new system, that it probably shouldn't be in this line. It should probably be shifted over to the radio line, which is exactly what Bill Carlin did. So those were shifted out. So we're fine with that line, the way it is.
And you just mentioned the radios, and we were speaking with the people SPCA, so where are their radios?
The radios don't come out of my line. We have them in other lines, in the Bureau lines, because we get grants for almost all of them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Can I ask you, what's the difference between, we have computer equipment, that's for other departments, and then we have computer for 300. That's for, you said that was for the...
So the computer equipment, you have over 5,000, under 5,000 up at
Okay.
the top. And that's equipment that's directly related to my department to function as a department. And then you have the computer line, which is, so the computer equipment under 5,000 would also be where the department's equipment would come out of.
That's
So
181,000.
And then computers are technology that supports the computer system. That line is typically in there for contractors to do our consulting work and things of that. It supports the computer equipment, if I explained that correctly. Michelle can probably correct me a little on that, but that's the best way to describe it.
Okay. Any other legislators have questions about that? Information technology?
A lot of information, thank you, Tom.
Yes. And some technology.
Hi, Eileen. Hi, Eileen.
The whole IT.
Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here. Go over this budget. Thank you all for keeping us safe at the county.
We're trying.
Yeah, and helping us when we call and we're like, I
Yeah,
can't get it.
I'll be calling you tomorrow, please, gentlemen.
Thank
I
you.
look forward to that your badge.
Night, Tom.
Good night.
Well done.
Good night.
Make sure to swipe.
Okay, so.
Give it to Heather. She'll see back.
Should we?
What's that?
Should we do CGS? Should we, yeah, CGS.
I think I forgot my
General services.
John's the only one left.
I'm the only one left?
Well, I mean, we're gonna get to Bill. That'll be fun.
Bill can stay real late. Bill can stay at 11 o'clock.
Until conditions improve.
I'm an empty nester now, so nobody really,
There's your-
this is except for my wife, that's questionable.
There's your allocation.
Oh, getting paid
I
off.
forgot all about it. You guys did see Nancy Kane?
It's on camera.
Video.
I had no gas money
I know,
the
we're all
other day.
slap happy.
Do you want to do purchasing first, because that one's on page 20?
Whatever you want.
Sure, well, yeah, that's a good idea. We'll start with purchasing. Yeah, I didn't catch that. Pages 23 and 24, and then we'll move on to. So 23 and 24, that's account 1325.
Good question. John, I see, if I could.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, 4646, contracts, 10,000, didn't have it there before.
Yes, we moved that from a different line. Last year, the county executive approved and the legislature authorized funding for two things in our, and one was licensing. We were going to get an asset management software. We did not pull the trigger on that this year, and that got moved over to IT. And then there's a service that we are working with. It's called BidNet, and that's what the 10,000 is for.
Yeah, we're already on bid now, right?
We are on BidNet. They have an enhanced program that we're starting to use behind the scenes that we'll be launching, where things will be made more public on our website. And for evaluating RFPs and things of that nature. So.
Will bids be, I mean, how do you find, briefly, because I don't want to take too much time, BidNet is a closed system in the sense that those who are bidding on public contracts, like outside, like contractors, law firms, accountants, everything, they have to be members of BidNet in order, they don't.
They just have to register for free.
Oh, good.
They do have like a fee service where if you pay extra, they'll shoot you text messages and emails and stuff, but all you have to do is register and check in with it.
Okay.
But we publish all our bids in the local newspapers as well, too. So.
Okay, I just,
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Anyone else in the committee? Any further questions for purchasing?
Yeah, there wasn't really much of a change in purchasing at all.
No. Any legislators have questions on purchasing? It's pretty fall. Okay, anyone from the public?
There is no public.
Could have public. So, okay, so moving on from purchasing, we will go back to central services on page 46 and 47. Go ahead, Legislator Birmingham.
Yeah, hey, John, thanks so much. With respect to the vehicle leasing, obviously that's a new line. We're getting a revenue of 1.1 million, and I was happy to see, and I didn't know this is how you guys are doing it, and glad to see that you, or the commissioner of finance has broken down in each department, we know what the vehicle leasing is, and we've asked various departments how many cars is that, I think was done tonight as well. And all that's going to run through your department for economies and scale. Right. And that's great. Michelle, quick question for you. I know when we have fund transfers at the audit committee, like anything in personnel, it has to come through committee, and anything between funds has to come through committee. Do small amount items that go between department and department have to come through the audit committee?
It depends on the cumulative.
The amount?
Right.
Okay. That's the 5,000, the 10,000, the 50?
Correct.
Okay, but we still get that as an FYI. I just think one of the greatest benefits that we've always had with respect to our vehicle policy, because you guys remember this, you and Bill, at some point it was a big controversial issue, who got cars, who didn't, was the public discussion about it here in committee, whether it's the budget, during budget time or during the year, there's been a move, and that was a good transparency. So like I said, I was glad to see that was in each department. But, so I'm correct in understanding, if there's any changes between this 1.131, we'll know if a department that we funded for a chargeback for vehicles in the 26 budget, if that gets decreased in 26 mid-year, will we still get at least some sort of indication of that through the audit committee?
I'll answer it a little bit differently than Michelle. I think absolutely it'll come through you, because the way we set it up with the chargebacks, it would be more of a budgetary amendment than a fund transfer, because there's a revenue associated with it that comes back to central services. We have no intention of hiding anything. That's why it's as transparent as can be. And we're happy to, make sure that the transfers come to the legislature if that's what you want to see. And even whether it's required or not, we'll be happy to do that. I think that we've budgeted pretty darn accurate to what the departments are. So as you were going through the department budgets, what you saw is the expense that's going to be incurred by that department for the for their equipment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, accidents and things like that, you will see something. You'll see the fund transfers, or correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, that would be a budgetary amendment, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Only
So-
to affect revenue.
Because it will, because we set it up as a chargeback, it's always going to affect revenue in the central services line.
Awesome,
So-
that's great. And like I said, I was very happy with the way it was presented, budget, department by department.
Yeah, you can see a lot more now. It's a lot more visible as to what you can see. And I think I credit the process, right? It's your decentralized budget. It's Michelle reminding us that, we can't just put the money in one budget line because it's not transparent. And no department should get a free ride on an expense.
Free ride, pun intended.
Right, no pun intended.
Thank you, thanks.
So John,
Thanks,
chargeback offset revenue, is that the money that's the money that's coming from the departments to pay for their chargebacks?
So what that is a creative accounting by our Commissioner of Finance. Chargebacks by their, it was really, a brilliant move, because chargebacks by their very nature, because the department has to incur the tax liability associated with the expense, and general services actually has to book the actual expense for paying for the lease or whatever that expense item is. It artificially inflates both the revenue and the expense. So we were kind of pulling our hair out of our head, like how do we present this so that it doesn't show that artificial inflation? And Bill came up with, and Bill, if you want to elaborate, an entry that if you total on the chargeback offset revenue, that 2.9 million that's there, that's the total of the 6 lines above it. So that offsets the revenue, because the revenue was already incurred or raised by the department that had that expense. And that revenue is raised by multiple sources, right? So it's not fair for DGS to say, DSS got a grant, OSR got a grant, Health got a grant. They have the expense, they have the tax liability, and they have the authority to go out and get the funding to offset that expense. And that revenue is reflected in their budget. So, good.
But, and I'm not a numbers guy, but isn't each department, don't they have that expense as well?
Yes.
That's why it's double inflated. Like
So does that inflate our appropriations?
It would, had Bill not done that entry.
Right.
You'll see another entry on the expense side. Sorry to answer your question.
Please.
Yeah, without those offset expenses, you would have essentially been double counting it.
And this does not do that?
This does not do
It
that.
counts it once.
Counts it once
Yeah.
within all the departments. It's offset. Otherwise, your expenses and revenues and general services would have been $2.9 million higher.
Yeah.
And it's not really a real expense. It's
And I
more
will-
of an accounting.
And I will tell you, we're, Bill's always been modest, but we talked to Dutchess County, we talked to Orange County about how they did the accounting, and no one had the solution, but Bill did find it, so we appreciate that, and it works well.
Thanks, Bill.
Let's call the bill factor.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee of DGS, Central Services? Any of the legislature? Legislator Elmer?
John, I apologize, I didn't bring the printout here, so if you could help me, taking away DPW and Sheriff's Department vehicles, about how many county vehicles do we have right now?
I'm glad you asked that question, Legislator Elmer, because I have a worksheet here.
I know you gave me a printout, I
Yeah.
apologize.
Let's see. Grand total vehicles is 354. And if we want to just do the math, we could back out the sheriff's department at 101, DPW at 74. Was there another department?
DSS?
DSS, you could back them out, they're 18. The other big one is OSR at 51. To put it in perspective, there's 5 departments in the county: OSR, Health, DPW, Sheriff, and...
DSS.
What's that?
DSS.
DSS, maybe?
Yeah.
There's 5 departments, and you'll see there's a gasoline line, about $1.2 million. 5 departments make up about 1.05 million of that.
Yeah,
So that's where, if that's where you're going.
No, where I was going with this is that we have, when you take out DPW and the sheriff's department, we have approximately 1 vehicle for every 2 employees. So I'm not going to be here, but I would strongly suggest that we consider reducing the overall fleet and looking at some multiple motor pools, because it's just so many vehicles considering the number of employees.
We kind of do that when during the budget process as departments put in, I don't know if you already met with the sheriff's department, but we did deny a couple of vehicles there in the sheriff's department this year to try to control the size of the fleet, because we knew that we were going to be replacing some vehicles that still had some life in them for SROs, for instance, that park at schools. So we kind of do that, but we have a lot more.
I'm excluding, I'm saying everybody at the
Oh,
John
yeah.
Smith campus, okay? If you know how many vehicles are there and you had a localized motor pool, we might be able to cut 20-30% of the vehicles, particularly now with software and Tom left.
I agree with you. Tom and I have had this conversation. I wasn't going to bring it up tonight, but that is going to be an initiative that we're going to look at for next year. So we're on the same page with that, 100%. Yeah.
What's considered a vehicle?
So
A tractor vehicle?
it's easier for me to tell you what's not considered a vehicle. In my fleet summary, we have 354 what we call standard vehicles, and we have 125 what we call specialized vehicles. Those specialized vehicles, I think is what you're getting at. Those would be trailers, UTVs, marine vehicles, flatbeds, mowers, gators, excavators, concrete mixers. These things are on trailers. They're plated for the most part, but they're specialized vehicles or equipment that serve a purpose. In both the sheriff's department and DPW, there's Legislator Allen's right, there's not as many employees as there are seats to move around, but that's the nature of the work that they have over there. You know, they're not always in an excavator, they're not always in a street sweeper, they're not always in a backhaul, they're not always in a backhoe. So there's a lot of specialized vehicles that they use, and I know Tommy does.
Plows.
Yeah, plows, there you go. Tommy does do his very best with the intermunicipal agreements to make those resources available to the other towns as well. With that, some equipment, which would be, probably cost prohibitive for some towns.
So out of that 354, 125 of those are specialized vehicles?
No,
That's in addition.
Through the chair, if I may, I have,
I make a motion
this is just
to approve additional.
this is that list.
All
I
in
can
favor? Aye.
pass it. Would you mind passing it? That's okay. I didn't bring enough copies for everyone, but that's the breakdown that I kind of read off.
Good idea.
Did you get one?
Take a picture, let's take a pic and hand it back to you.
I trust you.
That's where we're at this point. Oh, one more.
Oh, sorry. Why don't you take a picture for a picture?
I can email this up to the clerk so you have a copy of it. So.
There's one in
No, it's okay.
You sure?
Yeah, give it to
And then
me.
Legislator Crowley has a question.
So I was expecting to see more leases on here, because I assumed that with the sheriff's department, their sweet spot on the leases was 70,000 miles, right? We had talked about, that was like the sweet spot. And at this point, it's been 2 years since we started the leasing program.
Yeah.
So we're at, I'm gonna say 70 or 80,000 miles. How is that going? And
We haven't started turning over our leases in the sheriff's department. That's going to come into play next year.
and are we gonna be way over the sweet spot?
They're equity-based leases, so whatever we get for them will go to offset our, the previous cost that we had incurred.
But so I guess my question is, I'm asking if this was a new program that we started,
Yeah.
right? And we said the sweet spot is around 70,000, that was when we get the most revenue back, regardless of how long the engines stay on, all those things. It's
Yeah.
been 2 years, I'm just looking at the amount of miles that they're driven.
I'd say we're outside the sweet spot of
Yeah,
on some
so
of
we're
these
gonna
vehicles.
lose on the leasing program for the sheriff's department, essentially.
I wouldn't say that.
No?
I wouldn't say that because the vehicles, they get, you're either gonna buy them outright and they're gonna put that 125,000 miles or 140,000 or 180,000 in some cases miles on it, and then they're gonna get rid of it, and you're gonna get, you're gonna sell it at auction and you're gonna get maybe $2,500 or something like that for it.
Through the chair.
On the equity-based lease, it's going to be the same, but we are going to be getting rid of them a little sooner than we would if it was an owned vehicle.
Okay.
So.
Are we gonna continue with the leasing program through that department, or is it
So-
something that we're gonna look more into buying
I think
to own?
I think the jury's out on that. We kind of stopped leasing certain vehicles in DPW for similar reasons. I think the next year or two will really tell and paint that picture as to how effective it is for law enforcement. But you have to remember also that in law enforcement, they have so much technology in their vehicles, whether laptops, sirens, and those things, their Axon equipment, all of that stuff, that's updated on a regular basis. And so your upfitting costs in some instances could be probably 10, 15, 20% of the cost of the vehicle. So one vehicle is, the cost of that vehicle is not limited to the actual capital cost of the purchase of the vehicle itself.
No, I understand that. I just was wondering, because the idea before was to move on and turn them over slowly, year by year.
We're going to get into that next year. I don't know if you all remember Timmy Keith was the first sergeant down there. We had the benefit of him being employed in the purchasing department for several months until he decided to leave us earlier this year for a full-time job in another state. That's a shot at Timmy if he's listening. But he was really on top of that. That burden is on me now. And John Sahanic down at the sheriff's office is really picking up where Timmy left off, and we're working together on that. So yes, you'll start seeing it in the very near future.
Eleanor, did you have?
No, what I was just saying is, John, with the exception of the sheriff's department and DPW non-cars, I'm going to say, is have we seen any savings by going to this equity lease program? Because that's the way we were sold on doing this.
I think so. Again, I think there's going to be a lot more that we're going to learn over time. The fact that we were able to get vehicles, I think that was a benefit 2 and 3 years ago. It was very hard to get vehicles. Years ago, we were able to get them through the leasing program, so we kept our employees running. I brought one example, Legislator Elner, of how the equity lease works. There's one vehicle, you're going to see this, I don't know if it's later this month or next month at physical, but there's some departments that, under the model that we use right now, they're running out of funds, so we have to either do a fund transfer or a budgetary amendment to cover the cost of their vehicles. We turned in a 2020 Chevy Colorado. That Chevy Colorado, when we entered into the lease, the capital cost of that Chevy Colorado was $32,000. We just sold it, and we sold it for $20,000. We got a check. That's what's coming to the legislature. So when you back out that $20,000 from the 32 divided by the 60 months, it cost us $245 a month for a pickup truck. That's the kind of...
How many miles did we put on that pickup truck?
I'd get you that number.
Right,
It was probably about 30, 40,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it had decent value, which is why we got that.
Because the most attractive part of that, which I don't see here, is that all the vehicles are gonna be under factory warranty, and there should not be maintenance, and I didn't see in any of this budget a repair or a maintenance.
We
line.
have, on our leases, we have full maintenance for the 60-month lease period.
Okay, so
which
5-year lease. Got it.
yeah, that doesn't include the oil changes, we pay for the oil changes, but there's not going to be anything
Yeah, we do
massive.
that ourselves.
You're not doing the motor, you're not doing the transmissions, the major expenses are generally over. So,
This one. And who was that sold to?
excuse me?
Who purchased the car?
We don't know.
Oh, you
Goes
don't.
back
Oh,
to
auction?
Enterprise.
Just go,
It-
back to Enterprise, oh,
It
gosh.
it goes back to Enterprise.
Oh, and
They
they
sell
sell.
it, and,
'Cause that's a good deal, getting one of those cars.
Yeah, and we actually,
40,000
we sell
miles.
our own cars at auction too.
Mhm.
You'll see that in my revenue line. We have some
Yes,
revenues from the
okay.
sale of vehicles.
Are
And,
legislators allowed to buy them?
What's that?
Are legislators allowed to buy them?
We
Probably
actually
not.
had- 30 years ago, 40 years ago, we had somebody buy
A
them.
commissioner.
No, a legislator.
Was it a legislator? Oh, yes, I do.
No, I.
It was a- I know the one you're talking about too.
You're not allowed.
It was a fast car, wasn't it?
It was.
Yes, it
Indeed.
was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
You bought a car.
No, I would clear that, but.
Oh, no, I'm not buying one, I'm just.
No, for me, it's a public
It's an
auction. It's a
Yeah.
public auction,
Right.
and
I don't have those cars.
I wouldn't, as the, commissioner, I wouldn't bid on it, but I don't see any reason why the general public, including you all, if you were interested in it, couldn't, because you'll see our bids get a lot of activity.
Not worth the headline.
It's probably,
That's right, exactly.
one of the good things is, I do reserve the right to not accept any offer. So if it's not fair, we don't accept it. We've only done that a few times, and then we put it in the next auction and go from there. So.
Any other questions from any of the legislators? Legislator Montgomery?
Just a comment, and while we're working on developing this program in the future, I know there was talk about, developing an infrastructure for electric vehicles, and hopefully you're still working on that. And I don't know if there are any incentives still left.
We're
for-
actively working on it. We received a grant for it. I believe there's a project on the books for some electric charging over at the Smith campus. That's underway, right, legislator?
There is, and I guess it was OSR, because they have very short trips, the intention was to get them electric vehicles.
Awesome, I know, whole fleets have gone electric, police departments actually had incentives for electric Mustangs for their fleets, and New York City got that, so.
Awesome.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Tully?
Hour and 6 minutes ago.
Can I make a comment?
Sure, please do.
I will never seek permission to go first again.
Oh my gosh, did you?
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, Don.
Yep. Bye.
We saved the best for last. Bill Carlin.
Yeah,
And then there was one,
Commissioner of Finance, welcome,
10 little Indians.
or thanks for staying here.
Bill, you only have an hour and 5 minutes to
Yes.
wait to kick out of
Hope
the
you can
building.
wrap this up.
Wrap this up in an hour and 5 minutes.
Can we take an hour and 4-minute break?
5 minutes.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
So I guess we'll start with Department of Finance.
Okay.
Page 15 to 20. And I'll ask you to maybe, always just give us an overview.
Sure. Overview of the entire budget or an overview of the finance? I guess we'll start with the finance department. We'll discuss tomorrow night some changes that I believe have to be made. We'll do it in personnel. That's where the changes I think have to be made. That'll be tomorrow night. And in terms of the contract lines are pretty much stable. And where the finance department really comes into play is in the revenue section, and we're about to go through that. We've got new things this year. We're sharing sales tax for the first time. And so Take it away. Where do you want to go first?
Well, I guess we'll start with the first line,
Sure.
the real property taxes.
Real property taxes, there is a $1 million levy cut from 46 million to 45 million in this budget.
In a second.
But it's based on,
It's based on your actual expenditures. It's split among the funds. You have the general fund, the road machinery fund, and the transportation and debt service funds. And if you add up all those real property taxes, you'll get the $45,212,000.
In our real property tax levy is just simply a function of our.
It's a function,
estimate
yeah.
of our appropriations and our estimated revenues, and the difference
Correct.
is the property.
Yep.
Bill, which line is that? Because I'm looking here, real property, where it's only 40.
33 million. Yeah, you have to go to the 410010 revenue lines for each fund.
Yeah, this is just a general fund.
It's dispersed throughout the budget.
Okay, so
for
you
each
gotta go
fund.
back.
Okay.
Right,
Five funds.
right. If you add up the 5 funds, you'll get to that number.
You get the 33.
Yep, you add the 33, and then if you go to the 02 fund, you add that number.
Like road and machinery fund,
Yeah.
debt service fund,
Yep,
capital fund, all those each have their own
right.
real property tax
Yeah.
levy. And you
Correct.
add all that up, that comes to 44 million.
so what accounts for the difference between the 41 and the
Pam, which page are you referring to on that?
Well, the first page is the general fund on page 15. And
That's right.
Bill, where does the, for instance,
I'm looking for the total.
Oh, you wouldn't find, we break it up by.
We
the
break
book
it up
we
by
have is
fund.
By fund, but Bill, if you give it, you might.
I can easily do a schedule for you.
Yeah, yeah.
By fund.
Actually, if you take a look at,
Because where I'm going with this is everything's increased in 26 over 25.
Yes? You mean in revenues or expenses?
Revenues.
Yes.
I'm just looking at revenues.
It's gonna come in $1 million
hey,
less.
Greg, if you
Right.
take a look at
Thank you, Dan.
Exhibit C to the tentative budget, that has $45 million net.
Right, the
county
total.
budget.
But I'd have to do a schedule to break it out by fund for you. And to answer Amy's question, the difference between the 41 and the 33 is the changes that were made from the requested tentative budget throughout the whole budget.
Throughout the whole budget.
So, yeah, the bottom line is the real property tax levy.
Okay. That makes sense. Legislator Berman, yeah.
Bill, on sales tax, and I get it,
Sure.
we're going down from, I'm sorry, are we?
Going up.
No, we're going up.
Going up.
Okay.
83.5?
83.5,
Right.
is that number inclusive of sharing, or is that?
No, yes, that's the gross.
That's the
Okay,
total.
that's the gross, okay.
And there's an expense line that brings it down to the net.
And then interest and earnings, that's,
Mhm.
that's actually going up too.
Yes.
Aren't rates coming down? I mean, nobody's got.
Well, they are, but look at what you've made.
Yeah.
You're wondering why so much is spilling over. It's more on the revenue
Yeah,
side than the
okay.
expense side. And now, a lot of those costs are being trued up now. But in terms of the sales tax, it's basically flat from when we were doing it. I've talked to a bunch of my colleagues. We're not looking for big increases. It just looks like a big increase because the budget was only at 79, but you're going to be at around 83 million by the end of the year. I would.
You're comparing it
I
to
would
24
project.
actual.
Right.
And pilots, that's strictly IDA pilots? Okay.
It is.
And,
No new ones, that's why that's flat.
right. This may be a question for when we have Alan in for the audit. You know, obviously, we've got the revenues coming in from the use of all the reserves, which is
Yes.
great. I'll wait for Alan on that. I asked you the other night. I'll wait for Alan. I'm just curious about the difference between our assigned fund balance, you know, a category of assigned fund
Right.
balance like insurance reserve. That's kind of flexible because it's an assigned fund balance.
Correct.
We delegated to you in 08 the ability to move it around, which is great. I think it should stay there. You know a lot more about that than we do. But how is that, it's very different from the general municipal
Yes, it
restrictions
is,
on insurance reserves.
Right, setting up like a 6N fund.
Yeah, I mean,
Pursuant
you
to
know,
that, it is different.
Yeah, I'll wait for Alan on that, I'm sorry, I'm sure. That's all I have for this page. Thank you. Bill, it looks like you estimated about a 5% increase of sales tax from last year to this year. That's about right?
No, see, that's from the budget, which was low to begin with. I go actual to actual. I'm looking at an increase that's going to be flat, actual from
So what you're
25 to
what you're
26.
expecting this year,
Yes.
so you're just going to keep it the same for next year?
Yep.
When we had a discussion about sales tax and there was a discussion about not going with the full 1%, and before we got into sales tax sharing, there was all this doom and gloom talk. There was all this, we have a recession coming, inflation. There's
Gonna
no
get
way we're
less.
gonna hit these numbers. And now we're estimating over $83 million.
Right, it's still not as high as the number that you hit in 2024, but look at the expense side too. If you had cut that 1%, there would be doom and gloom.
No, 1% was, that's the PR that was put out there. We were discussing a quarter of 1%, which was
Right.
about $5 million. We're sitting on an round number, $80 million unassigned fund balance, and $5 million on that is,
Right.
to me, a drop in the, not a drop in the bucket, but it's not.
Big bucket.
It's not impactful on the overall $200 million budget. I just want to make sure that you're comfortable putting the same number down for next year as this year, that there's not this doom and gloom and the sky's not falling and we're not on the verge of a recession.
Well, I couldn't guarantee that. That's the best estimate I have now. You've got some things you gotta watch out for. One, this federal shutdown. If this goes for a prolonged time, that is gonna have drastic effects, not only on us, but on anybody. You heard a little of it from the outside
Should we change the
agencies.
estimate though?
No, not at this point, because I don't have any confidence that it's gonna last a year, but who knows? You may have to react to that, is what I'm saying. And in terms of the recession, we know it's coming, you just don't know when. But in terms of right now, 83.5 is the best estimate that I have.
Wouldn't you want to budget more conservatively then?
Well, you have to balance that off versus, how much do you want to raise taxes or use fund balance? I try to come up with the best estimate, with the best information I have at the time, and then the chips will fall where they may.
Thank you.
So our use of fund balance,
Yes,
that's a 6.5 million.
that is.
And that's when we are paying off these bonds. This is where that's being budgeted, the use of fund balance. From the bond.
No, this is the use of general fund balance. This is going to reduce that $80 million fund balance that we've talked about through time.
A lot more than that.
Just the general fund, this one, just that one
Yeah,
line.
I know, but it was a lot more than
But
that.
the use of fund balance is $6.5 million is,
Yes,
Keep the property.
to keep the
Tax
property
down.
tax levy where it was and to balance the budget.
so this is the largest we've had in, I don't know how long. I think 2025.
Right, it's been a long time, but the fund balance is also the largest it's been in a long time.
You weren't here, Bill, for this, so, have you read a letter we received back in April, I think it was, from our bond counsel, Barclay Damon, that cautioned us quite strongly about decreasing our fund balance? You haven't read that?
No,
I think I wrote that.
no,
What's that?
but I also know that
I requested.
your bond counsel probably doesn't know the great job we're doing on reducing our outstanding debt.
Where were you in April?
Retired.
I was happy.
I know.
Yeah. I was happy.
But, I think Paul's point is, and it's not anything, if I
Right.
expect this, it's no surprise, but we do feel a little whipsawed. On the one hand, there was doom and gloom with, and again, you weren't.
Oh, there still is.
Well, I know, you're the happy undertaker, we get it. But it.
Smiling.
Yeah, I know, I've told him that for a minute. He knows this. But, you know, Paul's point, I think, and again, you weren't here for this, so I get it, but we've danced this dance before where we want to, you know, cut a tax and, oh, you can't do that, you got this, that, and the other thing. And now we have $6 million of fund balance and healthy.
Right.
I mean, I'm not for changing any of it, but.
No, but the other side is, we're hoarders. And I don't
Right,
even know where
yeah,
that
right.
came from.
What's that?
And I don't even know where that came
From
from,
me,
but
I said it back in April.
well, we're not hoarding now.
But,
Should be happy.
But, well, I would have been happier in April.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of point I'm making. And Bob was the same way, I'm sure Mary Ellen was, I know Alex Anderson was. There's always a tension, and it's a good tension, but there's always a tension between, you know, us, what I like to say is getting the full story at the time we need it. In April, I would have loved to hear the story that you're telling us tonight. We didn't hear that. We heard pestilence and locusts. That's what we heard. And now we're hearing, okay.
I can't really speak to that.
I know
I
you
wasn't
can't.
here,
That's
but.
also, I know, that's also. I am, I'm a poet. I'm Irish, we're all poets. But that's my point. That's the
Right.
frustration. And I know you weren't here for that.
No, and the frustration is, you know, the fund balance seems so high, it really isn't. I've heard Sullivan County has like 100 million. The challenge is not in COVID amassing these fund balances, that's what happened. The challenge is making sure they're spent down in a fiscally responsible way over a number of years where you don't shock the taxpayers of the system. And that's what we're trying to do.
Legislator Crowley, how many grants, I don't know if this is something you'll know off the top of your head, how many grants have we lost this year, already this year?
That I don't know, we'd have to
and
go
state?
to every department. I don't know that we've been hit as much as the outside agencies.
Okay,
Not as
so,
far as I know.
but, so this is only a couple, you know, we're not very
Right.
far in, so we're not really seeing this, well, we're not operating, the federal
Right.
government's not operating right now.
Right, but we've lost some big ones in childcare and stuff.
Childcare, with the ag grant,
Right,
we talked
right.
about the USDA grant was 2 million, we lost from the county, so you know, it's either we make them up or we cut the program.
Correct.
And that's.
But we
another
didn't
thing.
lose the USDA grant, the
No,
outside
it wasn't,
agencies
it
that had
wasn't, it
them.
wasn't taken,
Right.
taken away. So what I'm saying is that we're not, also not considering the fact that these federal grants are just not being given out, and
Right.
pass-through grants to the state, we're not considering either. So we're gonna have to make decisions at some point, whether we're gonna continue funding programs or we're not gonna have
Correct.
the programs, which we're already seeing the tip of.
Correct.
So I think that's important, and it plays an important part of this budget,
Sure.
having a healthy fund balance and realizing that over the next couple of years, we're gonna see where we're gonna have to trim the fat and where we're gonna have to spend the money.
Right. But this budget has taken the stance that we're not going to supplant the federal money. You saw that with the child care allocation, and, you know, you're just not going to be in a position to do that, especially if the state does something, because there's more state money than federal money. So you have to see what happens, and you have to be able to react accordingly.
I agree.
And the state's bankrupt, and they're only getting worse, so it's gonna happen sometime down the road.
Maybe, yeah, but it isn't reflected in their budget now, knock on wood, so the state budget has been very stable in terms of the aid to the counties, as you know. You were at the NICEAC conference, you heard that. They haven't cut yet. Now, for what reason that is, you know, elections, this, that, whatever, but the bottom line is they haven't.
So, if I may.
Sure.
Thanks. I mean, I guess the question for me to ask you and my fellow legislators would be the use of that fund balance. Would
Correct.
we rather see, you know, support for that child care line? Would we rather see, I would rather see filling the vacancies, you know, which we keep vacant, and funding and using the monies from those vacancies to fund other things.
Well, this budget, I think, is going to take care of a lot of that. This budget makes a lot of commitments to employees, and especially in terms of health insurance. It's your largest appropriation increase, going down to the 17%. And that should help a lot with employee retention.
So that's been budgeted in this budget?
Yes, it is.
But
Sure
we
it
haven't
is.
voted on it yet, so.
No, well, it's in the budget. You know, you can always remove it out and tell those people they're paying 30 again, but
No.
So the vacancy control factor was something I wanted to ask about.
Sure.
It's, you've increased it to 700.
I have. It was not increased for many years. I've heard comments about spillover and those kind of things, and this should help rectify that. This will mean that this number 750 will be a lot harder to reach. It will not be reached in the first or second quarter in the future, and you're going to have a more accurate accounting of not only salaries, but the benefits and everything that goes with it to reach the 750. But it will help stop the spillover of unspent funds.
After listening to the legislator of Montgomery, it's a good time for me to make a request of the committee to pass a resolution to do whatever it takes that would adopt an inflation relief tax rebate. I'd like to propose that we offer a rebate in the amount of $200 for each owner-occupied single-family home in Putnam County. In 2015, when we had a $145 million budget, we had a $12 million unassigned fund balance, which was about 8%. In 2018, we had a $155 million budget with a $22 million unassigned fund balance, which is about 15%. Today, last year's budget was $204 million. We have approximately an $80 million unassigned fund balance, which is about 40% of the total budget. I believe you use the term hoarding. I'm not going to say hoarding, but we're holding too much taxpayer dollars, and it's a result of COVID. The proposal that I'm offering tonight would be real relief for senior citizens, veterans, or hardworking families of Putnam County. The county executive announced at the budget address with great pride this historic property relief, which is $1 million reduction in the tax levy, about 2.2%. The average $500,000 house would save about $25. It's about a 5-cent reduction in the tax rate. He claims that the tax rate is going down to 2.39. I don't know how that was calculated, but if we're going to take credit for tax rates, this legislature is going to adopt a budget, even if it's as is right now, with a tax rate of $2.15, significantly less than what the county executive has offered. When we're through with the budget, it's going to be $2.15. So I'm requesting that we use about $6.5 million of the unassigned fund balance, which is roughly what the county executive down the hallway is using to balance this budget. We put in some contingency, and then we take whatever action necessary, if we need a local law, to do that, to disperse the money back to the taxpayers. We had a lot of conversation tonight about outside agencies, what we're doing with the money. We have a lot of money, we have too much money, and we should not be holding it. And $200 back to every single family home, owner occupied, and I would even be open to the idea of having it for houses that are worth $1 million and less. And that's my proposal. I hope you guys would entertain that.
I know there, if I could, you're echoing what I think Ulster County contemplated doing back in the spring. I read some news. Did you ever read that, Bill? I know you weren't on the job here. I think they had some sort of tax rebate too. It didn't go anywhere, and I don't know why it didn't go.
The minority introduced it and it didn't go anywhere. I'd at least like you to entertain the idea and a motion, and that we could take whatever action is necessary, at least to proceed from tonight forward.
We need to see it, sorry.
Well, I mean, Just for me personally, I think, I mean, and I try to say this all the time, this is taxpayer money, this is the taxpayers' savings account to be used for tax purposes, to be used by the county. We've seen many outside agencies very eloquently come here and ask for taxpayer money. We've had all our towns come in and ask for more taxpayer money. The one person we haven't seen sitting in that seat is senior citizens, the veterans, the people who pay those taxes to get them returned to them. And I appreciate what you said very much. I think during the sales tax, when we asked for a 0.25% relief for the taxpayer, that's what we had intended. That was vetoed by the county executive. And so we had no recourse but to, instead of giving money back to the taxpayer, giving it to the towns. That's my position, but I'll listen to discussion. Legislator Elner.
Real tax relief to our residents, particularly those on fixed income and the veterans, et cetera, retirees, I think that's absolutely critical. The idea of what the county executive proposed means that in a $500,000 house, you can buy a pizza, but you can't even buy a pepperoni pizza because it costs more than $25. We got to do something. Now, I was in favor of a 1% reduction in the sales tax, and the doom and gloom members of this legislature came forth and said, oh no, that's wrong, but that would have been $25 per 100,000. So I think this is an excellent idea. It gives tax relief to the residents of Putnam County, and it's meaningful. It's not a token, it's not a soundbite, it's real relief. And I also believe that when we get this audit, that there's going to be millions of dollars, I'm going to say at the low end, $5 million more that's going to be available to our unassigned fund balance. So it's really not going to have a major reduction on what the unassigned fund balance is as of today.
Legislator Montgomery.
I just wonder why we're drawing the line with owner occupied, especially when we shed light on the fact that we have no young families living here, moving here. Our fastest growing population is seniors, and they definitely need more support. I mean, in addition to the OSR services, but again, I mentioned this a long time ago in budget meetings, we have this gap in services for young people, and we now know that the $20,000 or more a year it costs in childcare for low and middle income people who are mostly renters, you know, are spending money buying gas, paying taxes in Putnam County, you know, are missing the boat on this.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
The reason it's owner-occupied residences is that the levy that we're reducing is generated by property tax, which comes from
Renters.
real property,
Paying rent to-
real property tax owners. The greatest beneficiary of a tax levy reduction is the city of New York. The second biggest beneficiary is New York State Electric and Gas. The third is Algonquin Gas Transmission. The fourth is the state of New York. The fifth is Verizon. So it's either municipality, the state, it's utility companies. Those are the beneficiaries, the greatest beneficiaries of a property tax reduction. The surplus in the general fund is from property taxes, sales taxes. To me, the best way to give it back is to those people who own residential real. That's real relief to people, to property tax, to our residents.
I agree. I just wonder why we're not solving this child care problem with this funding. Because it's really big.
This is inflation relief for senior citizens who have an oil bill that's going up this year, for electric bills that have gone up. That's who this is intended for. This is
Who are eligible, and I appreciate that. I just don't know why we're not extending it to people who don't have services.
Why can't
I
we
would
do
say
that?
they have
We do
less,
both.
those people have less of a stake in this community than the people who own the property.
Through the chair, well, I think, well, first of all, I do support this initiative, but I do believe that we have enough money to do both. We could do the owner of the house and the renter, because the average rent in Putnam County right now is $2,000 to $4,000.
That's a lot.
How are you gonna find the renter?
Well, the owner of the house.
The owner.
The owners, we have
Well, we have
that.
we
That's
have
the
the-
beauty of this.
Mhm.
We have the owner, and we can match up the owner.
Well, we have
opposite.
the owner unless the
Mine
sale's
only had
been
one
done.
owner
We
for
don't have
15
Well,
homes.
it's very,
He doesn't
very,
need
very
it.
easily,
That's
for
right,
the
that's
few
right.
properties that would have a sale, you'd have the new owner come in with with an appeal process, they bring their deed in, and they're eligible for the money. This is the simplest way of giving money back to the property owners.
I don't think it's,
But Bill,
I disagree.
respectfully,
No.
the people who sit in that chair represent the administration, and we've been hearing doom and gloom, I disagree, and now it's, you guys come down here, you're taking $6.5 million out of fund balance to fund this budget, and now it's our turn to take a stab at this money, which is overfunding.
I don't disagree with you, and my question is why not extend it?
How?
My question is, why isn't anybody else doing it?
They may not, do
They
they have
didn't think
that,
about
do
it.
they have 40% of their budget
Yes.
in unassigned fund
Yes.
balance?
Yes.
Why did we not have a problem when it was only 5%?
We've always had a concern. The GFOA is telling us we should have at least 2 months of fund balance recommended. That's about 40 million.
Well, we have 80 million.
The costs are up, yeah, we have 70, and we're going down 6 this year. That means you're gonna have to do 6 next year, or probably 8 next year, and then,
Probably
you're now on the trail of using fund
We're gonna make
balance.
more, but we're gonna make more too.
We're gonna go up
Bill,
too
Birmingham
after.
has a
Okay.
At the end of the day,
Yes.
we know that when we do the Peter and Paul list, we know at the end of every fiscal year, the last thing to be spent is fund balance. And for instance, we haven't seen it yet, and you're gonna get it to us, and thank you for that. But the 2024 audit we're gonna see will show us that we underestimated revenues and we overestimated expenses. I think that's what's gonna happen, if it plays true to every other budget I've been
Right.
involved with. So what that'll do, how much we budget in the 24 budget, did you put the 24 budget? You may have.
No,
Okay.
that was-
Let's say we had 4 million, I'm making this up, 4 million in the 24 budget, I don't know if that's the case. But if we budgeted at the end of 23 for 24, $4 million in the 24 budget, we know we don't start touching that $4 million until we do a reconciliation of how much we underestimated revenues and how much we overestimated expenses. So that number's gonna shrink, that's gonna eat away at the 4 million. At the end of the day, and again, this is a made-up number, out of the $4 million we budgeted for 24, we might not even use 2 million of that. And the same thing would apply here. Out of the 6 million that's budgeted here in the tentative budget, when we get the budget the audit in 27, we might spend 4.5. Again, everything could happen. The
Right.
federal, I get it, and
It could change.
and you're prudent
We do
to
it 6.
point that out. The other good thing though is if we budget, because I'm not sure about the mechanics. How do you do this? Can we do it? I don't know. We can. We may need a local law. Can we discriminate against certain taxpayers? Whether it's utilities or municipal, I'm not saying we can't, I just don't know if we can. But let's say we come up with a program that just doesn't work, is illegal or unconstitutional.
Right, you need state legislation
You
for
need state
something.
legislation. Let's suppose that's true, and we put it in contingency, like Paul's saying. If that's true, there's no harm, no foul, because we can't spend it, and it'll just, again, roll back into fund balance. So I'd at least appreciate if you guys would entertain a resolution to do whatever it would take to move forward.
Can I ask, like to see a resolution written like we usually do?
Our counsel who's here with us this evening, can we possibly do research or understand, is a local law needed to pass some type of
Rebate.
inflation reduction for taxpayers
The
out
tax,
of the fund balance.
a rebate to tax.
A rebate to taxpayers.
Yeah, I can research that and I can do my
That's something that we need a local law for.
Just one more comment, if I may.
Sure.
Just while we're considering the people who don't hold much value in this county,
I don't agree.
will
with what-
will
I don't
also
agree.
be losing their health care. So just wanted to point that out as well.
I do.
The whole population of these people under 30, between 30 and 40 that can't afford health care and are on some kind of program are going to be losing it. And they pay rent
Yeah,
and
I understand.
they pay taxes and
That's
they,
no problem, yeah.
why don't we just push them out more?
I feel for them too, I don't disagree with you. But I don't want to make the perfect the enemy of the good either. I think this could have some legs to it, I'm unsure about it.
I agree.
Michelle, if we wanted to, is it just as simple as increasing use of fund balance by, what was it, 6.5 million on line
Yeah, the
27,161 to by 1.6?
If I may, the math behind it is, we estimate there are about 30,000 210s and 215s, which
30.
215s will have some renters,
No,
30,000.
sorry, there's, as of the 2020 census, there's 38,713 homes in Putnam County.
But we're not going by the census, we're going by the actual data and real property. So there's about 30, a little over 30,000, not all of them will be eligible. I wouldn't mind putting a proviso in that if you cap it at a house that's worth $1 million or less, and if legal, if we can make it fly.
I don't think we have to I don't think we have to figure any of that out tonight.
No.
Okay, but the mechanics, I just want to answer the mechanics behind it. We can identify the 210s and 215s, those are single-family homes. We can do a match with the property location and the property address, okay? Very easily for an appeal, if somebody uses a PO box or gets their mail sent to their business office, they come in with either a driver's license or we check the voter registration. Very easy appeal system. It's the easiest, we can identify them and we can send checks out very easily.
My question to Michelle wasn't about that type of mechanics, because I don't think we're anywhere near ready
Oh,
to
I'm
discuss
sorry.
any of
No,
that.
no.
My question was budgetary, in the budget mechanics. Would it be simply just increasing the use of fund balance by $6.5 million and then increasing the appropriation to contingency or sub-contingency?
Yeah, it would be an appropriations resolution.
Well, it would be,
But funding.
it would be a resolution that we would make at this committee to send to the Budget and Finance to go to the full. So it really wouldn't be a fund transfer because we don't have any funds yet. We're still in the budget period. We don't have any fund transfers yet. We're not in the 26 budget. But would it be, and I'm not ready to make this resolution tonight because I don't know the budgetary mechanics, but I'd like to explore increasing the use of fund balance by 6.5 and then have a corresponding offset in appropriating to sub-contingency the same amount for that purpose. And I'm not ready to make that tonight. I don't know what the number was. I thought it was 6.5.
6.5 is 30,000 single-family houses
Well, then,
times
That's
$200
$6
plus
Yeah.
6 million, plus there's going to be administrative costs, and the number's a little more than 30,000 parcels. I can't identify, without getting into some serious programming, I can't identify the owner-occupied, I can't identify single-family houses.
I think,
Why are, but I
You
just don't
send out
understand why we're
30,000 checks?
Why,
Wow.
yeah, that's number one, that's gonna be, we're gonna have to hire a task force to do this. But number two.
We send out 40,000 tax bills twice a year.
Okay. But it's a whole new mechanism that you're proposing, that's, okay, but anyway, so.
Yeah, but they're not on expensive
I'm asking
fraud
actually.
microfiche kind of paper. It's gonna be expensive.
I just don't like that we're disenfranchising renters. I think that's ridiculous. If you live in Putnam County, you spend money in Putnam County, you're here, you're a community, you vote here. You want to talk about voter rolls? Go off the voter rolls, the people live here. But,
That's a lot.
well, you just said, Legislator Yonke brought up the voter rolls. You said off the voter rolls.
Propose a program which
I
allows
will
them
look
to
into
apply,
it and
to
write a
apply for it.
resolution. I'm not
The
going to
problem is
propose it
you-
on the fly without
You
information.
can't identify how many there are. I can
I
identify how
just said to you
many.
there are 38,000 homes as of the 2020 census,
There's only
38,713.
43,000 parcels in Putnam County.
I'm telling you what the census said as of 2020, okay? This is exactly why it needs to be thought out, there needs to be a mechanism, okay, Paul? So if it's saying 38,713 at $200 a cap, that's $7,742,000.
We could
$7,742,600.
Got it. None-
But you can't disenfranchise renters because they live here too. They pay taxes here too.
We'll do both.
Property
Property
taxes. I think the
taxes.
whole point of this was the fact that the county executive has proposed a decrease in property taxes this year. So that helps people who pay property taxes.
$25.
We're suggesting, or Legislator Yonke is suggesting, an additional mechanism to support
Yeah.
our taxpayers who pay
And the best
property
thing is,
taxes in Putnam County.
we don't have to decide or even contemplate any of the details, whether it's, I agree with Aaron, why are we discounting renters? My point is, we don't have to make that decision, we can't make that decision before November. When's our deadline, 5th, 6th, when do we have to adopt this by?
No, before November 1st.
Before November 1st, okay, none of that's going to be decided between now and then. If this goes through, I don't even think it'll be decided by May or June, but let's put something in there.
So contingency to decide, and
Yeah,
then
and again, I want to sleep on it, I wouldn't vote on anything
discuss
tonight,
it.
it's budget and finance.
research the local laws.
Even if we don't have the answers by budget and finance, I
Discuss
would
the
still do it, so I'm not ready to move anything tonight, but I think it's well
Agree
worth
with Dan.
it. I think it's well, and I would be ready with budget and finance, but I want to chew on it.
Okay,
Thank you
so-
for bringing it up.
So, make a motion to,
Yeah, I'm not ready, I'm anticipating voting in favor of a motion at the Budget and Finance Committee, because I do want to think about it, which is not tonight, to increase the use of fund balance by $6.5 million and have a corresponding appropriation, or whatever we call it, into sub-contingency for the same amount for that purpose. We'll just call it tax rebate. And that puts it in a bucket until we can figure out, first of all, whether it's legal, whether it's constitutional, whether it's practical. And if all those things fail, the worst thing that'll happen is that it'll just spill back into fund balance in January 1st, 2027. Because it's just sitting somewhere now, and we'll just.
Unless you move it there sooner.
Right, well, I'm saying it's sitting somewhere now, the $6.5 million. It's not affiliate,
Unassigned
unassigned
fund
fund
balance.
balance. Instead of it sitting there for the whole of 2026, which it would be anyway, we'll just sit it in sub-contingency
oh, you're
of this
chewing
budget.
on this.
Yeah, I'm gonna chew on
At
it.
the budget and finance
Oh, okay.
committee.
I'm not ready to make that motion.
I was going to say, I would like to do some research
Yeah,
and
I'm
hear
not,
from.
I'm not ready to do it, but I
Other
think it's
towns.
a well worth consideration.
I think it's a great
It's a
consideration.
great
I
idea.
think
We
it's a
can't
taxpayer
approve it
first.
tonight anyway, it's not.
Legislator.
Didn't Hopewell try something like that a year or two ago? It was very inflationary.
Isn't she signing checks?
We all got.
You mean with the
tax-
federal government?
Yeah,
Paying
well-
people to stay home and not work?
No, I think.
No, that was the $200,
How much
the
did we get?
$200 credit
Did we get-
that she sent out to
And we get away with
everybody.
that administrator?
Well, yeah, well, it's under, to make under a certain amount, but, yes.
I think she was just as wrong.
They're going out now.
Yeah, they're
I
going,
know.
yeah, you have to make under a certain amount of money.
We agree to disagree.
We got 25 minutes, guys.
Oh, let's
Okay,
just wait,
yeah.
wait till 11.
Okay, so we're not gonna solve this tonight. We
No.
will resurrect this at the budget and finance. Doesn't look like it's gonna get.
Am I gonna?
One last comment on it.
Yeah.
When we talk about renters, this property tax relief that's proposed by the county executive, lowering the tax rate, that's certainly no help to the renters. There's no landlord out there that's gonna
Right.
knock somebody's rent down because their tax bill went down $25.
Right. Point taken. Okay.
I'm going to research and I'll do a memo, but if there are specific questions that the legislatures want answered specifically, or questions that are in your mind, please email me. And that way I'm sure to answer everyone's questions, because what I'm going to retain at 10:36 at night and be sure to research, I can't promise
We
you.
have a lot
So
to get through.
put your questions in writing and then I'll make sure I answer it. Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no more questions on 15 through 20, well, let's look at distribution of sales tax, because this is where the towns get our, this is where the towns get our sales tax paid by our residents.
Page 19.
That's the distribution of sales tax. So we have the budgeted 2.3 million to go back to the towns. This is our sales tax sharing program, where we're taking 1/9 of 1% and distributing that to the towns with a minimum of $50,000 per town. And I did, I have the sales tax distribution breakdown. So actually there are, and I was just looking at this, I don't think everybody has this. Maybe I should make a copy of this for everybody so they can have a projected sales tax distribution for all the towns: Carmel, Kent, Patterson, Phillipstown, Putt Valley, Southeast, Brewster, Cold Spring, and Nelsonville. That equals a $2.3 million distribution of sales tax.
Can you email that to us? That would be helpful.
I got it from the Commissioner of Finance when I was going over the audit budget. I wish I had made
Oh, we can
copies
make
of this, so you can all
we
see
can
it,
make
but I
copies.
will.
Electronically.
Can I give this to you?
No, I don't need a copy now.
I just want to make a couple of points on this particular breakdown.
No one
of
has
sales
it, yeah.
tax. And I think
They're all doing their budgets now, so I'm sure they would.
I had a couple of points on that, but if anybody else has questions on the distribution of sales tax, we'll entertain those now if you have a question or comments.
Chairman, is this the appropriate time when we talk about the healthcare costs?
Well, we're talking about the distribution of sales tax. This is what we just passed.
That's tomorrow night.
Where we're sharing sales tax. We'll move on from this. I just want to get everybody a copy of this, just so everybody can have it in front of them, so you can see how much each town's budget is received.
Sure. I can send it to Putco Ledge electronically, sir.
Thank you.
And this $2.3 million sharing of sales tax is an estimate that could change up or down depending on what our actual is.
Correct.
And this is sent to the towns quarterly, based on our quarterly tax intake.
Receipts.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. With a minimum fund balance. So I noticed that some of these towns or villages, and I'll make a motion to accept additional. All in favor? Aye. So what I'm looking at here is, Diane distributes this, are the towns in the resolutions a $50,000 minimum. So the total amount is based on the 2.3 million. Each town is, so Nelsonville, Cold Spring, based on their population, they probably wouldn't reach the minimum.
Thank you.
So the remaining of that, the difference is the deficit distribution, correct?
Correct.
So the deficit distribution, so the village of Nelsonville has a deficit distribution of a positive 35,000. And the village of Cold Spring has a positive distribution of $2,836. And how do you determine how that's distributed throughout the rest of the towns?
It's based on the population.
So for example,
It's all based on the census.
so for the town of Carmel, we're going to have a negative, we're going to have a deficit distribution of $13,420.
Right. Because they have the largest population.
So that the other two can reach the $50,000
Correct.
minimum. Okay.
Oh, that's what you're taking.
I just want to make that clear.
We're taking a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
So that didn't hit me until
Okay, so that.
looking at this page.
That's good then. Okay.
So it's the higher population, the less.
Yeah, the higher population gets the most money, so they would contribute most of
Give a
the
little,
deficit reduction. It's just based on the ratio.
because the minimum is 50,000.
Correct.
Right, so that has to be redistributed
Yep.
to pull out of the other budgets.
Mhm.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, any other questions or comments about the rejected sales tax distribution for 2026? Legislator Russo.
I just want to say that each of the towns agreed to this, so they knew they were going to have to give back a little piece of their pie to make the smaller towns whole for the minimum of 50,000.
So they're getting, and I imagine their
I don't think they're
budgets are very
complaining.
tight.
Huh?
And I think at the point that we brought in no sales tax revenue, the county's given back 50,000 to every single town.
Any other questions or comments on this sales tax breakdown? And I think this is what we were talking about with the previous discussion, where we're giving $2.3 million back to the towns who collect taxes and the taxpayers receiving no benefit. No, I can't say no benefit because the towns provide plenty of services, but the taxpayer foots the bill. All right, we'll move on to tax and advertising expense, page 27. Do you know where that is or no? No. Oh, where is it? Yeah, because we're done with the taxation.
Let me see if it went down.
Dan?
You want to
Go downstairs and got some candy.
That was quick.
No?
There wasn't much left on
I didn't bring it for the whole
There's
bunch.
not much there.
Okay, so we're moving on to tax and advertising expense, page 27. This is title search for foreclosure properties and ads for foreclosure properties, is that correct, for the $70,000?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that? All right, we'll move on to 28, expense on property required for tax. This is a property tax that we pay on the school tax and foreclosure properties. This is what the county makes whole to the towns.
Correct. This year's bill is estimated to be around $100,000. That's what we put in next year.
That's all.
Yeah, that's what we pay. That's why we get property sold and back on the rolls.
And the reason it's revised, it's down $44,000 is because we've had the sales
Right.
back on the tax rolls.
Well, yeah, it's lower, it's higher now because there are more properties in roll 1-1.
Yeah, real quick, I've asked this question before, Bill. I think I've asked it when you were here last time and of Mike Lewis. When we had our last tax sale, we had X number of dollars owed in back tax, and we were only receiving, I want to say 35% of that money back in real dollars after we sold. So about 35% of the assessed values,
Right.
that's not what we owed, but the assessed values. And I asked if somebody from the finance office could go on an annual basis, circle the towns with the inventory of what we're holding and what we're paying taxes on and making the school and the towns whole. If they could sit with the assessor and say, look, we've got a landlocked property here. Part of the reason
I did that years ago.
But I think
with George Michaud. That was a long time ago.
I think it should be done annually, because here, part of the reason the property has been foreclosed on is because they have a $100,000 assessment on it. It's landlocked. It's got no value. It's only got value to a neighboring parcel. Right. I think that somebody from finance, you guys are in the best position to do this, should go to the towns and get those assessments knocked down.
Right.
Especially in light of the fact that we're working with the towns and we're giving them sales tax revenue. that at very least, give us a reasonable assessment on those properties. Can you
Yeah.
assign somebody to do
Yeah,
that?
I can.
And I think it should be
push that
done
across.
annually, Bill.
And this is something that we've talked about offline about the environmental properties, the lake properties,
Right.
properties in my district. That should be,
We can ask, but we can't tell. Unless we want to go through the certificate of prospective cancellation process, and where you can vote to take them off the rolls. There are
there's
properties,
pluses and minuses on
we
it.
have that. You have that tool in your toolbox.
What's the adverse impact of us doing that?
To you, none. To the towns, they wouldn't get this money back. And it would be off the roll, so someday it did come back on the roll, you wouldn't get any
That could be
taxes.
the consequence of the town not working with us.
Correct. That would be the carrot, the stick to the carrot.
Yeah.
wouldn't the town just I mean, if their budget's their budget, they're just gonna redistribute their
Right,
assessments.
exactly,
So
yes.
it's not gonna impact them at all because their budget's always gonna be
Right.
the same, their roll's always gonna be the same. I don't think it would be detrimental to the towns because they're gonna get their taxes.
Right, but we'd have to make the case on what the properties are. You couldn't do it, you couldn't assess on collectability. You have to assess on the value of the properties, you know, better than anybody.
Legislative firms.
Hey, Bill, I think there's a court case out there, I don't know if it's been resolved. If, generally, not against Putnam, if I owe $100,000 on my house in taxes, I don't pay it, the county sells it, they get $200,000. Where does that extra $100,000 go?
It goes back to the person that owned the property.
It does, okay.
Yeah, I can't
Yes,
take
that
it
was
off
a
it
Supreme
anymore.
Court case.
Okay, so that's the case, that's been settled then?
Yes.
How long
Yeah.
ago?
That was recently.
Recently.
A year
Okay.
ago?
Yeah, oh, yeah, over a year ago. What
Okay,
we
good.
do now,
Okay, that's
though,
fair.
we
But it's
require
recent,
a court order to disperse it, because there may be other costs
But you can
and other
recover-
claims against
We can
that.
recover our costs.
All-
Yeah, we recover all our
All
stuff
of your
first.
costs, maintenance and
Yeah.
everything.
But it-
Yeah, we can recover our costs, and we have to do a lien search to see if there's, the
Anybody
hierarchy
else
of liens,
owed?
if there's anyone else owed on it, but then any overage beyond that has to go back because the U.S. Supreme Court
Right.
declared it essentially a
Okay.
windfall that you weren't allowed.
Yeah, and I could see both sides of that because I like the way it wound up. I don't think we should be unjustly enriched. But on the other hand, I don't think we should be operating as a real estate agent for people who don't want to pay their taxes. So this, but I'm glad the money, I'm glad there's no unjust enrichment to the county.
We have
Well,
a-
I would even disagree with that because we take a loss on most of these properties. On the one you make profit on, 99 you lose.
Yeah, but you can't blame Paul for not making money on my property, and vice
Yeah.
versa.
Are there any further questions on page 28? If not, we will move on to 54, which is taxes, county property. Questions or comments?
Predominantly sewer two.
Sewer 2.
Costs have been stable. It's sewer and water. Most of the properties are sewer too. There's some in southeast.
Isn't that on page 55, though, we got special district taxes, then we have taxes and assessments, what's the difference?
Which one, yeah?
Oh, it's zeroed out. here.
Zeroed out.
Okay, got it, okay.
So, so 54 is, 55 is empty.
Yeah, that's good news. That ended June 30th
Oh,
for municipalities at least.
If I may ask.
go ahead, Legislator.
Okay, Bill, you said that's sewer two.
Yes.
What about water two?
There too.
Where
That's
is
part of
it?
it. Sewer
Where is-
and water too.
where is it
It's
broken
part of the
down?
160. It's not broken out. Most of it is sewer taxes, and then we also pay water bills. And
Okay.
it's all part of the
Well,
160.
that's what I'm at, no, I'm not, okay. What I'm asking is, can you give me the breakdown
Yes.
as to how much tax, not usage, that the county pays for Carmel Water too?
Assessed value, it's going to be the assessment.
Yeah.
It's going to be the use fees,
Yeah,
the
we can do
rents,
that.
the water rents, yeah.
Okay, so we will move on now to.
I'll break it out by bill.
58, which is contingency fund. That's zeroed out. There's nothing, that is right. So we're moving on to page 58. which is contingency fund, and please let me know what you have in sub-contingency, 12,000.
Yeah, that's personnel stuff, we'll discuss tomorrow.
That's gonna be discussed at personnel.
This would be where that 6.5 would go if we were to do that rebate?
That was a really shallow nod.
Yeah. Bill's not on board yet, but I have.
Yeah, he's-
but I have-
Bill's not getting on board.
Any questions or comments on the contingency fund pages? If not, we'll move on to debt service.
We don't have to pay this, do we?
I think that's where we're gonna find our,
That's where your 4.7 million
our
is,
4.7 is.
callable bond. We're on track to pay that January 15th.
Yep. See it right there. And we're going to make the appropriation, you're not going to send the notice out until the appropriation's been made?
Correct. The appropriation is made November 1st, when you adopt the budget.
Okay, so we can't change it between November 1st and December?
No, you can't.
Okay. Got it.
The budget is locked in, except for the health insurance,
Right.
final revision.
All right. Good.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the debt service lines? Any legislator, anyone from the public?
No, it is the only part of the budget you can't touch.
Yeah. We can ask questions though.
You can, but you can't do anything about it.
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
You have 8 minutes.
Yeah, it'll take 2, if that. Hey, Bill, I know we're not issuing debt anymore, at least the last couple of years.
Right.
How many more years do we have left on the outstanding debt? You might not have it with you now. Another
No,
15 years?
it goes, 38 might be the last issue that's out there.
13 years.
Yeah.
Good.
Excuse me.
And each year, obviously,
Right, but each year, but there's a lot of shorter issues than that.
yeah.
So you go down a real lot at the end of next year, 21 million or something, and
Who knows
then
if
keep
there's
falling
refunding
correspondingly.
opportunities in the future.
And our final item tonight is financing of capital projects.
5.5 million, 5545, which was discussed and adopted at the Capital Projects
Right.
Committee. The only thing new was the $50,000 for the civil restoration.
Oh, this, oh,
And that's from
50.
That's from the
general fund.
meeting.
No,
we
but
were at.
that's from
Yes.
general fund.
Yes.
There's no debt, there's no bonds with any of the
No,
capital
no.
projects.
Nope. It's part of the assigned fund balance, which Dan is trying to rate.
I agree with Dan.
Then you'll be borrowing quicker.
Question for Bill, and it's not on the 26 budget. You know, we're almost at the end of 25. Are there any capital projects that we put in the 25 capital budget that we're just not going to be able to do in 25? And you might not know that.
I can answer one for sure.
What do you mean now?
The generator for this building.
Bill Road is not ready yet. There's a bunch, but they roll over, and the interfunds roll over too. That money doesn't go back. That
Right.
money's been committed.
Oh, I know, but the taxes we levy for those projects come out of this year's budget. Yeah, meaning out of this
Yes.
year's levy, 25.
Right.
So my point is, there's a lot, and I'm not trying to do this, but let's keep in mind, there's a lot of big ticket items here in the 26 capital projects that, you know, if we were to cut 1 or 2 of them in half, that would be a good decrease in the real property tax rate even more. Food for thought. And we can discuss it in budget.
Well, then you're just pushing it out.
Yeah. It's the same as you.
Oh, I understand these guys, they're leaving office, but you gotta think about a little of the future.
I've got 2 years left, and then I'm out. But I will always be a taxpayer, and that's the most important office in this country.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Thanks for
Okay.
that. Hey, Bill, seriously, thanks for everything you do.
Thank you.
My last budget, remember, I'm not available after Friday, you're probably glad, for a while.
After Friday?
Yeah.
Why?
Vacation.
I'm on a trip.
Oh, good.
Oh.
All right.
Your retirement ended.
I know, it's coming back. You guys are sending me there
It
early.
was pre-scheduled.
No, but I answer questions, text Michelle, maybe she can get a hold of me. I'm on a boat somewhere, I don't know if.
He doesn't know where he's going.
Oh, they have
Have
Wi-Fi.
you watched any of the
Netflix things that you upload?
They have Wi-Fi,
Just note to self.
unfortunately. I know that one too well.
Well, Bill, I said it to the outside agencies, I'll say it to you. Thank you for coming back. you know, and there's some circumstances that are what they are, but you've always been a good commissioner in my eyes, and
I second that.
good
Thank you.
hand on the rudder.
Okay,
Thank
now
you.
I'm gonna let everybody go home, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Yeah, 4:11, very good.
Come on, you couldn't go for the 11 o'clock rule?